It's weird. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Yeah, it was weird. I started the stream and it didn't like start immediately. I was trying to figure that out for a couple minutes. How was yesterday? Yeah, it was fine, thanks. 2,000 credits. Let me just do that real quick. MD RPG 6. I think at some point I'm gonna max out my RPG 6. It's not even gonna be expensive. And there's several mechs that have achievements for it and stuff. At this SP, like a maxed RPG 6 is weaker than a rank 5 Stormwreck 6, but actually not by a lot. So, it's interesting. I have not spun anything. I have not done anything with any tokens. Even for these, I have not done anything with these. I got the one for this. I need to get the other two, which I'll do. But I got the one for this, and I haven't done anything with it. I haven't got any tokens. Well, I got the one that you start off with. That's a 0.01%. That's wild. That's 1 in 10,000 people. You have a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting it in your first token. Some people certainly would have done that, but not many. Is that your favorite Mech Arena YouTube? What you tell me. You're absolutely right. Overdriver 8 on Aegis is disgusting. Well, yeah, I know it's good, yeah. For now, like if you're like thinking like, oh, should I go with Podgun or Overdriver? Go with Podgun for the next day or two. Yeah. 50% damage. It's been like that for a little bit. I mean, just yeah, it's pretty honestly, I should put that on here, and I even have an epic pilot for my Podgun, but whatever. I don't care that much. Pretty sure we're all getting 70 tokens. Yeah, I think so. All right. Well, let's hold on. First, I want to see MVP capture implant parts. I don't actually need those to get the tokens. I just need those to get this, which I do want this because it's free credits and stuff. I don't know how I'm going to get that many implant parts, though, without buying and scrapping legendary implants. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, I'm just going to invite people. I'm just going to invite some people. We got Juggalo ATN Man Barun Gupta. Bro, I don't think I've played with this guy ever in my life. You bought Overdriver 10 and it's very, very bad. In what sense? In the sense that, like, having a single 10 is not really enough damage output? In that case, I would agree with you. You really shouldn't buy, you really shouldn't bother buying a 10 energy weapon unless you're Unless you're capable of pretty much immediately getting it to rank 6 and using 2 of them. Like, this is the only reason you buy 10 energy is 10 energy weapons, is if you're either pairing it with a 6 energy to get the 16, right? In that case, that's fine. You don't really have to do anything with that. Or in the case of like Graviton Beam, right? You're gonna duplicate it so that you can put it on a mech that has 20 energy. And if your goal is to duplicate it, then you may as well wait until you could duplicate it before buying it, because it's really not going to do you any good. And you may decide to, like, you know, go with something else, right? Like, you may ultimately decide that you don't actually want it, and you end up buying something else instead. I didn't know a RuFFles stream started this fast. It doesn't always. Sometimes it takes a little bit. It just kind of starts when it starts, my guy. Keep forgetting that I invite too many people. Oh, that's right, and there's cooldown modifier. Dang. That's gonna be annoying. Hey, stop, bruh. Dread shot. Which, yeah, again, for those wondering, like, Dreadshot was supposed to come out before Tetra Rifle. I don't know why it didn't. And also, Blast RPG is going to be out before Gemini is. So the order is... What was it? At least so long as they follow the order, the in-game release order. They aren't even necessarily going to follow that at this point. Maybe they don't. But the order that they added them to the game, which is roughly the order that they make them free to play as well. It should have been Dreadshot and then Tetra Rifle. We got Tetra Rifle instead. And then Strike Rocket, and then Blast RPG, and then Gemini, I think, yeah. Bro, why does this bot have Helix Rack on his ever? Are Blast RPGs actually any good? No, not really. They're okay. They're actually not that bad, but... They're not really good, no. I think the Overdriver is a direct upgrade to every assault weapon ever except Reaver. I would agree with you, yeah. Yeah. Minigun's not an assault weapon, so yeah, fair enough. Should you get Orion if you could? I mean, I think everyone should get Orion at some point, yeah. Better sooner than later, generally. Oops, I wasn't looking at his SP. My bad. He's probably not going to join. And if he does, then bad things are going to happen. I think Tetra 10s are better than Gravitons for Panther because of more base range. So they do have that, but they have less sustained damage. So, like, you have a 10-second time period where you could do a bunch of damage. And Tetra Rifle does not take as much... It doesn't take as much advantage of that as Graviton does. So over the course of your 10-second ability duration, over the course of that cycle, you're going to deal less damage with Tetra Rifle, probably. Most likely. You're also less reliant on, like, status effects. There's a lot of benefits to it. But there are, like, 1 or 2 downsides. So, like, ultimately, I actually do think that Graviton is still the better weapon for Panther specifically. But Tetra Rifle would be similar to Overdriver. I think Tetra Rifle is just the better weapon overall. The better weapon to go for. It's 4v4. Let's go. Micah, good morning. He's done. It's like a Storm Wreck something. He's got a beam pilot. Yeah, it's a Storm Wreck, Redeemer. It might even be a rank 3 Redeemer. Oh, ha! What rank was that Ares, man? Well, it must have been rank 3. Certainly. I one-tapped him through his shield with just one railgun. Wow, what are you using two? The guy, I think he's probably underneath. I'm not sure, actually. Oh, never mind. He's right here. Ha! Wasn't even paying attention. Oh, rank 6. Never mind. Okay, he's got double 10s. Giggly. Oh, secret. It's fine by me, pal. Oh, never mind. I guess it's not. He's, yeah. He messed me up. But I did get the Helix, and that's good. Getting the Helix is a good thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna force him down there. Waste his time. I'll do it again. See, he is gonna teleport again. Probably. Unless he goes to Timo instead. No, he's gonna... Buddy, I can waste your time. I can waste your entire match. I waste your entire match, my guy. Never mind, he went to the other guy. Yeah, twice in a row, he was like, you know, no, forget it, bro. That's fair. That's fair, though. Don't blame him. Did he die? He died, yeah. Who's that guy? It's cooked. You also are good. Not bad. Some of these guys are dying really quickly. Like, a lot quicker than I expected them to. Nice job. Cool. Just got a monster ad for us, so yeah. Those are the only ads I love. Bro, oh, Overdrive. That Juggernaut, bro. That's actually crazy. I forgot that I had ads on my stream, to be honest. Ah, one of them quit. That makes sense. Unfortunate. Oracle 6, 10, or Overdriver 8 on rank 4 Bastion. Like, as in Overdriver 6 and 10. You probably got them both from those Crate Rush events recently. That's cool. Overdriver's better. Oracle is very mid. Will Tetra Rifle beat Railgun on Orion? You clearly haven't watched any video related to anything that I've said about Orion. You're in tier 8? Railgun 8 or Tetra Rifle 8? I don't think any 8s are really going to help you that much if you're in tier 8, though. Like, you should probably get the 10. You should probably just get Tetra Rifle 10, that's what I would say. You could get like Railgun 12, but that's gonna be like super expensive. So at that point, you kind of may as well just get Tetra 10. That's kind of what I would think. Phantom, I don't think, did I invite him last time? I don't remember. Panther Long Armed. Long Arm 12, I think it's max Long Arm 12 performs almost the exact same as, well, it performs very similarly to base Railgun 8, which means that, yeah, the absolute pinnacle performance of Long Arm is basically the same as just your base rank Railgun 8, which is, I mean, I wouldn't say very cheap. Technically, I mean, Railgun 12 is, it's still cheaper to buy and rank up Railgun 12, but it will cost you some acorns. The point that I'm trying to make is just that, like, even if you tripled down on Long Arm, the absolute best case scenario is that it's about as good as the completely unupgraded legendary thing that you could have just gotten instead, right? That's kind of my point. Let's go. Hellfire 6 or Chain Gun 6, do you have to buy one of them? Because I would say to skip both if possible, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why he just, like, went right out in the open with that, but we take it. And with the modifier as well, I really don't have to shoot anyone without marking them first. Which is actually really convenient. That means every single one of my shots can be a marked shot, which saves me a lot of time and ammo, ultimately. I might be dead here, though. Damn. I got so lucky, bro. People mega upgrade their freaking guided weapons like crazy, dude. People upgrade their guided weapons like insanely high. I'm surprised. Honestly, most of the reason I didn't die is probably just because... Oh, okay, yeah. Is probably just because, yeah, double damage. Yeah, he only got it to level 7. It's just the 8s, and it's just level 7. Usually people are using, like, 16s. And they're, like, max level, or, like, rank 6 or something like that. People go crazy with their guided weapons at this SP. It's ridiculous. I don't really blame them, and I kind of want to do the same. But I'm just saying. the Zephyr trying to use the Zephyr trying to use that guy as a freaking... Yeah, give me this one. Thank you. Not bad. Hello? He's not even paying attention to me. I take that sort of personally. Oh, he's Oh! Hey! Hey, look! I was being generous and I wasn't shooting at you because I thought you were AFK. This guy. Don't blow me up. Don't blow me up. This Chungus guy. That's so unnecessary. I thought he was AFK, he was just standing there. And I was like, well, okay, I'm not gonna shoot somebody who's just standing there. I mean, if he was the last guy left, then I would, just to get it out of the way, just to make the match end sooner, but... How's your Railgun 8 too powerful? Well, there's a 50% damage modifier on it. Which, by the way, I'm not considering that when I talk about Long Arm 12. When I'm talking about the max Long Arm 12, that has nothing to do... I'm not comparing it to Railgun 8 with the damage modifier. I'm comparing it assuming there's no damage modifier. Just in case anyone was maybe thinking that. Tetra Rifle 10, double on Mimicker. That's nice. It's really fun. And pretty darn good as well. I wouldn't say it's like the best ever. It's definitely not the best Tetra Rifle build you could make, but it's one of the better ones for sure. One more control point, one more MVP. Yeah, alright, sure, easy. Easy. Gideon, I don't think I've invited you. This guy, did I invite him? I don't think so. Who says revokers get nerfed? I don't know if they are getting nerfed necessarily. I don't know what's gonna happen. But I feel like a lot of people, and maybe we go over that video on stream. It's something that I've kind of wanted to do, and I might do at some point, even if we don't do it today. Go over that video on stream. I can talk about like some of the background context for certain things that I had to cut out, which was like not. I didn't really cut out anything like important. Obviously, if it was important, I wouldn't have cut it out. Stingray 211. Hold on, what? He was too strong for me to invite him. Why is he fighting me now? That's not fair. 211s make their own path. That's all we're gonna say about that. Yeah, there's a couple other questions that I asked Pasha that didn't end up in the video because it was a completely different video. Like we tried to record it, but then the recording got messed up and we ended up on different questions. Which, like, I will say, the questions that we ended up in the final video, those are way better than the first questions that were in. So I'm happy with it. But there's something like it's a long tangent. For essentially what I wanted to say is like I think people are very much misunderstanding, misinterpreting, or at very least not catching like a very major aspect of the rebalance conversation, of like the meta shift conversation. There were some things that he said that I think people weren't really paying enough attention to. So maybe we'll go over that later. Ah! Oh, I got him. Let's go. Let's go. 2 shots. Yeah, bro. It's ridiculous. Well, because, oh, I should not have used the mark. Should not have used the mark. Dang it. If I had it, I would have been able to put him in stasis, and I probably would have killed him with those 2 shots as well. Well, that's unfortunate. Random freaking Zephyr. Hi. What are you gonna do? Nothing, that's what. Nope, he's over there. I was trying to make him jump on me. Okay. Nice. I was planning to have more time. I was trying to run up, get a dome closer to him. I should have spawned it sooner. I forgot that there's a modifier. You can just get his back really quick. The bald beard guy, yeah, Pasha is that guy. Meh. Should you focus on tier stars to get in tier 9? That's up to you. There's nothing in tier 9 that's free to play. So, like... yeah, do with that info what you will. The only way to get it is if you buy from an offer, so I feel like at that point it's not really necessary. You know, if the legendary, I don't know for fact if it's ever gonna happen, but I would guess that it's if you asked me to take a guess, I would say probably yes, it's probably gonna happen. I don't know for fact though, and if I did, I wouldn't be able to say anything about it. So, what defines the heavy duty category? Kind of nothing. Like, that video, that interview with Pasha, like, he essentially, in that video, he essentially said, like, heavy duty just ended up being more of just like an experimental weapon category where he's just like, it's just kind of like he's just doing stuff with different things. Do you invite 5K people for matches, or is that too high? I probably could, yeah, invite one person. If they're like 5,500, if you're closer to 6 than you are 5, then I'm almost definitely not going to. Like this, oh, I thought that was 5. That's my bad. No, he's 4. I will invite this guy though. Didn't you say you won't stream today? Time zones. I made that post yesterday. For you, it might still be the same day. It might just be really late in the day. But no, for me, it's today's Saturday, and yesterday was Friday. Should you buy Orion? If you plan on buying the Battle Pass, then no. Because you'll get Orion from the Battle Pass. And if you already have it, it's not going to give you Acorns, it's just going to give you Fortune Keys, which is pretty useless. That's not useless, but it's not really worth the $10. Well, we probably shouldn't go the same direction. Yeah, you guys have fun that way. Should you take time to grind for the Galvin? Well, yeah, obviously, it's a free pilot. And it's a close quarters pilot, too, right? Galvin's close quarters? Close quarters is, like, one of the best weapon categories to get a pilot for, bro. Like, if you're gonna get a fancy schmancy pilot, missile and close quarters are the first ones you should get. I really want to kill this guided guy that's back here, but I kind of can't because this guy's like kind of watching over him. Guardian Angel type shit. Oh! Yeah! Oh, come on! I was trying to kill the Panther did die, but freaking Killshot Ruin of all things fun. Excuse. Oh, nice. He was, he was at like 1 HP. I had no idea how much longer I was going to have to shoot at him to kill him. Nice. You're cooked, pal. Yeah, letting them have the center is totally fine. This is actually like one of the roughest situations to try to come back from, by the way. When on this map, when you have nothing but your home beacon and the center beacon, it's actually like incredibly tough. You spawn center and you just get absolutely clapped immediately from all sides. And I mean, that's the goal, right? Like, allowing... It's like the Mech Arena map, right? The one where the center area is essentially just, like, right out in the open. And, sometimes you might get it, but, like, nobody's gonna actually spawn there because it's a death trap. Allowing the enemy team to grab that in favor of you grabbing a different one is, like, totally fine. It's even a good idea sometimes just because... like, you can trick enemy bots into spawning on it. Like, if that's the only beacon that they have, essentially, then the bots will spawn on it. It's just a bunch of easy kills for you. Oh no. Arch twins. But what is this guy doing? I'm dead. Some tips for saving Acoins and not spending much. Literally just exactly that. Don't save Acoins and don't spend much, yeah. Like... only buy what you need. If you're in a case like let's say you're trying to save your A coins for something specific, which is what I'm doing, right? I'm saving my A coins. I want to keep 3,100 on me because I'm waiting until Stormrack Reload Legendary Implant shows up in the shop. I think that is the only implant worth spending A coins on, by the way. Until you have like literally everything else, like pilots come first, mechs comes first, weapons come first, rank ups come first. Like implants are like the very last optimization you're ever gonna make. And none of them are worth spending large amounts of A coins on unless it's literally the last thing that you have to do in order to make a top meta hanger. Like if that's the only thing you're missing, then go for it. But Stormrack Reload is the one exception. That's the one that's like actually completely game changing. And so I'm saving my A coins for that. So I'm basically just treating it as though I only have 741 A coins right here. Like that 3,100 extra, I'm essentially just I'm essentially just treating that like it doesn't exist. Revoker 6 worth it when you're in tier 5. I mean, yeah, because you're gonna want to put it with the 10, right? What's your other option is buying the 8 for like a bajillion A coins, which I don't think you're gonna want to do. Wouldn't you want legendary cooldown for permadays? You could do that with anything. You realize it's permadays is a matter of one extra implant if you just went with epics, and you don't need permadays anyway. It's completely overrated. Permadays is overrated. You don't actually need it. Most of the time, you're not going to use it, and even if you try to use it, most of the time it doesn't work. There are a couple cases where it could potentially work, but it doesn't really matter. And if you were to say, I really want that, then just use an epic cooldown with an epic duration. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. In terms of Hemlock implants, I mean, I have an implant video that is going to be out at some point in the next 2 months, by the way. This month, I think. But in terms of Hemlock implants, cooldown isn't even the best one for it, so, yeah. Fusion Cannon isn't as bad as folks say. I want to get it at some point, yeah. But it is expensive, that's for sure. Alright. Well, wait, what? Oh, I thought I had the... No, because I did... Yes, I do. Okay. So I do have it. It's just got the stupid bug where it's like... I can spin one and it's just going to put me in the negatives for no reason. Alright, well, I'll do this. I'll do this right now. What do I got? 5% on both of them, I think, yeah. Big money. Oh, let's go! I don't have to buy the 8s! Oh my goodness, I just realized. Glorious day! I have been so freaking upset with the amount of times that I'm like, I want to work on achievements for this thing, but it has guided kills, and the only freaking weapon I have is Helix Rack freaking 8. This... Actually, because I was thinking like, oh, well, you know, maybe I try to get the 8 and put it with... I don't even have to get the 8 now. That's great. Nice. If I get this, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I am not one of the people who got the 6, by the way. I know the 6 was in like a credit Crate Rush event. I think I spun it like 4 times, maybe? I did spin it a couple times. But I didn't end up getting it. So if I got this, it's I suppose possible that maybe I duplicate it and use double 10s, but it's very unlikely because out of all of the 10 energy weapons that I have or could have, Oracle's not good. No, not really. Disc Launcher 16 Orion, let's go. Yeah, dude. Well, Orion, Aegis, there's so many mechs that require guided damage or guided kills. And again, the only one that I have is Helix Rack 8. Well, I have this Helix 16, but like I'd have to rank up my mech for that, right? So that's not worth it. It's so nice. That's great, and it's not low rank either, so that's nice. That's nice. Thank you. Cool. I may or may not. Yeah, I'll replace it. I'll leave this as just like my main hanger, and then what do I want? Could put it on Aegis right from the get-go. What are besides? Wait, do you have guided? No javelins. Yeah, I have a lot of these achievements done. What's really annoying though, this is actually like Orion is one that I actually can complete at some point. Getting control points and getting assists is actually like not that easy because Orion, even though it's a support, Orion kills things so quickly. It's very unlikely that you actually get assists, and kills from behind is surprisingly also not as easy as I thought it would be. But like Aegis, dude. In order to finish this one, which look at how many I have, by the way. I've got a lot of these. I still need to do this one. It's kind of annoying. I really wish this included Fuse Mortar and Helix Rack and Cryo Javelin and Strike Rocket and literally all the other things. But it doesn't. Damage with Rocket Mortar, that's whatever. Guided weapons, kills with guided weapon, that's fine. But then I have to buy Carbine just to get assists with it. That's so bad. So that's probably not going to happen anytime in the ever. So, yeah, whatever. How close are you? Legendary Orion achievement skin? 78%. Yeah. I still got a bit. There's still a bit to go. Keep in mind, though, a lot of it is tied up in the upgrade one. So this is like 60, 120, 200, 300 points from the 15. So that'd be 1870, which would get me pretty much all the way up to here just by maxing, or just by, not even, I don't even think I have to max it. I just have to upgrade my Orion a bit. Yeah, so just from upgrades, that would actually account for quite a lot. Yeah. So if I finished all of them except for the upgrade ones, I would end up here, and then the upgrades would finish it off for me. And that's not bad. I am fairly close. These two I haven't really worked on at all, and that's kind of a problem. Stasis beam assists, javelin damage. Just like, I guess like upgrading javelin 8 is probably not a bad idea. It's probably not a bad idea. Because let me just put Disc Launcher 16 on here real quick. Eschew. Because they're fairly cheap, and I've seen a lot of people use them to pretty good effect. I could use it on quite a lot of things, like upgrading Javelin 8s. It would be nice for the guided achievements. Unfortunately, like, Helix Rack would be better, obviously, right? But unfortunately, that doesn't count. Like, most of the achievements are either... Most of them are, like, Javelin-specific, for whatever reason. Let's go. It's the first time in a long while I'm using a single weapon on a mech. I mean, 2 weapons is better, right? Like, if you had double Disc Launcher 8, then you'd be able to take down, like, a multi-layered shield, for example, twice as fast. And so double 8s is objectively better than the single 16 that I have. Let's just make that clear. Achievement system gets you raging sometime. Every time I look for what to complete next. Yeah, fair enough. I wish that they reworked the achievement system. And I think maybe they will at some point, but yeah. I mean, I think first and foremost, every single mech deserves a skin at the end of their achievement path. I think that goes without saying, right? I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think that should go without saying. Every mech deserves a skin. Because it's pretty cringe. What do I even have? I could do Tetra Rifle 8. Sure, let's go Tetra Rifle 8. I'm going to make like a slightly off hanger from what I normally have. Suppressor. Bro, I forget I have Suppressor most of the time. It's for good reason, though. It's really bad. Oh, I need the thing from you. What should I use on Orion, or should I use something else on Orion? Podgun. Howley. Or should I use something else besides Orion? Got Stormrock Reload in the shop, and I'm too broke to afford it. Yeah, well, that's why I'm saving up my A coins. Because I don't want to see it and not be able to afford it. Like, I want to just get that over with. What's the second best weapon besides Stormrack on Hemlock? I mean, your goal... You could... It depends on how you use it and depends on what situation you're in. But essentially, like, you just gotta understand, like, your goal is to deal as much damage during that 2-second EMP time frame as possible. You throw the mark at somebody, and they're stuck, and essentially what you're left with is a situation where they have to wait until you make a move. You get to make the next move guaranteed, right? So, whenever you're ready, because you keep them stuck for, like, basically an eternity, even without permadeath, it's 8 seconds. It's way longer than almost anything. Like, you don't need more than that. But essentially, but as soon as you hit them, though, then there's a 2-second EMP time, and then they can move again, right? So essentially, you have to treat it as though it's like, okay, I get to essentially choose how I want to set myself up, and then I try to deal as much damage as I can within 2 seconds. Maybe that looks like Railgun. If you're, let's say you're playing Hangar Showdown and you're in League 2, Railgun would be a really good one. It could be something as simple as like Nade Launcher, Cryo Launcher, because both of those have a roughly 2-second unload time. It could be Storm Rack, it could be Missile Rack, it could be Helix Rack, freaking even, like a Pod Gun as well. Actually, Pod Gun's a really good one, because even though I think it takes longer than 2 seconds to unload, by the time the first one explodes, because of the 2-second delay, you already have all of the pods on there. So they're guaranteed to take the full damage. So, like, Pod Gun's another good one. But essentially, your goal is, yeah, it's just to make sure that you stack on as much damage as you can and to kill them within the 2-second time window that you have to deal that damage. You know, selling accounts is prohibited is the same for giving them away? Yes, absolutely. You cannot share accounts, give accounts, sell accounts. You have some full meta low accounts I never use anymore, I don't know what to do with. Yeah. I mean, what you do with them is up to you, but yeah. So long as I'm not being used as like a, like, don't take this the wrong way, as in the sense that like maybe I'm encouraging it or endorsing it, because I'm not. But I'm also not like I'm not a jerk. So if I find out, I'm not gonna tell anybody. But I will 100% ban you from my chat if you try to do that in my chat, or I'll ban you from Discord if you try to do that in my Discord, like, or if you try to use any of my platforms as a means to promote that. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Is Pod Lacewing worse than Tetra? No, I'd say Pod Lacewing's a lot better than Tetra Lacewing. Should you get Nomad, or should you wait for some good Great Rush event? That's up to you, my guy. Like, because theoretically, yeah, they could throw out a Great Rush event, but like, also it would be, it's a matter of like, how long would that take, or will they ever even do it? I'm gonna replace this. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm making you guys wait for too long. Let me do. Maybe I try Howler on Redeemer. It does have a close quarters achievement. Damage range. I probably should swap these pilots. Yeah, actually I will. Because this way I can put all the Howler implants on here. And I don't need 3 slots for Revoker. I don't need the extra damage from Revoker either. Like, it's clearly adequate, right? Yeah, I just need those 2 slots. That's easy enough. Sure, let's just go with this. I don't want to make people wait for too long. Who have I not invited? You? You? Definitely not you. I don't think I've even seen that name before. I mean, clearly I have, or I wouldn't have been able to accept his invite. But... This week's playoff is awarding... I don't even look at playoffs, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I do. I'm usually... Like, I am aware, right? I am aware that it has Reaver implants. But I don't really pay attention, because, like... As a free-to-play player who does not spend all of his time grinding the game, no chance. There's no chance. Most playoff events are won by whoever makes the most A-coin purchases, right? Like, a lot of them, they usually have either upgrade stuff task or spend A-coins task, and that's what pretty much guarantees whoever wins, right? Aha. Alright. It's a 4v2. Bruh. It's a 4v2. Okay. Interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Bruh. Okay, thank you. When do you think legendary repricing is gonna come? I have no idea. I have no idea. Could be any time, could be no time. Might not even happen. I think it will, but no idea, right? Like, there's no way to know. Ah, dang it. Shouldn't have. I don't know why Tetra 8s feel kinda lackluster. Oh, well, I guess it's because I don't have a pilot, huh? That would make sense. Forgot to put one on. Would help. Would help. You're playing with another YouTuber named Tuk Tuk. Okay. That's... sure. That's cool. I'm not even gonna bother, bruh. I don't want him to see me. Now he saw me. But he was dazed, so it doesn't really matter. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. It's got me just on. Hello? Excuse. I mean, yeah, I don't blame him for spawning over there. Can you join the clan? My clan is literally just whoever joins. Like, there's no application process. I don't really control who joins. I'll kick people who are inactive, but that's about it. Certain people, there's a couple people who are inactive, but they get special treatment. Yeah, I play favorites, it's fun. What are you gonna do? That Tuk Tuk guy is very good. You see his videos? That's cool. Do you get 8 coins in place of Redeemer with promo code? No. They haven't compensated anybody for promo codes in a while. They don't, usually. I think they did, like, once or twice, but generally they don't. Can you show the ag yeah, this one. I'll spin these once I finish the event, probably, yeah. I'm not gonna be able to finish this today, probably, right? I just realized I never even used the Aegis, by the way. Open 7 implant crates. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yeah, I have to finish all of these. Wait. What? What? Oh, but I already finished one. Never mind. Okay, so I can choose not to. I was gonna say, bro, I was like, upgrade their pilot's rank 2 times. That's not gonna happen. Unless I bought another pilot, which I don't really want to do. Don't DM me in game, guys, please. I'm not gonna read it. Hold on. I have 0. Let me refresh my plants real quick. Ooh, minigun. 10 more minigun 8 blueprints. I want you guys to understand when it comes to blueprints for weapons, like 35 Viper 8, 20, 39, 36, 50, 82. Bro, my minigun 8 has all of the blueprints. It's been taking all of the blueprints. It's ridiculous. Yeah, right. This, I was gonna say, it's like there's something that I wanted to do. Yeah, I want to stop being dumb. That's what I want. Do I want cooldown or do I want reload? I'll just go with this. In fact, I might. I do have to upgrade 3 implants. So what I might do is I might upgrade some of my level 3 damage ones to level 4. So that's probably mostly where I'm going to keep them. Yeah. What are some other ones? Check, like, here. Railgun, yeah, it's level 4. Yeah, that's level 4. Both of those are 4, but they're epic. I mean, this mag is... I could upgrade the mag, though it's kind of like the least important implant. I have essentially infinite ammo, no matter how you slice it. I think it's just like 1 more, right? I'll just filter it by rare level 3. No thanks. Well, I don't really have any good options. Suppressor damage is pretty OP, though. Might do that. No, I'll just upgrade this. You don't have to do that at some point. Might as well do it now. You could definitely use another close quarters pilot, but it's a lot of work to train a new pilot. Well, yeah, but it's like, what else are you gonna do? Just not have a pilot? It's a free pilot. You may as well. And also, by the way, guys, you don't have to use it. You literally don't even have to spawn that mech in. Every pilot in your hangar, every battle, every pilot in your hangar gains XP, whether you use it or not. It has to be in the hangar that you spawn in, right? But, like, I could play the entire match and literally only use the Railgun Orion. But my missile pilot will still gain XP. It won't actually, because it's level 7, and I'd have to rank it up, but you get what I'm saying. Like, all of my pilots gain XP, whether I use them or not. So, it's not that bad. Like, it's not difficult. And, if you're really high SP, you really don't want to wait, then, you could use, like, some Acorns to force it. I think it's, like, it's only a couple thousand Acorns to, like, fully max it out, I think. So it's, like, actually not that expensive. Why not level 1 implants? Well, the implants that I have at level 1 are the implants that I really don't plan on using, to be honest. Do I have a skin for you? I do have this one. And this one. Skins are tough. Skins are tough sometimes. I'm going to start with the... Have I invited you? I don't think so. This guy. And this guy. Overdriver, the best weapon for Parasite. I'm not sure if it would be the best weapon, but it's definitely up there. The best weapon kind of depends on what the situation is, right? Like if you're playing Hangar Showdown, or if you plan to use it in like a close quarter situation, then your best option is pretty obviously like Revoker, right? How many credits for the Galvin tokens? Do you already have them? Or do you already have the pilot, I mean? I have no idea. I don't know what the compensation is. I have not logged into my other account, which does have the pilot. I'm not sure. I would imagine that I'd still get the tokens and I'd still be able to spin the event, though. It would just be that I already have the thing, so I wouldn't actually know until the very end what the compensation would be. Let's go, Disc Launcher. You're enjoying Podgun Parasite? Yeah, there's a lot of decent ones. Like, it kind of depends on how you want to use it. Parasite is... Actually, I think along with Eclipse, Parasite is one of the most versatile mechs in terms of which kinds of weapons work on it. I think almost everything can do good on it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Whole lot of nothing that just happened right there. But I can... Boom, boom. I mean, I'm taking off his layers. Boom, boom, boom. It hasn't killed anything yet, but it is kind of fun. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that actually is really sad damage. That's actually really sad damage. Holy crap. Yeah, stop that. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. No, sir. Nobody. Not today. Not right now. Not tomorrow. Not anytime. No time for you. Ah ha ha. Get out of here, nerd. Freaking autumn. You probably should wait for me. Bye. Hold it. Right now. Right now is fine. There's a cooldown modifier. Why are you waiting till the end? What? Oh, man. That's rough. That's rough. People who don't know how to chain dome probably shouldn't be using Aegis, but... Disc Launcher Orion would do... Well, okay, well, if the only good mech for it is Orion, then that's a pretty clear indicator that it's not a good weapon, right? Damn, I missed all of those. But, like, so long... I was gonna say, so long as I keep him on me. Yeah. Like, he's not gonna hit me. I'll just make sure that he doesn't. Oh, nice. Bye. Oh yeah, I forgot. My 6 is almost as strong as my 10 is right now. It's like a really small difference. How to kill 10 mechs while having less than 10% HP. Get good. Yeah, what you could do is use, like, a lot of those ones where it's like you gotta kill while taking no damage, or get beacons while taking no damage, or get kills while having, like, low HP. A lot of those are best done with, like, Aegis or Panther. You can choose to, so you identify, like, especially a bot, that has a really low damage weapon like Stasis Beam. You literally let them shoot you until you're almost dead, and then you activate your ability, and then you just be careful from then on out, only like actually going out when you have your ability ready. It doesn't need to be done in one battle. Yeah, that's true as well. I didn't assume that that was the assumption that was being made, but yeah, if you thought it needed to be done in one battle, then no. You can scrap those implants after upgrading them. That's not exactly cost effective, though. Like, you get less back. I'm essentially throwing extra implant parts away, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I could do that, but I don't really need to. And also, didn't I do it already? Scrap 7 implants, upgrade any implant 3 times. Yeah, I did that. I have to wait until for this one anyway. Like, this is going to be my main limiter, is going to be the open 7 implant crates, because I can only do that, like, at most twice a day. Which is actually going to be rough, now that I think about it. Because I get the 1 for free. I think I have to do Hangar Showdown, right? Oh, damn. So you don't even get an implant crate until there. How would I get 7 implant crates? Starting a day late is kind of rough. Whoops. I don't know why I clicked on that. Well, whatever. Let's go with this. You have 100,000. Nice. You can get assists and back kills with pods, maybe for Orion achievements. I mean, assists, I need to use beams. Like, there's a stasis beam assist achievement, so I may as well work on the like assist medals and the stasis beam assists at the same time, right? That just kind of makes sense. There's no real reason to be splitting those. In terms of back kills, I mean, my best option is probably like Stormwreck, right? Because it has a really large radius. Like, I might get some back kills with Podgun, but I don't think many. Didn't you spin the credit crate rush? Which one? The one for, like, Oracle? I did a couple times, but I didn't actually get it. I didn't get the thing. Oh, so is this all bots? No. What did my boy do? Oh, he's up there. That's what my boy do. Oh, hi. My boy dead. Is that what he do? My boy do the dead. Yeah, your kill shot. Don't me. This poor guy. See, this is what Aegis teammates should be doing. Giving cover. I know the bot is just spamming his ability whenever he can, but sometimes that is the way to go. The battle pass helps for credits. Yeah. Oh, you right. Hey, let's go. Oh! I actually can't believe I killed him with that, bro. What? I'll take it. I mean, this is probably my last... Okay. Probably my last rodeo right here. Ain't gonna happen. I'm cooked. No, please. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm surprised I killed that Seeker, though. I'll 100% take that, bro. Oh, hold on. Let me just kill this guy real quick. Theoretically, he's going to be the bigger problem out of all of them. say theoretically, because he's died a lot in the past 30 seconds. You guys kill him? Maybe? No, is he? Okay. Jeez. These spots, bro. They are special, that is for sure. They are certainly special. Should you spin the Galvin crate? It's a free pilot, bro. Yeah, sure. So long as you keep up with the events, you'll get all the tokens. Double Tetra 10 Panther be worth it? It would be really good, yeah. I think Graviton's technically going to be better, but Tetra Rifle's like better for other stuff, right? Like, you're not going to use Panther forever, so when you eventually do take it out, you're going to be glad that you have Tetra Rifle instead of Graviton, most likely. The Galvin crate is just rigged? Well, I mean, yeah, it's rigged to try to make sure that, like, you have to complete all the events. Yeah, like, that's how crate rushes used to always be. And also, again, so long as you keep up with it, you get all the tokens for free, so it's not really a problem. I don't know if you saw, but you can get implant crates for the tasks from the battle pass if you haven't claimed them all yet. I think I have. Yeah, I have. I don't usually hold on to them for any reason. Because there's, like, literally never... Unless I bought the battle pass, but I'm not going to buy it. Yeah, I'm going to get this skin. Yeah, I don't... Like, there's, like, pretty much never a task for that, so I never really... outside of the daily tasks, right? There's never really a task for that, so I had no reason to keep them. Which weapon for Redeemer? Like, literally exclusively only works with Storm Rack. That's... Or Missile Rack, if you want to go that route. It's quite literally pretty much the only weapon that actually does good on it. Pod Gun and Disc Launcher could be okay as well. Revoker. Tell me you have mods access without telling me you have mods access. It's the easiest prediction in the world, bro. Nobody should be using Revoker or Redeemer if they have no mods on it. L. Okay, I don't think I've invited you. You? Let's just do two. Let's just do two. Gemini, true, but I assumed he was talking about free-to-play weapons. Maybe he wasn't, but that's fair. What's the token compensation? No idea. If you already have the pilot, then I guess that's worth asking. If you don't have the pilot, then just get the pilot, bro. Close quarters pilots are probably the most valuable. Close quarters and missiles. Like, close quarter pilots and missile pilots. Like, those are the two weapon categories that have always been meta. Always. There's always been at least one meta weapon that was close quarters and at least one meta weapon that's missile. Always. And is it going to stay that way? Maybe not. Right? And maybe not. But it's a safe bet. It's a safe bet that they're always going to be useful. In the battle pass, is the Orion skin better or the Stormrack Radius better? I mean, if you want value, you obviously go for the implant, right? Because that actually gives you something that you can use. But I don't care that much. I like the skin, so I'm just going to take the skin, because why not? I don't think Stormrack Radius is really an implant that does a whole lot. So long as you have decent aim, you don't need it. Howler 16, Savant 16, Disruptor 16, all of those are bad. Man, nobody wants to join me. Well, none of the people who haven't joined yet. Hello to you too. Moharshita. I'm left with only MVP task and Accolade. 21 of 25 just need a few more matches. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Are you Shadow Mind? I'll invite you. Are nades good on Parasite? I mean, you could make them work. Like I said, like, Eclipse and Parasite, I think, are two of, like, the most versatile mechs out there. You could make anything work on it. Is it going to be optimal? Probably not. Let's start with this. Panther's such a good start on this map, though. Also, no, okay. That's 3v3. I was gonna say, is it 4v3? I'm not adding friends, Garwol, sorry. I've been seeing your thing, but I don't plan on adding friends, and figured it was easier to just ignore it than to say no. Boom, boom. Oh, yeah, he should not have strayed past his blockade like that. Such a bad idea. I'm going for it, boys. Protect. Protect. Oh, there's a secret. I actually didn't even realize that, bro. Alright then, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Hopefully, what do I don't think we have a Lancer on the top, so I'll be the Lancer on the top. But we do need at least one guy to be semi-aggro toward the thingy thing. Thingy thing being bacon. He's gonna want cover, so I'm just gonna do that. Opus, poor soul. Yeah, that's why you don't spawn on center. My boy. L. We need you to, like, grab stealth or something and make your way to the center. We need something. My boys are an Orion. Yeah, grab that man's stealth and freaking make your way to the center. My boys are an Orion and a Mimicker. There's zero chance, bro. Let's see. Who do I... Okay. I legitimately, and I'm not even joking, I looked to see who he was linked to see if it was worth just sacrificing him for the sake of the kill. It might have been. You never know. You never know, okay? Hey, nice. Nice, you got it. Nice. Nice. They're losing mechs, so, like, obviously, it's harder for them to keep up right now. They can't continue being super aggro. Well, it was a nice capture. It was a nice capture. Yeah. Now, it's tough. Like, being passive and playing like this where you go for the take back, as opposed to being aggro like they were. Being aggro usually does pay off, especially late game. Like, late game being aggro is kind of the only way to win. I am a naturally passive player. I am not very aggro very often. And I would say that I'm pretty good at it, but it's one thing I will say. Very, very risky way to play. Incredibly risky way to play. Ooh, I got a crate. Oh, bro, imagine I got more minigun aid implant. Or blueprints. Having dinner, okay, that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. You got the Parasite from the Crate Rush. Nice. Revoker or Overdriver? Well, it depends on what you plan on using it for, right? I mean, you just, okay. And I mean this with all respect. You just gotta think it through. Right? Hey, Frank. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Yeah, so, like, Revoker versus Overdrive, you just gotta think it through. So it's, like, a matter of, like, obviously each one has pros and cons. Do you either take really good damage, but at really close range, or less damage, still good damage, but less damage at longer range, right? So it depends on, do you think you're going to be using it, like how much do you think you're going to need the range, right? That's the trade-off. You're trading damage for range. That's essentially what this weapon is doing. Overdriver versus Revoker, you're trading damage for range. Either one way or the other. And so it's obviously more damage is always good, so it's a matter of how much do you think you need the range. If you don't think you need it that much, go with Revoker. If you think you're really going to need it, go with Overdrive. In a close quarters situation, Revoker's going to win every time, obviously. I mean, if you're linked to the guy, then they'll just kill themselves, but like, you get what I'm saying. Revoker Stormrack. I would get Stormrack first. I think it's the safer weapon, especially if you don't have mods on stuff. It's really easy for people to... It's really easy for people to just out-level you, outperform you in terms of just raw stats. Like, a Revoker Brawl comes strictly down to who has more HP, essentially. Who has more HP, who has more firepower. If you're a free-to-play player, especially if you don't have access to Revoker, like you're just now getting access to Revoker, you're more likely not going to have the best Revoker build out there. More than likely, anybody else with Revoker is probably going to be stronger than you. So I think Stormrack is the safer option. You should get both, obviously. You should get both. But it's a matter of which one you get first. And I would go with Stormrack first. What's the next free-to-play weapon? Dreadshot? Well, it should have been Dreadshot before Tetra Rifle, so at this point, I actually don't even know. It should be, yes, so and I said this earlier, it should be Dreadshot, and then Tetra Rifle, and then Strike Rocket, and then Blast RPG, and then Gemini, I'm pretty sure. But for the sake of, oh geez, I didn't even realize my man's SP. Yeah, fair enough. He's probably not going to join. And if he does join, it's going to be a bad time. But yeah, for the sake of argument and for the sake of just making it easier, I did add a section in Discord. I have this, I have a section in my Discord server that's just called, what is it called? MA Info and Notes, I believe. Yeah, MA Info and Notes. It's just a forum where I'll post different information that I think is valuable. So it's got, for example, it has like the Mech Arena Master Database link in there. It has the upgrade calculator link in there. It has the order of release of all the stuff in there, so that we know roughly which thing's going to be free to play next. It has my latest, like my most up-to-date tier lists and Gear Hub guide, which I will remake those at some point as well. But it has those in there. Just relevant information that people ask a lot. The fact that he's marked and it still took a full mag is actually wild. Wow. Yeah, those are just Javelin 8s, by the way. Actually did some decent damage. I want to upgrade my Javelin 8s at some point. Just because I think it'd be fun. Yeah, no, that's... Just, you know, he didn't kill me because the rocket got inside. He killed me because he just really wanted to. It's just like, he felt like probably he should have been able to kill me, so he just did, yeah. Logic, what's that? I never heard of it. Bro, this game sometimes. I mean, obviously, someone's gonna try to tell me, like... I don't care what happened, bro. All I know is that I didn't like it. That's all I know. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Boom. 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 What? Oh, come on, bruh. I am so close to killing him, too. This guy. More important question, though. More important question. How are you such an old player that you have Neymar, but you're so freaking bad that you're not even, like, 6k SP at least? It's actually sad. How do people manage to stay such low SP for such a long time? And if you're not trying, then sure, whatever, but I think most people are trying. Just failing a lot. Ow. Stop. Is that Deathwalker gonna come back or no? No, he's not. Okay. It's gonna respawn right there. I'll just kill him. Easy. So where's the... Yeah, Pancakes, where the frick his name is. I'm gonna mess him up, bro. He's a bad person. I don't like him. I'm bad and sad, too. I can relate. That's crazy. Like, for real, though, you quit in 2022, came back in 2024. Okay, like, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair, but still, it's wild. It's wild that you haven't, like, certain people have that pilot, like, maxed out. Clearly, they've played a lot. And they're, like, barely any SP. Like, I understand that it wasn't... Like, nowadays, it's easier to progress than it used to be, but still... I thought I EMP'd that guy. Guess not. Get back here, Pancreas. I did hit him. He's... I wouldn't say weak, but he's not exactly strong. Yeah. Someone tell you which is better for Panther, Overdriver 10, Podgun 10, or Tetra Rifle 10. Problem is that it's very new. You really shouldn't be worrying too much about Panther. Like, the best weapon for Panther is Graviton 10. But, like, you probably shouldn't bother getting that. Because you're not going to use Panther forever. Right? This guy's 18k. Bruh, he's 7,000 SP. That's wild. Okay. I was saying, how is he not really strong? But, I mean, he is really strong. That's the thing. That's wild. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. And he's got an absolute gamer Panther. I take it back. Most of it back. I still don't like you. You're still a piece of crap. But... I take part of it back. What was it saying? Yeah, so for Panther, the best weapon's Graviton Beam, but you're not going to use Panther forever, so at that point, it's a matter of, like, getting weapons that are gonna do well on other stuff later. And so then I'd say Podgun, Tetra Rifle, Overdriver, they're all pretty equal. I would say all of them, depending on which one you think you'd like more. I think I would say all of them are relatively even in terms of performance. If you're already using, like, a Railgun Orion, then I probably wouldn't bother with Tetra Rifle. Just because, like, doubling down on snipers is not really the greatest idea. If you don't have Railgun, then you probably should get at least one sniper, so getting Tetra Rifle is not a bad idea. Why would I unfriend you? I just unfriend certain people. If they're spamming my DMs and being annoying, if that's what you were doing, then yeah, I unfriended you. If you were just offline for a long time, then I probably also unfriended you. Look, my guy, okay. This doesn't end well for you, right? There's no scenario in which you bring that question up, and you force me to address this question, and you end up looking like the good guy, right? At very best, people would just assume that you've been offline for a long time and you're making a big deal out of it. But at worst, people would assume that you're just being really annoying. So, if I unfriend you, it's because I had a reason. It's not just because it's like, oh, I just decided I don't like this guy. No, I had a reason. I always had a reason. You do have Railgun Nights with Orion, but you're gonna buy Tetra because I have a lot of credits and you like Tetras. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, you can double down on it. I just, if you're asking for my advice, right? If you were to ask my own personal advice, I would say, yeah, don't do it. Maybe you don't care about maybe you don't need my advice. Maybe you're just gonna do your own thing. That's fine. I don't care. You should do your own thing, like, for the most part. But I'm not gonna, like, tailor my advice for you specifically, right? Like, whatever's best is whatever's best, whether you like it or not, right? You were offline, yeah. Yeah. If you're offline for even like 5 days, like if you're offline for 5 days straight, there is a non-zero chance that I will unfriend you. Not guaranteed. And also, like, don't DM me asking to, like, if you're gonna DM me at being like, hey, please don't unfriend me, I'm gonna be offline for a while. Maybe I'll remember, but, like, just because you asked me to doesn't mean I'm gonna keep you on my friends list for the rest of time. What makes you think you're allowed to choose your own friends on your own account? Have you lost your mind? It's a good question. It's a very good question, actually. Can you buy autocannon too? No, there's not a reason. There's not a reason. I can't think of any reason to do it. But maybe at some point there's going to be like a upgrade something, and at that point, yeah, maybe I end up buying autocannon too just to upgrade it a bunch of times. There's like upgrade tasks quite often on playoff events. The problem is just that, yeah, upgrade extra weapons, right? The problem is that the top guy, like, I'm guaranteed to not be the richest person in the room, right? So there's a 0%. I'm not even going to be generous. There is a 0% chance that I get this top prize. But if there was one where it's like there's a decent 2 and 3 position, I might do it just to shoot for like the top 3. I'd be okay with that. I would consider doing that if there was some good stuff in the number 3 spot. But the only one worth going for is the first one. Absolutely no chance that I'm ever going to get that as a free-to-play player, or even if it wasn't free-to-play, bro, there's like guaranteed there's going to be somebody with more money than me. I'm broke, so like I'll plan on spending, like, even if I was going to spend some, I wouldn't spend much. Play with MD. I'll rank up my MD at some point. My extra A coins, because I'm saving 3100, right? But the A coins that I have extra are going to go toward a Stalker rank up. I think that's actually going to be a really good weapon for Tetra Rifle 8. And I'll probably make its own video. I'll probably make that its own video. Will there be a cost reduction for Legendary? I have no idea. I would assume so, but, like, I wouldn't know. And if I did, then I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway. Like, I wouldn't be allowed to say. Fusion Cannon and Viper maxed variant. Wait, what? There was a max. Yeah. I mean, maxed rare mechs are not uncommon for me to see. I'll see a few of those. Ares is probably the most common maxed rare mech. Have you ever seen Tetra in a competitive setting? Like a top competitive where, like, I'm actually legitimately fighting for my life? No. I've used it in a competitive setting in the sense that we were, oh, it's 5v5, let's go. I've used it in a competitive match that we were like, yeah, we think me and my clan were up against another team that like didn't have a lot of experience, so we figured it was gonna be like kind of easy. Like no disrespect to them, no disrespect to them, because we're in that position now, right? Like pretty much any competitive team could body us at this point because we have exactly 0 practice in the past 6 months. Hey, Aegis boy, back me up. Okay, we're getting out. This way. You shouldn't just stand there and take it like a champion. And also, you know, when we're going for center, I don't know. Maybe all 5 of us is not fully necessary, guys. This is why I don't play in teams. Oh gosh. You guys don't know how to play in a team. Did it require all of us to go to the middle, though? Like, actually, we're gonna lose. We had 1 beacon. We lost our home beacon. We're gonna lose our other one. If we come back from this, then I will apologize, but I don't think so. Okay. I don't want to lose my shield. My shield's the only thing keeping this guy from one-shotting me. I can... Yeah, I'm not going to kill him, but he's not going to kill me. Why would there be a cheetah compensation? What do you mean? Cheetah for, the daily login cheetah. Yeah, there is a compensation for that. They don't do compensation for promo codes, so at least they haven't in a while. I'm not really sure why. It probably has something to do with the fact that it's a promo code. But... yeah, they haven't done it in a while. Oh, I'm actually going to kill him with that. Let's go. Redeemer and Guardian, worth it for endgame. No, I wouldn't recommend them, no. Redeemer can be okay in, like, Hangar Showdown. If, like, that's kind of the only thing I use it for. I own Redeemer. I have Redeemer. And it's really, really nice for Hangar Showdown, but that's the only thing I use it for. Ouch. Please? Ooh. Get off my boy. Lay off my boy. Also, Minigun Seeker. Are we dead ass? I'm so dead. I need to just spawn something. Yeah. I should have gone with the Zephyr. But instead, I wasted my Redeemer, which is what I should have... Yeah, it's so bad. Hey! Pokey pokey! Donuts, man! Oh, well, yeah. What did I tell you, fellas? Okay, look. When I want backup for a beacon, it's just one guy, okay? It's just one guy. I don't need the full team. We did pretty decent on influence. We kept the 3 beacons for a while, but... man, look. It doesn't take... it doesn't take the whole household, okay? That was sad. It was really sad. Single disc 16 on you just looks cursed, yeah. Double 8s would be better, but yeah, I mean, look, I'll use it. I don't care. Now I can use this as an excuse to not bother getting disc 8. If not at all, then just for a really long time, right? You got Orion, should you max long arm 8 and use it or get railgun? Maxed long arm 12s work just as well as railgun 8s. So, like, you'd have to max out essentially what I'm saying is, yo, Juggalo, dude, thank you. Happy belated birthdays, much appreciated. I am not her, but you know what? I appreciate it anyway. Uh, but yeah, so essentially, in terms of the long arm thing, long arm is not that great compared to railgun. Like railgun, just the base level railgun 8 is gonna perform better than even maxed long arm 10s. Is what I'm trying to say. 211, yeah, as well. Thank you for the 211. Absolute gamer. You have 8,000 A coins. Can you buy Eclipse now or wait for a legendary reduction? I have no idea if or when a legendary reduction is going to happen, but I have before theorized that it probably would happen in January. Like, if they're going to do it at all, I think they're going to do it after the holidays, for sure. Because the holidays are when people are going to be spending the most amount of money. It doesn't make sense for them to reduce the costs while people are spending a lot of money, right? They'd want to. So what they're going to want to do from a business perspective, the smart thing to do would be to wait until everybody spends all their money on for the holidays and then reduce the prices so they spend even more money because stuff is cheaper now, right? So I think that's how they're going to do it. I think they're going to at very least wait until sometime next year. I'm not sure when, but that's my prediction. If Gemini becomes free to play, are you going to get more than one? By the time Gemini becomes free to play, it's going to be like 4 months or something, right? Theoretically. Dreadshot, Strike Rocket, Blast RPG should all be first. So it's at least 3 weapons that should come first. I don't know. No, I don't think I will. This is a thing that people. This is a thing that I generally recommended against. And a thing that is really going to bite a lot of people in the butt is doubling down on stuff that's really strong. Like we talked about, like the video that I made talking with Pasha. We were talking. He mentioned a system that would regularly mix up the meta, and this is the thing. So if you're doubling down on what's currently meta, then that means you're even more of your hanger is going to be potentially useless when the meta changes. I don't think you should double down on anything, especially if you're at lower SP. If you want to be like a top level competitive player, then you kind of have to. That's fair. Go ahead. But if you're lower SP, especially if you're free to play, just doing whatever, I would not double down on anything. I wouldn't even double down on the same type of thing for the most part, right? Like doubling down on guided type weapons, like using Strike Rocket or Helix Rack and Gemini in the same hand, or Helix Rack and like Rocket Mortar, for example. Like they could be okay, but you don't really want 2 of that type of thing in your hanger. You don't really want 2 snipers in your hanger. You don't necessarily want 2 burst missile weapons in your hanger. You could, but I generally recommend staying away from that, because anything that might make one of them bad is going to make 2 of them bad. And this doesn't just apply to game rebalances. This applies to just general gameplay, just at all, right? Like if somebody rushes you with a scout of some kind, then having 2 sniper builds, which they could do good damage, but like they have low RPM and generally not a whole lot of DPS. Like having 2 sniper builds, that's essentially 2 builds that are really bad. And it's like the same applies to a lot of things. It could depend on like the map. It could depend on the enemies. It could depend on all sorts of things. And again, like that essentially means if something happens to make one of your builds bad, that actually makes 2 of your builds bad if you doubled down on it. 3 of them if you tripled down on it. There are some things that are more safe to go for than others. Like close quarters and missiles are generally safe. I think every single I think every single meta has had at least one close quarters or missile weapon that's been fairly meta, if not top meta. So that's a safe one to go for. If you want to do that, that's fine. But I would still, I'd recommend staying away from like doubling down, especially now that we know at some point they're going to be mixing stuff up. Why don't you upgrade minigun? Because it's going to be so expensive. Like, in order to get it to rank 5, to make it as good as my, overdriver, I'd have to get it to rank 5, which would cost me, like, I don't know, 4,000 acorns at least, I think. And if I wanted to duplicate the 10s, it'd cost me even more. It's extremely expensive. And the result would simply be that I have a weapon that's just as good as what I already have. So, like, I may as well not. At some point I want to, because I love minigun, but I may as well not. I don't even have a heavy-duty pilot, so that's another good reason not to. Gold battle pass worth getting. If you don't have Orion yet, then probably. Don't spam, by the way. One weapon from each category is a good idea for free-to-play. Not necessarily from each category, but yeah. Yeah. It's gonna invite 4 people, probably 2 or more join. If someone buys you Acoins or something and gifts it to you, would you still be considered free to play? I mean, I didn't spend any money, so yeah, I would consider myself free to play. But I'm a fair person, right? I'm a fair person. If I don't even like, I'm glad that to the point where I'm glad that I didn't get like Parasite, for example, from that Crate Rush event. I don't even think I attempted it. Did I get any free tokens? I don't remember. But I'm glad I didn't get it, because that would have actually messed things up. Because a lot of people aren't going to get it. I'm a fair person, so if I ended up, like, if somebody gifted me, like, 4,000 Acoins, which, by the way, did happen right at the beginning of my account, I spent it on pretty much useless crap. I spent it on Fuse Mortar 8. There was this weird offer for Acoins that gave me a Mortar Pilot, Faye, Epic Mortar Pilot, and Fuse Mortar 8 for like 3,000 plus Acoins. And so I just spent it on that. It was kind of fun for a little bit, but ultimately, like, it's not a thing that I use anymore. It didn't carry me through any matches, really. It was just a thing that I had, right? So if it did happen for whatever reason, which, like, please don't, by the way. But if it did happen, then I'd just spend it on something random. Something random and pointless. I'd try to make the most use out of it. Or, like, get the most entertainment out of it as I could. I wouldn't waste it, though. Because, like, technically I could just, like, let it sit in my inbox and then not claim it for forever, but that's pretty disrespectful to the person who sent it. Ow. Ow. Sure, you guys can have that. Those Geminis are gonna hit me, aren't they? Yeah, the bots, they time their shots. Like, they know exactly when your shield's gonna go down, and they'll fire their, like, javelins or mortars or Geminis or whatever, to where as soon as your shield goes down is when the thing, like, it just barely makes it through, is essentially what I'm saying. Like, the bots know, they know how to do that, and they'll do that every time. It's crazy. Yay! Credits. I need credits, bro. Railgun or podgun? If you have Orion, then get railgun. Podgun's probably better if not, though. The whole match was sniper spam? Yeah. Yeah. Well, because, like, at this SP, probably the best build, like, one of the best builds that you can make is Railgun Orion. And then Tetra Rifle is, like, a new weapon, so people are also using that. But it was just bots. I'm trying to do quests. Why, what are you trying to do? MVPs? Hold on. If you're trying to get MVPs, bro, I'll just invite you, and I'll get you MVPs, and I'll do it. I'll do it with an OP build. Revoker Deathwalker good? Yeah, for like, especially for like smaller maps or like the Hangar Showdown mode, but the scouts work better, like the dash scouts work a lot better with Revoker. Is the gold battle pass worth getting? I already answered that, and I am gonna time you out for 30 minutes, because I answered that, but you just kept spamming it. When did sprinting get added? It, like, pretty much forever. It's literally been there forever. You could swear it didn't exist until the Neymar pilot. No, it existed long before then. You just never used it, I guess. Grandma, you need MVP? Okay. Well, you know what I need? Stasis beam assists. So, I got you. And I'll just use... Well, I don't really have anything. Yeah, whatever. Who is it? What the frick is your name? Gray Metal, what's your in-game name? Okay, okay. Do I have Gemini? I do not. Can Tetra do good on Eclipse? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things can do good on Eclipse. You need 4 more MVPs? Okay. I'll try to do you guys separately, just so you can get as many as you can. Oh, jeez, okay. It's assistant time. But, ha! Bro's got that. Bro's got suppressor Eclipse. Let's go. I don't know if you about to get an MVP with a slingshot, but we'll find out. Bzz. Did he die? Oh, okay. Wait, he was never the slingshot, was he? Why did I think he was the slingshot? Let's go this way. It's got 2 kills, 2 beacons. If you want, I mean, that's probably 2 beacons, honestly, is probably enough for MVP on its own. If you want multiple, you probably should go with something else now. taking that assist. I will take it if so. Hello? Oh, okay. That's great. He's got the monster skin too. Look at that. I approve. I approve of this message. Oh no. Ah! Okay, that's awkward. Poke, poke, poke. Okay. How do I get mod parts? Hangar Showdown or weekly tasks? That is it. Ow. Oh, this guy. What's he have? Yeah, you probably have enough. If you got all of those with 2, you probably have enough for a 3rd. Well, maybe. It's a lot of other players as well. How's this one? Oh, this one guy's got so much damage, this guy. He's definitely gonna get one. He's probably been in that the entire time. Hi. Oh. Stream is 5 FPS at times? That's crazy. Anybody else having that problem, or is it just this guy? You too? Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know what I can do about that. How often is it a thing? Is it a thing that's like happening relatively often? It's not, this guy says. Add you in a game, player? I'm pretty sure I invited you a lot of times, but you didn't join. How many more do you need? Gray metal, let me just, Timo's in a battle. He needs a couple more. It's a bit laggy every 30 seconds. Damn. Let's see. Says frames. Says drop frames 0. Let's check this. Very interesting. Yeah, I might have to. I have it on like really low latency just so that there's not so much stream delay. I might crank that. I might allow it to be a little bit higher. I think that would put less strain on my thing for future streams. It's just a thing that I'll keep in mind later. He's in a battle. I'll get him next time, I guess. Did you say how many more you needed? I didn't see it. Well. Recently returned to Mech Arena. It's really hard to progress, just started a new account. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you've been away for a long time. The meta's very different as of 2 years ago. Glad you're finding Alpha, though. Aiden, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. on your end? I don't know. Well, if some people are getting it and some people aren't, then it's definitely a thing on your end. It's like it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible to not get it if it was something on my end. Everyone should be getting it. That's why I asked. But if everyone is getting it, which it does kind of sound like everybody's getting it, then that's a thing on my end. Ow? Excuse? Oh. Hello? Do you mind? Take that, thanks. Cooldown modifier. It's gonna make this be easy, I think. Ah, I got the kill, let's go. It's too OP, I just can't help myself. I'm trying to get assists, but it's just too OP. Clearly. I'm gonna stay on this side. There's gonna be a bot eventually that comes down that end. Probably a bot before player, but maybe a player as well. Oh yeah. No! No, please! No, please! Beam before he... Okay, that lag was on my end, by the way. That was like actual game lag. Well, I never. Ember gun salver. Why though? Why you like this? Why do you like this? Why are you the way that you are? How long am I gonna stream? Not sure. Not sure. I don't really have a set end time in mind. I don't usually. Well, it depends on how quickly I get bored. I want to at least finish a couple of these events, though. Get the tokens for the pilot. That's him. Oh, I got him now. Okay. I was gonna say, I just wanted to kill that guy. Bro is rank 3. Okay. Excuse. Yeah, thanks. When did you get ads? I started putting them on relatively recently. I've always had the option. I just never added them. I don't know how annoying they are. Some people say they're not annoying, some people say they're annoying. I think I removed them last time. I forgot that it was even a thing. I forgot that I had them on. What are you doing, pal? That's fine. Because bots always use build of champions. True. You've only gotten 1 assist with Orion. 1 assist award. That's crazy. All you need is, what, 2 assists in the same match? I think so. Railgun answer Tetra rifle? I mean, Railgun's better for Orion. Tetra's better for anything else. I couldn't use that redeemer code and now it says invalid. That's interesting. Do you think it's expired already? Who hasn't used it? Who hasn't used it? I doubt it's expired already. Shouldn't be. You gotta go? Okay, bye-bye. Probably watch it tomorrow. Yeah, fair enough. When Striker? I have no idea, bro. Probably like 3-ish months. Or like... No, I think maybe 2. Yeah, Dreadshot and then Strike Rocket, I think. Reacher invite you now. I'm trying to invite people who are they're looking for MVPs. Crap. Didn't mean to invite that guy. He's probably not going to join though because he's 6,000. It should say expired. If it expired, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Some people, I was getting a lot of people were saying like it didn't work. I don't know what the problem is. If it doesn't work, then what I would do is I think you can do it on their website. There's a place on their website to do it. You just gotta like sign in with like your Macarena ID or something like that. So yeah, I would do it that way. If it's not working any other way. Oh, this will be easy. You're gonna go for a while? Okay, bye-bye. Gamer. Fusion cannon. I wonder what level fusion cannon would get the same damage as, like... Oh, that's unfortunate. Excuse me. Why are the bots so mean? Did he die? He died already, okay. How many, what does he have? 2 bacon, 1 kill. Okay, I'll just try to make sure that I get less than that. I mean, 2 bacon. Pretty easy. I wouldn't, like, full send it. Because you're probably gonna die. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm coming. My man is on a mission to die. His self-preservation is wild. Lack of. I'll keep that for him. Not for you. That wasn't yours. It wasn't supposed to be anyway. It is now. Oh. 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 Oh yeah, I'm really good at not killing stuff. Except for this, I'm killing that. I would've. Make me. This spot's going on rampage. What happens when you get a blueprint for a maxed out mech? It's just there, you can't use it. You'll still get them, though. You'll still get them. That's pretty bad. What MVPs did you get? 1. Bruh. Yeah, I'm crazy, he says. And then also says, I need MVPs. Why am I not getting MVPs? I'm not gonna change the way I play, though. Well, maybe that's a problem. That bot was stealing your kills? Well, you were also full sending it for kind of no reason. You also need MVPs? Okay. You... and you. I'm gonna try my best to not get MVPs. I'll just be assisting. You guys, between the two of you, you probably each get 1 MVP. That's fine. So you can focus more on just like 1 or 2 as opposed to, yeah, trying to get all 3. If you need help getting an MVP, you should try Roblox, because this game is not for you, this guy. That's a crazy thing to say. Oh. No, it's fine. Stasis Beam Orion's pretty OP. There's a stealthy something. in the over there direction. I'll mess you up, pal. Don't make me. This guy's already freaking cooked. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's try it. Freaking try it. Oh. I didn't realize he could hit me from there. The other guy couldn't. Bots just somehow lock in when you don't need them to. Yeah. And that's kind of true. What's the ball, boys? Get up. He's behind you, Dreadnought guy. Dreadnought guy, please. Please. Help me, Obi-Wan Dreadnought guy. You're my only hope. Why? Are you blind? Yeah, probably. Probably, if I had to guess. If I were a betting man, I would hedge my bets on yeah, probably. Hey, yeah, fair enough. Wait, was that a maxed pilot? So many guys in there. Wonder if that was a maxed pilot. Max legendary pilot with like single OP weapon on low rank OP mech. Pretty good indicator that somebody's tanking. The pilot especially. Is he tanking? I don't know. Maybe. We are so dead, by the way. I don't know what you fellas been doing, but it ain't been working, that's for sure. Oh, one of our guys, teammate's got 7 kills. Maybe he gets an MVP. That's more than my net worth. Okay, at least he got the Tengu MVP. What was going on, guys? You've been waiting the whole day for this stream? Well, hello. It's been 2 hours. Clearly you weren't waiting the whole day. No, it's fine. I hope it gets removed. Wait, hope what? It gets removed? Oh, the map? Oh, come on. Don't blame the loss on the map. Oh my god, don't be like that. That's cringe. That's cringe. Tetra Rifle 8 and Howler 8, which is better with Surge? I mean, they both kind of have the same number of project. I'd probably go with the Tetra Rifle. I wouldn't use either one on Surge, but Tetra Rifle's the better weapon. Alright, let's try that again. Take 2. I don't know what happened last time, but I was there when it happened, and that's a fact. Yeah. Timeout 24 hours. Don't self-promo on my channel, bruh. It's the equivalent of people trying to do the everyone ping in my Discord server. It's like, people are not congregated there for your benefit, okay? People aren't there for you. Super cringe. Should buy legendary pilots? I will I don't know. I probably will at some point, but pilots are kind of like one of the last things to get, to be honest. I mean, implants are the last things to get, but pilots are not. Because, like, epic ones do fine. Like, obviously, in a max meta scenario, you're not going to see anybody with an epic pilot, but, like, that's, be honest, completely unachievable. Like, max meta is completely unachievable for a free-to-play player. It's just not going to happen. So I don't have to worry about that. Epic pilots work fine. Up until, like, even, like, 10,000 SP, which, like, as... Is this account even gonna get to 10,000 SP? I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. So I think epics are fine. If it gets to a point where it's like, I have everything and there's nothing else to really spend A-coins on, then sure. But I don't think it's necessary at the moment. I don't think it's necessary in the nearest future, anyway. Alpha boy, bro. Alpha getting clapped. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, OP, OP. Yeah, get this beacon, bro. I don't want the beacon in case I get an MVP on accident. I mean, I doubt it. I have a disc launcher freaking Aegis, but it's worth showing. Just in case, right? Oh yeah, look at this guy. Absolute nerd. And now his is gonna last a second longer than mine. But I don't care, I can kill him one shot. Yeah. Where it did that guy needs to lose a problem. He needs to go. Okay. Where's the last guy? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, wow. It's pretty, it's pretty sad. Hey, fella. Hey, fella. Boop, 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 boop. This guy doesn't even know what's happening. Oop! I almost fell into the water. I actually wasn't really paying attention. I realized that I almost fell down, but I didn't realize there was, like, I forgot there was water back there. I got him! Well, that one was mine. Could you stop, please? Bruh. I have 4 kills, 1 beacon. From what, though? From what, though? Certainly not this. I think I've only got 1 kill with this. OP. You also need so many MVPs for the event, or just for, like, your achievements or some bullcrap like that? I ain't working on your achievements, my guy. You gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Playoff events worth trying to win? Almost never, no. They almost always go to whoever spends the most money. Like, if you just look at it, if you see an event, or if you see a task that has something to do with spend A-coins or spend resources of some kind, upgrade mechs or weapons, that just means if someone wanted to, they could spend $5,000 and guarantee that they win. And somebody's always going to be willing to do that because there's a bunch of A-coins there. There's always someone willing to spend more money than you. Same thing with, like, this one. Upgrade the rank of something. That's, yeah. That's pretty bad. Use credits, use A-coins. Again, whoever has the most money to burn on that sort of thing, guaranteed they win. So no, I wouldn't even, like, attempt to... I wouldn't even attempt to win those playoff events. It's not worth it. Oh, that's right. This is a guided thing. Oh, and I got the disc launch. I could work on that. That's great. I was worrying about it yesterday. Yesterday, I was talking in Discord. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do about these freaking events, the guided tasks, because I literally only have Helix Rack. Upgrade the rank of a guided type weapon. Imagine I ranked up my disc 16 and then I used 2 on, what's its face, Paragon. That'd be OP, bro. It would be OP. Wait, do I need to finish all of these? I don't think I do, right? So it's 40, 60, 80, 100. Yeah, no, I don't need it. I don't have to rank up anything. MVP with the... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. It would still be worth doing, like, Disc Launcher 16 plus Disc Launcher 8 on, like, Paragon or something would actually be kind of baller. But some other time, maybe. Didn't let you spawn a mech, you had to spawn a different one. Yes, Sanjay had that issue. I've had that issue before, but it was a long time ago. Tetra 8 or Pod 8? I'd go with Pod Gun. Don't spam that question, though. Okay. Timo, how many more do you need? Did you get one last time? I legit was not paying attention. Reacher, how many more do you need? I'm gonna invite only 2 people. Because I don't want you guys, like, fighting for MVPs. Ideally, like, each of you get one. Is that Juggalo guy a hacker? He has, like, 11,000 chat XP. You get XP for donations as well. I think there's a limit to it, but you get some. You don't know, you didn't see, okay, but you didn't complete it, so, yeah, still need some. Why do you not like Killshot? Because it's dumb. Obviously. Any other questions? A moderator in your Mech Arena chat is literally tanking? Yeah, it's unfortunate, but sometimes happens. Is it somebody in Flu? If somebody in Flu is tanking, I'll probably talk to Nihilus about it. There's like nothing I can do about it. Tanking is frowned upon, but it's technically allowed. That's why, like, I will never take action, like, on the basis of, like, my channel, right? Like, I'll never ban you on my YouTube chat or whatever. I'll never ban you or time you out or do anything like that because you're tanking. I don't agree with tanking, but I will never ban you or anything because of it. I might unfriend you because of it in-game, but who I have in my friends list is completely up to me. And I can do whatever the frick I want with that. So, yeah, you'd make me cry about it. But yeah, I'm never gonna, like... Hi. You realize this just makes it easier for me to take an MVP away from you, right? Should have just taken it. But it's not really an actionable offense, tanking. I think it's really bad, it's really cringe, but it's not technically an actionable offense. Flu has way too many griefers. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Like, I'm not really sure what that means. I'm definitely dead. Definitely dead. But I'm not surprised. Flu is not necessarily a, they're not a popular clan among the late game community. Because they tend to not like the meta. Which is like a pretty big turn off, obviously. Gonna do customs? No, I didn't plan on doing customs. Why? Disc 16 does a lot of damage if you are level. No, bro, it takes a full magazine and I don't even kill anything. What do you mean? It doesn't do that much damage. Okay. I was prepared to kill him. No, I had it. I could do it. You have to trust me on that. Oh no, he's got an assist for that. Man, come on. Behave. Please. Just make it easy. Make it easy for me, okay? Look. It's fine. It's fine. Can we do custom? No, I'm not doing customs. Why world using stasis beam? It's an achievement. And I'm just trying to help people get assists. I need assists with stasis beam, so, I mean, it's a great way to help people get MVPs, right? Cobb made a kill shot video? Well, I don't care what he does. Should get Storm rank 16. Do you have Hemlock? I'd probably go with... Oh. I'm just gonna be a rest of the day. 24-hour timeout. Don't spam. Taking out 22 items out of 70. Drop rates are 0.2. 0.02 for the pilot and 0.03 for Acorns. Yeah. It's low chances. I mean, the whole event, obviously, the way that it's set up is to make it so that there's an extremely low chance that you get anything good unless you participate in the entire thing. It's a thing to like try to reward the people who are super active. Is Viper 8 good? Yeah, but it's Overdriver's better, I think. I'm looking for... Just trying to see if any follow-up from Spec, but I guess he just decided he was gonna disflu and then dip. Yeah, fair enough, okay. If you ain't got anything actual of substance to say. It's not a great way to get people on your side, though. Alright, how many you guys need? Check. Should you get Minigun 12 or Revoker 12? I mean, Revoker 12 is a lot more meta. Most Fluke people are super cool, but I'm sorry if you're gonna purposely throw the match just because you get someone you don't like on your team, you're a turbo loser. Oh, I agree with that. Who did that? No, I agree with that. Everybody in Flu agrees with that. Well, everybody that I know. I think Pablo did that. Okay, look, if there was a... And this is a while ago, by the way, so this is wild if this is still a thing that people are seething over. But, I think Pablo did that one time. And we were like, hey, Pablo, don't do that. Like, do your best, always. Do your best, always. Don't tank, don't SP drop, and do your best, always. I think Pablo did that one time. And he was like, oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, like, stuff happens sometimes. If that's the case that you're talking about, it's kind of crazy that that's still a conversation, but I do agree with you. Yes, no, people should not be doing that. I will never purposely throw a match. I don't even like leaving matches. Like, if I lose, even if I get completely mech'd out, I find it, like, I think it's I almost find it scummy for myself. Pablo. Hey, look. He's cool, though. He's cool. You're not gonna do it again, Pablo. He understands. He gets it. It was just a one time. But, yeah, for myself, if I get mech'd out, I don't even like to leave the match early. Like, I always wait until the very last time. Pablo Seraphim, one other person too? All have tried to throw showdown matches on my team? Okay. So it's a bit of a personal vendetta because of the showdown. Seraphim. Hey, I mean, look, if you can prove it somehow, 100% I will take it. I will give it to Nihilus. I'll be like, hey, these guys are doing this thing. Because the same thing happened with Pablo, right? Somebody was like, hey, like, he threw the match. We don't like that. And Nihilus was like, oh, yeah, no, he shouldn't be doing that. We agree. Yeah. No, we'll address that. I mean, there's... If somebody's doing something that, like, everyone agrees is scummy, right? Bring it to us. Bring it to us. I mean, just don't... Just, like, keep it to yourself and be... It's not like we... Nobody's personally controlling what they do with their matches, right? Like, I don't personally decide whether or not they stay in a match. How is it a personal thing? Well, because they threw your match, that's what I'm saying. As far as I know, nobody has anything against you. I don't think so. I don't know of any reason anyone would have anything against you. I'm saying that it's more of a personal thing because they threw your match personally, right? I thought it was like a thing that like more people were in on. That's what I'm trying to say. Not like a personal... Yeah. No, that's essentially all I'm saying. Anyway, I'll give 5 A-coins if someone takes... 5 A-coins, someone do it. Timo, what do you... 4 for guided and 9 for normal, but only focus on... Okay, fair enough. Reacher, how many more you need? Oh, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Fair enough. But yeah, no, spec. And this goes for anybody, not just spec. Somebody in Flu does something sketchy. You know, like if they're tanking or if they're quitting matches. Talk to somebody, you know. I mean, Spec just talked to me. I don't know how long ago it was, so I mean, he did bring it to me, so I'm not saying that you did anything wrong. No, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you mentioned it. When's the giveaway ending? 21st. A-coins are A-coins. It's true. You need 7, Reacher? Okay, got you. Okay, who else who's on my list needs MVPs? I'm not adding anybody because I'm already in a lobby thing here. What's your in-game name? Because I don't memorize them, I'm sorry. What's your opinion on a new testing feature coming in Mech Arena? I have a theory about that, and I want to go over that video that I made and give some like context and extra information about that. At some point, I don't know if it'll be today, but it might be. Pablo, you're good, Pablo. You're good, Pablo. Look, hey, look. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I've never done anything bad in my life. It's fine. Player 0, you need... Okay. Gotcha. Will you react to your Pasha interview? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. That's my plan. That's my plan. Maybe not today, but I think at some point, yeah. How good are Misdirect 12 and 16? The 16's pretty good. The 16's pretty good because it has more rockets than the 12 does. It has 8 instead of 6, I think. Which means you can take down more multi-layered shields. You can take down more layers with that. And that's just generally better, you know, for especially higher SP. I think they're okay. The thing with it, though, is just that, like, I think there's no reason not to get Stormrack 6 and 10. There's no reason not to. And they're better than Missile Racks. They just are. Way more radius, it's way more forgiving. And it does more damage and everything. So there's no reason not to get them. So at that point, if you already have them, for the most part, Missile Rack, just like a regular Missile Rack, it's not really something that you need. I took some damage there, but not a ton, not a ton. I gotta keep in mind that I deal less damage if I try to use the radius with this on this guy. Oh, it's OP. It's so OP, bro. I did small, minuscule smidgens of damage. Oh my goodness, it's just too good. This launcher's just too good. What's this fella? Oh, I wanted to be not homing. He's got a plod gun. Plod gun. Ow! What? Oh, so unnecessary, though. You already got all the tokens, you got nothing? Yeah, I mean, that's statistically likely, though, right? Like, that's like I said, that's literally the way that it's purposely set up, is to make sure that it's primarily only... I didn't realize that guy got me. It's primarily only going to benefit the people who are really active and complete all of the events. Like, the whole point is to make sure that you have to complete all of them and keep up with the game. Complete all of them. Rather than just, like, a couple. Did you check the drop rates? Like, it's actually... Ouch. It's actually wild how low the pilot drop rate is. I haven't seen it that low in a while. But yeah, it's to be expected. Not saying that it's fine or that you shouldn't care, I'm just saying it's to be expected. What's your opinion on... no, I already saw that. Mr. X were good, but Stormracks outclassed them. Yeah, well, especially with the reload implant, right? Like, the reload implant is most specifically what makes them meta, Stormrack. It's the main thing that makes them meta, so, yeah. Don't go yelling at them? Oh, we're not gonna be yelling at anybody, bro. Nobody's yelling at anybody, no. It's just like a, hey, were you throwing matches? If you were, don't do that. That's pretty cringe. Yeah, no, we're fine. And I don't even know if they were throwing matches. It could just be that they were having a really bad day, or they were using a really weird hanger. I don't actually know what was going on. You did it because it didn't sound like you believe. Well, obviously, I didn't believe what you. I'm not just gonna be like, oh yeah, some of my clanmates are kind of pieces of crap. Like, if you give me evidence, please. Like, and I would rather. Here's the thing. I would rather name drop these people. Be like, hey, you specifically, did you do this thing? If so, can you please stop? I would rather do that, and I think everyone in Flu would rather that happen than for certain people to harbor just negative opinions about us as a whole clan simply because there's a couple people doing a couple different things that nobody brought up to anybody. Like, it just never got brought up. You know? Like, if there's no hard feelings from your side, then that's fine, but, like, it seems like you really didn't appreciate it, so obviously I would prefer that that didn't continue. It's not enforceable regardless. Well, obviously, but Flu is a is not a clan so much as it is just a friend group. Like everybody's like we know most of the people who's in there. Like Nihilist knows everybody who's in there except for like maybe one or two guys, which are people that I know, right? So like between all of us, we're all like essentially collectively a friend group more than like a competitive whatever thing. And if someone's gonna be a really like if someone's gonna be an asshole or something, then we'll just kick them. Like, cause we don't want, nobody wants to deal with that. So I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna escalate. I think it's literally just gonna be a matter of like, yeah, don't do that. Why am I using stasis beam? There's a stasis beam achievement for Orion, and I'm just trying to help people get MVPs. Technically, I need them as well, though. Kill, well, you have less than 10%. Become MVP. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll just complete these two. I'll get these tokens, and then I'll spin these tokens. I'm not going to worry about this one just yet, because I got a lot of time. And then this one, yeah, some other time. Oh, this one as well. Oh, this one's the one that I need to finish it as quickly as possible. MVP with at least one guided weapon equipped. At least one, it says. Well, hold on. Here's the thing. Could do that. But what I could also do is, like... What about, like, Juggernaut? I'm thinking actually Paragon now. If I use Paragon... What's a decent weapon as, like, a sidearm? Missile Rack would be pretty baller. I want to do this. And we'll keep the... I'm legit... I might try that. Why did it take the... I guess I just never... No, I had Paragon in this preset. Why did it take the mod off? That's weird. Yeah, skins. Hold on, I don't want that skin. Yeah, whatever, bro. So many spammers today? Oh, no. What's your real name? This guy keeps saying. No, I'm not answering that, bro, obviously. Double disc 16 for Paragon? I mean, you look at this and tell me how I'm gonna do double disc 16. I'd love to, I would, but yeah, I can't really. I might yeah, I'll play a couple with a couple more people. Chimo's gone. Reacher and Player Zero still working with them. On to somebody else if it's just... You just got Oracle? Nice. I mean, Oracle 10's probably better than Disk Launcher 16, I'm gonna be honest. Especially if you got the Oracle 6 a while back. It wasn't a while, but it was made like a week ago. Not bad. Can I add you back? Did I remove you from my list for some reason? Were you offline for a while? Remember the loser guy who came to spam like 6 times in your stream? There's been a lot of people who've done that, honestly. Okay, who else is in my friends list? Any of you guys need MVPs? Have I used Tetra Rifle? I made a whole video about it, yeah. What do you mean? Did you get the Disc Launcher 16 in Crate Rush? No, I spent like 7,000. Yes, I did. Orion Helix Rack, it's much easier with that. I could probably, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna do us. Hello? Okay. I removed you when you first started the account? Oh. I don't plan on adding anybody during this stream. Sorry. Plus, if I add somebody, then everybody else is gonna be like, well, why'd you add him and not me? And it just creates a lot of drama that I don't really want to deal with. I was hoping that was a player. I wanted that Tetra rifle cheetah to be a player. Would have been OP. No. Oh, please! Wait, there was no chance that was gonna... That is, yeah, level 5. Well. Boom, boom. My boy. You better get cooked, son. Yeah, just wait for his resistance. Nerd. Absolute goober. Still something in there. Come on, Ooh, really weak, even like a really weak range implant would have been really nice right then. I'm gonna reload that, it only has 1 stack on it. There's no point. Ow. Bro, these bots are ridiculous. Hi. I'm gonna stay here, and then we'll move up. We'll move up together in a little bit, okay? Never mind, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die instead. Yeah, that's a better idea. You wanna help, but your SP is too high? I mean, I'm helping other people. I don't really need help myself. I'll be fine. Revoker Redeemer, a good build? Honestly, I wouldn't really do that, no. You could... There are ways to make it work, but I think Revoker's better used on other things. Redeemer's a little bit... Like, it's fast, but it's not that fast. It's not fast enough to close distances really, really well. I'm dealing with that. Yeah. Ah! Okay, yeah, no. Just keep jumping. Just keep jumping. Bye. Storm rack damage or radius. I would go for damage, personally. But I guess if you're missing a lot of your shots, then radius could help. Also just, like, lock in, but, you know. It's up to you. Tetra or Overdriver? It's up to you. I think they're both good. They kind of serve different functions. Oh, a Paragon. I've been doing a lot of achievements lately. I've been losing a lot of matches, too. I've been losing a lot of matches, but it's been kind of fun anyway. I don't really care. Let me put... What I want to do. Because people keep telling me to do Helix Rec Onion. Which... Is it better to do Helix Rec, or would it be better to do Disk Launcher? Not sure. I could try both, though. We'll find out. Find out next time. Which also happens to be this time. Okay. And, we'll put a something in here. What kind of something? Not sure. Not sure. Maybe just Aegis for the sake of... Do like a reverb for no reason. Oh, no, bro, if I'm trying to support people, this is the build for it. This is good. Oh my gosh, scroll, please. This game is so laggy sometimes, dude. It's ridiculous. Okay. Beautiful. And hopefully, if I'm lucky, I can get some things where... Do I like that? It's okay. I don't hate it. I like to match the color of the weapon, like the lights on the weapons with the lights on the mech. It just like doesn't really happen sometimes. Especially since I have a grand total of like 4 skins. It always lags. Yeah, when you're scrolling through like weapons and pilots and whatever. Especially pilots, actually. Have you got the Seeker unlocked? No, it was just an offer. When there's an offer in the shop for a thing, then it shows up in like when you scroll through your mechs, it shows it as like, ooh, this is a thing that you could have, but actually not, because you have to spend like 30 bucks on it or something. Stalker worth upgrading a star? Probably. 1 star I don't think is bad, no. I wouldn't I wouldn't go all in on it. But I think it's a decent one to upgrade one time. Wow. Oh, he's got so on. Oh, get clapped. And it's a freaking kill shot too. What an absolute idiot. What in the world is that name, my guy? Aw. Where's somebody else gone? Okay. I don't think I can kill anything unless I mark them. But I can mark them. Yeah, I guess my cooldown's so short. Let's go. Well, what have we here? Yeah. Alright, you know what? You were right. You were right. You were right. Hey, this is... Please! Come on. What radius implant is it? Yeah, maxed epic. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I had a decent... Like, he must have had a decent radius implant in order to get me from that. So sad. But it's okay. I need to protect people. Is that... Are we done? Alright. Was that my stream, or was that my... Was that my stream, or was that just my my game? I don't even know. Brutal. He's just spam jumping. Oh no, it was my stream. That's not good. No, please! Please! The game lags so much. It's my everything? Yeah, clearly. Clearly. I didn't... Why do I feel like every time I try to stream, like, freaking internet dies? I didn't used to have this problem at all. This is ridiculous. Please, don't do the thing that you're about to do. It's unnecessary! Oh, I got a thing, though. Stop. We gotta go, fellas. It's like 1 frame every 2 seconds. Yeah, bro, I can tell. I'm looking at it right now. It's not great, but it is going. Barely. There's 3 go. He's gonna backtrack, right? should if he doesn't. Ouch! Oh, come on. All win. I wonder if all of his matches are wins. With a name like that, it should be. Otherwise, it's kind of false advertising. There's that guy as well, just be careful. Man, bruh. How? Everyone's still alive. I mean, wait though. Cause, like, hold on. Ouch. This is my last one. So long as... No, this is my last one. Everybody died. We just had to wait them out. That's all we had to do. We just had to wait them out and we would have won. What were you guys doing? That's crazy. Max Tengu is crazy. No, it's actually very common for me to see. If you're this SP and you've never seen a Max Tengu, or if you think that's like too much for you, you got bigger problems to deal with, honestly. Alright. It's 2 more tokens. MVP. Ranking up is not bad, but I'd have to do it twice. That's the problem. I probably would be willing to if it was just 1, but no, it's 2. It's annoying. MVP 7 times. Okay. I might do this. I might go solo, honestly. Mega lag, yeah. Yeah, no, it was not happy with me. That's for sure. YouTuber the actual game. It was, I think, my internet. It caused my game to lag, and it also caused the stream to die. So. R40 was only on phones. I didn't realize it was on PC. And gamers, I only play this on my phone. Any tips to help me? I have no idea what you're even talking about, sorry. The event ends today already? Yeah, you get the guided one now. It was yesterday. I wanted to see like what it was and how long it would take. I can finish it today, but I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to play solo, to be honest. I can get MVP if I think I can get MVP fine if I just play solo. I don't think, but like, yeah, I just have to start with this one. The rest of you guys, yeah, like focus on your guided ones. If you haven't finished your guided MVPs, you're gonna have to do that now. Oop. Well, that's not good. I'm dead. I'm not? I should be. Yeah, freaking get out of here. Please kill me, bro. Please. No! Oh, come on. 1 kill. Yeah, never mind. It's because I accidentally fell off that platform. I was not trying to do that, for anyone who is wondering why I did that. I was not intentional. Yeah, anybody with Gemini is gonna have such an easy time with this, bro. Literally, like, you spawn it, it's pretty much guaranteed MVP. It's ridiculous. Okay, 3 more. Everybody's got guided weapons for the thing, though. Well, never mind. He doesn't. He had a guided pilot. He just had a barrage weapon. Oh! Okay, this is a kill shot. I definitely gotta kill that guy. It's just a bot, but you know what? It assaulted my eyes, so... Oh, stop. Poor Scotty. No, please. No, please. Okay, as long as that Guardian doesn't see me, I think he won't. He won't crash me, yeah. Nice. Thank you. Extermier? What? Doesn't make sense. This thing should go down pretty soon. Down, down, down. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. You did the guided event in under 2 hours? At 10 KSP? Okay, actually, I'm not even gonna lie, a lot of the reason you got it quickly is probably because it was like 100% bot lobbies. Bot lobbies would make it a lot easier. Also, if you were using like a really OP mech, but... Bro, stop. What in the world? Just cut that out. But to be fair... Oh... I haven't really been trying to finish this until sort of recently, so it's only been like maybe... I don't even necessarily say... I don't even necessarily think I'd say an hour. I could finish it. I could finish it somewhat quickly. I just need to not do what I did this match. That was pretty dumb. It means all my teammates are guided builds and I lose. Yeah, it does happen. If you're fighting other people who aren't spamming guided, or if they're using Gemini. I mean, like, everybody's using guided, that's the thing. Okay. I'll probably do both of these. 211, huh? 10 mechs, so I have less than 10% HP. That should be fine. I'll do this. Maybe I... put disc launcher on as well. Nah, probably fine. I think I will get rid of this though. Let me do like... Yeah, let me make a set of this. I'll try to make sure that at least my hanger's decent. I'll have at least a decent hanger so that I can win. If I don't happen to do anything cool with the Helic rack. You did 6 kills? Yeah, but not with the guided build though. I got the guided build only got 1. Which isn't very good. Okay. Pretty much full team. This is tough. I shouldn't start with it, but I want to. I just want to finish it, bro. Is it a bad idea? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe. But so long as it's the kind of bad idea that gets me an MVP. That's all I care about. Should be somebody on the right. There's almost always a bot coming from the right side. Oh, hi. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Get him. He's coming. Are we dead ass? Of course. Of course. He's there. Maybe he doesn't know I'm here. Hi. Nerd. Got fired over. Alright, alright, alright. We're alive. We're alive. Don't worry about it. I actually really want a shadow. Like, on the... Like, that guy kind of messed me up with that. What's it gonna do? With the eclipse. I want a shadow for the same reason. Because, like, there's so much guided spam at this SP. It's actually crazy. But a shadow would be really nice. It wouldn't be tanky or anything, but I could definitely make good use of that as, like, an anti-guided thing. He needs to stop what he's doing. The thing that he's doing needs to not happen. What? He has no pilot. Is he pilot tanking? Oh, hi, thanks. I appreciate your contribution. Nope. Nope, not today. Not today, Satan. Yo, what? A lot of stuff happening. Pew. Yeah. How do I do it? 4. Honestly, I think this is enough to pretty much guarantee an MVP, but I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it. Eh. Well, that was a waste. So long as I'm still being useful with this, I'm fine. And so long as I have... As long as I can keep marking people, I'm still being useful. Because I'm making it really easy for people to kill. Ah! Okay. That's fine. I'll just spawn something else. Okay, look. If you're gonna be like that... Excuse me? We picked a Lancer, man. Ah, okay. Yeah. Bro, where are all my teammates? As long as I get an MVP, I don't really care, but... And it would be nice to not die. Or to not lose. I'm not gonna definitely die, obviously. Yeah, you suck. You just found out how unfair it is for mobile users? I mean, they have pretty much the same stuff. What do you mean? I mean, like, aiming is always easier on PC, but... Is that the only thing you mean? So long as it's the bad idea that gets me the MVP every kill-hungry late game ever. It's so true. So true. Best build for Panther. Now, it's still Graviton Beam. It's just that Graviton Beam is, like, it's really not a great weapon for anything outside of Panther. So if you, like, it's... In terms of general overall effectiveness, it's probably a better idea to get, like, Overdriver 10 or Tetra Rifle 10. And use those on Panther. Because it'll be slightly worse than Graviton on Panther specifically, but you're not going to use Panther forever. Like, you'll eventually swap that out for something else. In which case, you'll be glad to have something other than Graviton Beam. But Did I get an MVP from that? I wasn't paying attention. I think so, right? Yeah, exactly. Look, my team sucks. Balls. Look at this. Absolute garbage, but I'll take it because I got an MVP. that's all I need. He probably means it's because because of the exclusive events. Yeah, I guess so. The mobile players got ads for the longest time, and like nobody was really complaining about that. Have I seen your channel before? Yes. Because you wanted me to watch one of your videos. And I said, okay, DM it to me on Plarium Play, but you never did. So I just looked it up myself. I'm not going to say anything about it, though. It's like... it's your own thing. I don't know what I want to do with this. I want to be over there because that's really dangerous. I'll probably... I guess this side's fine. Can I kill him? I mean, it's 2 and 2 in terms of beacons. And we do have a... we actually have the... oh, hold on. Yo. Yo. Hey. Hey. Listen, fella. Listen, I don't like your attitude. The Juggernaut's still down there, bruh. Hey! Brother! Obviously. Wow. It took him 7 years to kill me, even though I was literally right there not able to do anything about it. Bro took his sweet time. Collected 22 tokens and still no Galvin. Well, yeah, obviously. If you checked the rates, that wouldn't be a surprise. Fellas, we need to be doing a little bit more than the nothing that's currently happening. Yeah. Uh-oh. Alright, everybody. Wow, yeah, everybody, actually. I was saying everybody is like a general thing, but no, pretty much legitimately everybody's down here. They're having a grand old time. I killed both of them. The Ares literally got the Paragon guy killed by association, which is phenomenal. Love it. Love to see it. They really did themselves dirty, actually. I think they probably could have won. I think literally just all those basement spawns that they're having right there. It's such an easy beacon to kill people in, by the way. All of those basement spawns are probably legitimately the reason they're gonna lose. I think we're gonna come back from this, and the only reason is because everyone spawned in the basement. And they got like 7 of their mechs killed from that at least. That is insane. I don't know why they tripled down on that. I don't know why they tripled down on that at all. This beacon's what they should have spawned on. They had a guy over there. It's the highest ground, right? Like, this is the highest general ground area in the entire map. Having high ground is just better. So why they opted to go with the low ground's beyond me. We take it, we take it. Did I get a guided MVP? Probably not. Probably not. You got distracted, but you gotta go. Okay, okay. Take care. Was that another... Wait, what am I looking at? Did I get... I wasn't paying attention again. Yeah, no, it's just the Aegis. Oh, dang it. I was hoping I got another free pilot. not pilot crate, but implant crate. I was hoping I got another free implant crate. I need those. Nice comeback. Literally no effort of my own. I can't even take credit for that. It was literally just because all 5 of them were in the basement. I don't know what they were doing. They threw the match. They just fully threw the match. I don't know what they were doing. I can't even take credit for that. It wasn't even like a thing that I did. Yeah, 4 more of those. I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'm gonna be right back. C hasn't been touched. Yeah, pretty much the entire match almost went without. The middle beacon wasn't touched at all. It was wild. But yeah, I'll be right back. And then I'll continue. I'm not gonna end the stream until I at very least get those tokens. Don't worry about it. All right. I has returned. Nothing. Okay. So far away from Tetra Rifle 10. I only got 300,000. Yeah, fair enough. Actually, fun fact. So, the the like contact that like all the content creators have. There's like a specific person that like we have that gives us certain information. So like they told us like 2 or 3, I think it's like 3 days before Tetra Rifle was free to play. They were like, "Hey, these weapons are going to be free to play in a couple days. Here's what they're going to cost." And so you can prepare your videos or whatever. I was at like 300,000 at the time. 300,000 credits is what I had at the time. And so I was going crazy trying to get the 800,000 that I knew I was going to need over the course of like the 2-ish days that I had to actually. So that's why I don't have any crates anymore. Spent all my, I opened all my gold and silver crates. I spent all my fortune keys. The promo code obviously helped as well. I did a bunch of achievements. I didn't need to fire both, but whatever. Is he cooked? No, he is not. And it's also in search. Hello, Governor. I would ask you kindly to not do the thing that you're gonna do. Thanks. I don't want him to drop his thing, so I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna fire both. Come on. That's pretty cringe. Hello? There's a stealth something now. Please? Hello? What's the deal in the over there direction? There's somebody over there. Oh. Bastion. Hello, Bastion. Hello. You could probably kill him. Yeah, nice. If it seems like... they've got a lot of... ouch. They've got a lot of influence, and I'm probably gonna have to take myself out of this Helix build pretty soon. I would rather not, but I think I'm gonna have to. That's a thing that... I actually think that guided builds are fairly skill-based, but not in the sense that, like, other things are. Not in the sense that it's hard to get kills with them, but it's hard to know when to just literally just scrap your mech and move on. Guided builds can be really good. They can be really useful. But they're also really not useful for certain things, and, you know, knowing when to get rid of it is honestly just as important as knowing when to spawn it. Right now, I'm just looking for MVPs, so I'm a little bit more willing to extend past that point. Even if it's not necessarily the best. Even if I may end up losing. Yeah. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. Now I just gotta be super aggro, though. And I'm gonna need to do that with Lancer, I think. Yeah, no. It wasn't gonna happen, but it's okay. Got the MVP. That's all I care about. I don't like losing battles. I essentially threw that match. Like, even though I got the top MVP, I am a large reason as to why we lost. Because I could have been in something better. I could have been in something that was actually capable of doing the things that we needed right then. So, like, I think a lot of people, they see that they get an MVP and then they're like, oh, well, clearly I got the top MVP, or I was on the top of the team, so clearly it was my teammates' fault and I was actually fine. No. No, it was your own fault for being in the guided build the entire time. If they release Strike Rocket for next one, should you get the 10 and duplicate it, or get the 12s and duplicate that? I don't know. It depends on what SP you are, I guess. The higher energy, the better, though. The higher energy, the better. Because, I mean, it's kind of similar to, like... It's kind of similar to, like, Helix and Javelin Rack, where it's, like, you know... You're sacrificing a bit of damage. You don't have, like, great damage output, but it's decent damage output. But you're going to be very, very passive. Like, just stacking as much damage as possible is really the way to go. If you have mainly mechs with 20 energy, just get the 10, because 12 is maxed mid-energy mechs. Yeah, but you're most likely not going to use Strike Rockets. Like, if you were a maxed player, and you were to ask me which Strike Rockets should I get, 12 or 16, I don't even think the 12s should really be considered. I don't. I don't think the 12s are even worth considering. I don't think a Strike Rocket 12 build on any medium mech is actually a good build. You're exclusively going for the highest energy possible. Three more. You need one more Slayer award? You could probably do that by yourself. I'm gonna be playing by myself these last few. I'm just trying to get MVPs for myself, just so that I can you know, open, like, get these tokens, spin the event, and then maybe we move on from that. Maybe the stream moves on from there, and we go to something else, or maybe I stop. So you're saying 16 and 8? I don't know if the 8 would be good. You could get the 8. I'm not really sure if it's... Bruh. I knew as soon as I fired that that guy was gonna die. That's why I didn't want to do it. I freaking knew. Alright, hold on. This guy's got... Yo, wait a second. What are you? What are those? Just gonna keep stasising you. What are you gonna do? Move fast? I don't think so. Freaking nerd. Guys. Oh my goodness, bro. Well, I mean, on the positive end of things, we may end up with an opponent that burns through all of his mechs really quickly. Which would be good for me. It's a possibility. Not necessarily a likely thing to happen, but it's a possible thing to happen. They have a significant lead. Oh, nice, it only took one. I think this is fine. Ah, come on. I don't know what's gonna happen to. Please drop your dome in a place where it's useful. Please and thank you. That might kill him? No. I think we're fine though. Oh, we're taking that one. Nice. That's good. That should go down soon. Okay. This is pretty good. We're actually doing really nice work here. Can I kill him with that? No. Sedge. Oh, thank you, Salver friend. I very much appreciate contribution. 9 kills, yeah, let's go. So long as it works. This is actually a really good map for this, by the way. Ouch, that might hurt. Never mind. He's got pretty weak mortars, I think. Yeah, I threw it at the cheetah just because I knew it would transfer, or I knew it should transfer anyway. Is what I should say. Oh, excuse me? What? What are you doing? Oh, nice, I killed him. Hey! Cut that out right now! Boop. Yeah! What an idiot. We're still really low on the beacon bar here. Are we gonna win? It looks like we're pretty similar in terms of bot performances, or like bot lives, I guess you could say. Never mind, that might have been the last one. Hey, let's go. He was a little bit too aggro, huh? We're worth spinning the Galvin Crate Rush. I mean, you'll get credits from leftover tokens, but like, what are you gonna get? 70,000 credits? Look, I know, and this is what you're theorizing. This is a very overarching rule. So I know what you're potentially thinking. First off, yes, it's a free pilot. You should be able to get all of the tokens for free, so you may as well spin it. But if you really want, you can decide, hey, I'll just hold on to them until the very end, and then if I don't end up, like if I end up missing some tokens, I can decide to save it. I could decide to just save them, or you could just decide to hold on to them and then spin them all at the same time. It doesn't matter. Like that's fine, whatever. You'll get credits from just opening it, but I understand the assumption here, the potential benefit that you're thinking of, which is the benefit that doesn't exist, is like, oh, okay, what if we get 70 tokens and each of them is worth 10,000 credits? Then you get 700,000 credits. No, don't even think about it like that. There's no correlation between between token compensation. The only correlation is that if you have all the tokens and you save all the tokens and you get the compensation, it will not, guaranteed, will not make you large sums of resources. You'll never make a ton of A-coins by saving tokens. You'll never make a ton of credits by saving tokens. The only time it's worth saving them is in cases where it's like your options, you're very unlikely to get something good, or even if you got it, it would be like honestly a pretty bad item. If it's just something that you just straight up don't want. But in this case, hold on. My guess is each token will compensate 1,000 A-coins, 1,000 credits each, so you'd end up with 70,000 credits total, which is really bad. It's a really low amount, obviously, right? So 15, 25, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70. I think you'll make more credits just by spinning it. Yep, I think so. I think you'll get 1,000 credits, maybe 2,000 credits per. You have a very good chance of making more credits by spinning it. It's a really good rule of thumb that if you think about it and you think, oh wait, if I save my tokens, it could maybe, if it gets me this amount of whatever per token, then I would actually get a really good amount of resources. If that's the case, then that's not what they're giving you. They will absolutely never allow you to make bank by not spending your tokens. They want you to spend them. The compensation is just because it's like, well, you didn't spend it, so here's a tiny thing. You're almost always going to be better off spinning it. If you got it for free, anyway, yeah. You never tried Strike Rocket on an Outlaw? You should. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good one. The classic, like, Salver, Solus, and Outlaw are the three best ones, I think. Podgun on Lacewing or Hemlock? I mean, either one. Depends on what your other weapon is, to be honest. Like, both are decent. You did tournament last night, last second, and it was only 3 people in your bracket. You came first? That's crazy. That usually doesn't happen. Usually if, but you ended in first. Usually what happens, so like, you can do that. That's always been a thing. You could always do that. But usually what would happen is that it would just pool your bracket in with some other bracket that started earlier than yours. So, like, it would show at the beginning, it would show, like, oh, there's only a couple people here. But it would just, like, throw extra people in there. Like, they'd never actually allow there to be a small bracket like that. That I've ever seen. Because, like, that's what I used to do all the time. Not because I thought it would give me an easy bracket, but just because I didn't want to waste time, right? Like, I would play tournament, I just wanted to spend the least amount of time on it possible. That was my only goal. No. Wait, did the player quit? Yeah, player quit. Sad. Man, my bots have been kind of cleaning up. Just gonna do that to make it faster. Do you actually think the meta is changing, or is that clickbait? I mean, if you didn't watch the video, then I mean it's not exactly my job to explain a video to you that you didn't watch. You've had only a few when you started last second in the past? Yeah, I've never gotten that. I didn't think it was possible. It's interesting, though. Is Hemlock a better Orion? Kind of. I don't necessarily think you use them for the same reasons or in the same situations, but I guess in a way. Your attention doesn't allow videos over like 20 minutes, and yet here you are on a stream. No, that's fine, but I'm just not going to spend the time explaining it to you. I mean, you can have your own reason for not watching whatever. I don't care, bro. Like, I think it's a video worth watching, but if you don't want to, then I mean, you don't want to. There's plenty of videos that are probably worth watching that I don't bother watching. It's just like, yeah, I don't feel like it. And that's fine, but, I mean, clearly nobody's gonna... I'm not gonna ask someone to give me the rundown of that video that I didn't bother watching. Savage. I'm not savage, it's just common freaking sense, dude. It's like the same thing that goes with people who are like, hey, I know you made a video on this topic, but I didn't bother watching it. Do you want to just tell me what the, like, what's your answer? What's the best weapon for this? I know you made a video on it, but it's like, just tell me. Just tell me. Like, no, I don't think I will. Meh. I'll just move, that's fine. Where are we from? I think he's dead. If he's not. What are you doing, pal? So cringe. You know what's happening? Can I get him with that? No. Oh, there's two of them up there. That's... Ow! Wait, I have a teammate? Since when? Oh. Will chat. Will he chat, though? I don't know about that. Yeah, you done did yourself dirty. My man cooked. Yeah, get out of here. Other Neymars. So many Neymars at this piece. Crazy. It's kind of not possible for me to hit him. Unless I do that. Yeah, unless I do it like this, where... He can't hit me either. Yeah, I got him a bit. As long as I'm not locked onto him, then, you know what? Oh, fine. I mean, seemingly, they're being incredibly useless. Not the zany guy, the... El Signorilla. Elsa Tortilla. I don't know, bro. I don't know what it says. It says something. Has he even gotten a kill? He's gotten one kill. Wow, okay. Good luck to you, brave soldier. You're gonna freaking need it. How long... Ow. How long until you think he realizes that he's not actually being useful with that? Give him another minute. Ow. That's not gonna kill me, right? No. Okay. He's still in it. He's still in it, bro. What is this guy doing? I mean, I'm gonna kill him just out of spite. Because he's been up there bugging me. Actually, yeah, I probably shouldn't kill him. Does he not know what the map looks like? My man, you're so freaking done. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, that one was this guy's fault. Thanks, though. He's got a Berserker and an EM rifle. Combination of champions. That poor soul. I feel bad for the guy who was on that man's team. Yeah, the Railgun Lancer guy. I feel bad for that guy. He was cheated out of a mildly competent teammate. Look at this, man. 1 kill, 1 beacon. That beacon was the home beacon, by the way, so it wasn't actually a useful beacon. Same as mine, obviously. No, actually, I got the center. So mine was a useful beacon. Hot take that. This guy, though. It's crazy. I mean, clearly he was trying to complete the guided task, but, like, that ain't the map to do it, Chief. That is not the map to do it. Okay, well, I completed that one, but that's not the one that ends today. This one ends today. I need to finish this one today. Oh, it's just one more MVP. Easy. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. That's fine. Did your head... You're hopping on the plane? Alright, fair enough. Good luck. So many helicopters flying over my house with food and water for the post-Melissa. Oh, in Jamaica. Oh, that. Hope you're doing okay. Are we free? The D. Push the D. Sanji. I really need... Look, we can't be shooting at the same guys, okay? So I'll go over here. You deal with that. I'll deal with the other thing that is not that. Oh my goodness. Fine. You get him. That should be mine. Okay. I don't think both of us being guided is really gonna work out so well, but you know what? I'm gonna give it a good old college try. Have at thee. Yeah, you're welcome. Can at least guarantee that everything he shoots at is a one-shot kill. Which is nice for him, it also just makes... It also makes him more useful. Because I think both of us being guided builds is not gonna... It's not gonna be very useful. Come on, please. Ah! I didn't even... Really? 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 Well, so long as that guy... Hold on. So long as this guy takes an MVP, then that means none of his other mechs can take an MVP. Like, so long as he survives the entire match, is what I'm trying to say. Not so long as he takes an MVP. MVP has nothing to do with it. Bruh. Okay. Game lag. Ultimate W is this guy's ace. Oh my goodness, bro. Ultimate W's got the ultimate L build. No! Okay, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Ah! No. Kill him, Mr. Guy. With the thing. Nah, I can see him right there. I can yeah, you can see it on your screen. I wasn't sure if you could actually see that. And yeah, freaking try it, bro. This poor soul. The other guy, bro, look at it. He's got 3 kills, but he just keeps dying now. I feel so bad. Why do people keep getting all these absolute, like, honestly kind of loser teammates? I'm dead. Am I one of said loser teammates? I know. You were saving up for Aegis. I got the 500 A coins, and I'm 1 A coin away. Nice. Oh, the 500. Yeah, nice. That's pretty good. This guy, no, you don't want to be in a team with me, okay? I also don't want to be in a team with you. Not because of any mean reason, but just because I'm competing with him, clearly, for MVPs. I literally just need 1 more MVP. It should not be that difficult. Graviton, Eclipse, or Hemlock? Okay. What kind of weapon do you want to use on Hemlock? Let's think through this. Because I feel like people, they just give me 2 random options. They're just like, oh, well, this is stuff that I have. Which one should go on which? Like, did you actually think it through and come to your own potential conclusion? Dang. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's just a matter of 1 more shot. Hopefully. Never mind. Can you give me that? Yeah. We need more beacons, but I also need more kills with this, so this is gonna come first. Come on. Okay. He's gonna drop his dome, obviously, yeah. We have no beacons. This is really bad. Well, look, I don't need beacons. I don't need a win. I just need an MVP. Especially since I don't have any teammates. I'm okay kind of accomplishing nothing for the sake of just getting this task done. I am okay with that. I'm okay with that trade. Come on, bro. Are we for real? These freaking bots are absolute ninjas right when you don't want them to be. Whoa. Boom. Out of here. 5 kills, 1 beacon. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine pretty much no matter what happens. Excuse. Excuse. Hello? I'd like to talk to you about your Panther's extended warranty. Hello? Pew pew. That should kill him. You. We're turning it around slowly but sure. Oh god. Everything's fine. Boom. Yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's under control. Thank freaking goodness that this man, for I don't know what reason really, but I guess he just really wanted to. He's a mortar puma. Not even a panther, but a puma. So he's being even more useless than I am. I don't know what possessed him to decide he wanted to do that, but you know what? We take it. I only fired my right one. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. That was pretty lucky. We take it. We take it. Please don't. Hold on. Would've been kind of funny. I don't think it would have happened, though. I think by the time I locked on him, he probably would have teleported. No? No, it's just the game being slow. The bots know something we don't. Oh, they know everything, bro. I concentrate on grabbing beacons and get easy MVP with those. Yeah, well, I mean, that's easy when you have a dash mech. I don't actually know if you have dash mech, but I'm just gonna assume that you do because everybody does. Vista, hello. MVP secured, indeed. So, yeah. So this one's done. I got those. This one's done. I got those. This one is gonna be a while, but I don't care. And then this one, I still got a day, but I got the tokens. So, cool. All right. Oh yeah, -1. Let's go. I spent the tokens for these. I got nothing, but I actually got the disc launcher 16 from that, which is crazy. 22 tokens. If I got the pilot or the 500 acorns, that would be insanely lucky. Because I have a very low chance of getting that. But honestly, I'll just take the credits at this point. I need credits. So here we go. My voice was lagging. Do you really want Galvin? I mean, I don't blame you. You probably should. It's a free legendary pilot, essentially, right? And it's also close quarters. Close quarters and missile, like I said. Anybody who's like wondering, like, oh, should I just save up my tokens and not bother getting the pilot? Close quarters and missile pilots are the two most valuable pilots overall, I think. Because those are the ones that rely the most on just raw damage output, first and foremost. And second off, there's always been a meta close quarters weapon. Like, the meta has always consisted of at least one close quarters weapon and at least one missile weapon. As far as I'm aware, it has always consisted of at least one of each of those. So, really good to have a free close quarters pilot. It's great. 0.01% chance. Let's go. Yeah, easy, right? I got that easy. Come on. I got disc launcher 16. Clearly my luck is astounding. The cards are in my favor. Pilot marks. Do I even need those? I guess if I'm upgrading a legendary pilot, I probably do, huh? Galvin, Mina, and Neve? Yeah. I actually... Okay, one thing that I never realized free-to-play players take so long to get, like one of the hardest resources to get as a free-to-play player, is literally implant parts, and I don't even... What in the world, dude? Like, there's no way to get those things. The only way to get them is by buying and scrapping implants, which, yes, I could do, obviously, but, like, I need my credits for other stuff, damn it. Should you get Panther Graviton or just try to get the next tier and get Surge? That's up to you. You obviously know what the pros and cons... I would assume you know what the pros and cons are for both, right? Should you use your A coins on the disc launcher event? No, absolutely not. No, it's not even a good weapon, bro. I have it. I got it. Literally, it takes me a full mag, and half the time I don't even kill something with it. Like, even with a full mag of disc launcher, it's crazy, bro. It's not good damage output. 7 more. Hold on. I want to see. Ooh, I doubled the drop rate, 0.02%. Let's go. Now I have a 1 in 5,000 chance. Let's go. play the Onslaught, and even then it sucks. Well, no, because everything's one shot in the Onslaught, and that's not really a good comparison. Disc Launcher 16, I doubt it'll clear multilayer. Well, a highly leveled one, yeah, nah. Like, a full magazine, it's only 6 projectiles. I was saying earlier, and it is true, like, I would actually legitimately be better off with double 8s. The double 8s is actually better than a single 16. But I'm glad I got the 16, because that means I don't have to bother buying the 8s. That's great for me. Not worth 8 coins, though, obviously. Bro, imagine. Tease me so. Tease me. Why you have to suck so bad? It would have been hilarious. I don't need it, because I'll make sure that I keep up with this stuff, but imagine. The rage bait? Yeah, that's true. Some people get so infuriated over that. They do it just to mess with your head, to make you more likely to spend money. Like, obviously, right? We all know that. We all know that. That was wild, though. Speaking of spending money, yeah, $1 per token, no thanks. That was crazy, bro. It was actually so close. I know it actually wasn't, like, I've said it before, like, when it, my guess, I don't technically know, but my guess on the way that it works is that as soon as you press the button, it automatically knows exactly what you're gonna get, and then it generates it generates that little visual animation with a bunch of random crap along with the thing that it's gonna, and it shows the thing that it's gonna give you. It obviously makes sure that it lands on the thing that you ended up getting, but then it'll purposely make you get really close to the main prize, right? It'll purposely make it look like you got really close, but you didn't actually get close because you didn't actually spin a wheel. I don't think crate rush events are legitimate wheels. I don't think it's a wheel at all. I think it's literally, like, I don't think it's a random wheel that just spins. I think it's just a random number generator with weighted chances, and then it just gives you a thing, and then it generates the visual to go on top of it. And then it purposely tries to make it look like it was close, even though you technically, like, I was just as close to getting freaking 1,000 credits as I was to getting the pilot, technically speaking, so. I think that that's the way that it works. I think they purposely do that to mess with your head. Are you the only one who thinks the MVP sound is the killshot dash sound? I mean, probably. Yeah, probably you are. Either later tonight or tomorrow we get another set of 8 to 10 tokens? Yeah. Yeah. Probably... I doubt... Yeah, probably this one will expire, and then when this one expires, it'll replace it with another 1 to 2 events. And then, we'll still have this one, and then when this one expires, it'll be another event. I think they're probably going to keep, like, at least one event active at all times, but probably closer to 2. This is another 6 tokens that I will get eventually. I'll figure out a way to do that. Obviously, I can't finish it, because I need to, this will take at least 3 days just for that. And then this is going to be tough. But I think I do have to finish that, don't I? Yeah. I do have to get the implant crates. I'm not really sure where I'm going to get the implant crates from. Yeah, I actually don't know where I'm going to get the implant crates from. I will get 1 per day. At least 1 per day from the shop free, right? Next turn in 3 hours. I could potentially get 2 per day, but I'd have to keep up with it. I didn't log in at all yesterday. Well, I did log in, but just, like, briefly. I think it was, like, I just checked a couple things. Yeah. How many more do I need? I need 7, and I got 2. And I got 3 days left. So I need to get 5 in the next 3 days, essentially. It's doable, but I'd have to be on top of it. I'd have to make sure that I log in multiple times a day. Which, like, yeah, if you guys can, I probably would do that. Like, set an alarm or something. Literally, all it would take is like 2 minutes. You just set an alarm, and then you just log in. You just log in on your phone, open your free crate, close the game, and then go back to sleep because it's like 3 a.m. or something. I don't know. I don't know what time it would be for you, but if they buffed the range of Reaver, then it's gonna be meta. Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Cause like, all right. So here's the thing. While it's firing, Reaver has more DPS than minigun, I think. But it has such a short firing time that it has to reload constantly. So like the sustained damage, if you take like I don't know 10 minutes of sustained minigun damage versus 10 minutes of sustained Reaver damage, yeah, I think Reaver outperforms minigun. But the problem is that you're including all of the reload time from minigun. The ideal way to play minigun is just, you poke out, you deal stupid amounts of damage, and then while you're reloading, you just, you go back and do whatever. Like you're just chilling you're just chilling until you're reloaded again, right? You're not taking damage while you're reloading most of the time if you're playing minigun well. But Reaver is active for such a low amount of time that you actually have to be taking damage while you're reloading. So your active time for something like Overdrive or a minigun, you can choose to have your active time to only be during your minigun firing or your firing up time, like your weapon up time. But Reaver, you don't really have that choice. You're forced to reload while you're in combat, and that's overall not that good. And also, it relies very very heavily on double damage, which makes Galvanic Hull absorb a lot of its damage output. I'm actually not as sold on it as I was, but it's a decent one. It's a decent one for like Dreadnought and Deathwalker. Whereas like if for no other reason than like minigun, even minigun Deathwalker is like actually not that bad, but the problem with it is like you end up Deathwalkers especially are the targets of a lot of like outlaws, right? And if you get crashed with minigun, like I mean if you get crashed as a Deathwalker, it's not great. But then if you also on top of that have the minigun, then it's completely GG for you. So having a weapon with a bit better uptime or a bit faster reload is really nice. The Overdriver is better, but still sort of similar. At least for Reaver, like you're basically unaffected by that. And so that's the benefit of that. Like I guess it's a decent build, but that's kind of like the only case that I can think of. You should make a video on implant parts. I'm gonna make a video on implants just in general. Don't you worry. My voice is lagging. I mean, that's just, yeah, it's probably YouTube, the stream lagging, probably. The Dreadnought tankers have become the new Nomads. No, I mean, they're the same. Dreadnought and Nomad is about just as, like, they're about equally popular, I think, right? Revoker Redeemer? No, I don't think so. Redeemer's not fast enough to close distances. Like, if you need to close a distance really quick, Redeemer can't do that. Redeemer can go back quickly, but it can't go forward quickly, so it's just like, I don't think it's good. Like, you could make it work, especially in certain situations and certain maps, but there you could make almost anything work if you really try. Did you finish the best implants for every mech and weapon series? No, I didn't. I'm making a different thing. I ended the series unofficially. Well, technically officially. I ended that series because all of those videos did really, really, really bad. All of those did, and I can show you as well. Well, Okay, yeah, man, even my browser is lagging quite a bit. Even my browser is lagging a lot. Let me find. I don't remember when the last one that I made was. I'm just gonna try to find it real quick. Just to give you an idea of, like, why I stopped doing them. Compared to all the other videos that I was making at the time. Like, obviously all of my videos nowadays are doing better than most of my videos back then. Just because my audience is bigger. I've just been growing in a general sense. So that's, like, that makes sense. But, yeah. Here. So like these are the videos that I was making, right? These are like obvious. Okay, like obviously like new mech, new weapon, like those are good. Those will get decent amounts. This one is just like a random standoutish. I mean, like I should have guessed by the title that it would do well. This even like this one, bro. The thumbnail's kind of bad. Like 5, 6. This one was like pretty obviously. It's a bad topic. Nobody watches these, and it's also the thumbnail's really bad. So obviously that didn't do well. And then this was like, yeah, 6, 7. Huh. Okay, that was not actually intentional. 6 to 7,000. Jeez, somebody's gonna quote me. But then this one does less than 4, bro. Look at that. Even this one, which is like really bad thumbnail, essentially no thumbnail actually. It doesn't. I just used a random frame. 5,000. This one also didn't do very well, which I was sort of surprised by. But I guess because mods were so inaccessible. But this one did so bad. It did so bad in comparison to all of my other videos at the time. And that was the case for all of them, by the way. That was the case with every single one of those implant videos. Was really, really poor in terms of performance. Now I think the main reason for that is actually just because I think the reason is because the implant rework hadn't happened, so like it was actually really difficult to get implants. The only way to get them was just like the random shop offers, right? Where it's like you'd go here and there'd be like rare implants, epic implants, whatever. It was before the implant rework. So if I were to remake those videos now, they'd probably do a lot better. But yeah, I discontinued that series, so I figured like, okay, well, if I make it again, then I'm just gonna do it differently. I'm just gonna make it an all-in-one video. Maybe I should continue. Well, I mean, I'm going to make a video on it, but it's gonna be my goal is one video that encompasses everything. One video that encompasses everything. And essentially make it like a gear hub guide, but for pilots, where it's like I cover as many details as I can. You bought Revoker 10, but you don't have any good mechs to put it on. Just don't, like, if it doesn't work well, then don't use it, yeah, until you get like Zephyr. It's fine to not do anything. The crate rush is messing with you, yeah. You almost got Galvin. I mean, same, but also you didn't, technically. You didn't almost, because like I said... hold on, let's go with this hanger. I'll just invite people, I guess. I was saying earlier, like, when you press the button, as soon as you press the button, you're not actually spinning a random wheel. You're not actually spinning a random wheel. No. As soon as you press the button, there's an internal, like, calculator that determines what it is that you get, and then it generates a visual animation that plays on top of that, and it purposely puts it really close to the main thing to try to, you know, essentially trick you into spending money on the event, right? Like, their goal is to try to make it so that you're like, ah, dang, I was so close, let me try it again. That's their goal. Is it scummy? Yeah, but I mean, like, every gamble system is, so what'd you expect? But yeah, the exact same thing happened to me. Oh, it's a kill shot. Get him out of it. Oh, I timed that so well. Let's go. I was literally like, huh, they have the beacon. I think any second they're going to be poking their stupid little heads at it. What? I'm not pressing the button. Hold on. Is it going to do it again? No. Okay. Stupid mouse, bro. This mouse is, like, tripping sometimes, actually. You think mods should get a rework? I think they will get a rework. Yeah. That's what it sounds like if you watched my interview with Pasha. There was, like... It's... Honestly, I think that's a video every player needs to watch. Like, if you're even moderately invested in this game, I think you need to know what went on in that video, because there's a lot of really important topics. Not always on the main thing, even that is rare. Sometimes. I feel like if it really, really teases you, like, it doesn't... It'll get close to a lot of things. It'll get close to a lot of things, but I don't think it'll ever, like, tease you, like, with a really, really close... Like, it gets really close. I don't think they ever tease you like that unless it's the main thing, right? Or, like, one of the, you know, top 2 or 3 main things. I don't think. I don't think I've noticed it. But then again, it could have done it, and I just wasn't paying attention because I didn't care because it wasn't the main thing. That could be true as well. What was your best ever build? Shotgun Shadow. Back in the day, before the grade update. If you just mean best ever... on any of my accounts throughout the, like, 4 years or whatever that I've been playing. Yeah, no, Shotgun Shadow was my main build for a long time. And it was very good. I was very good at using it too. But nowadays, stealth doesn't really mean that much. Nowadays, it's like, you can't really use stealth to be sneaky. I used to use stealth just, like, simply for the sake of being sneaky, but nowadays it doesn't really matter. Nowadays, people just use stealth as, like, a counter to certain things. But they're, like, right up in your face. It's like, you know they're there. There's no sneaking involved. You're currently upgrading your Shadow for that. I actually will be upgrading my Shadow pretty soon. I want to rank up my Stalker next, but Shadow is one of those things that I definitely want to get. I actually think I need it, bro. I legitimately, like, at this SP, I think like a rank 5, rank 6 Shadow would be great. I need it. Because I need to be able to deal with all these freaking... I need to be able to deal with all these freaking guided spammers, bro. It's ridiculous. I don't know what I'm going to use on it, though. I don't know what I'm going to use on it. I'm definitely not going to max it out, so it's not going to have 18 or 16 energy. It'd probably have like 12, maybe 14, in which case I'd use like 6s. I could use like Revoker 6s, but then what would I use on my Zephyr, right? Like, I don't want to double down on Revoker builds. I'm not. I would probably do it in place of the Lancer for certain maps. I don't know. What weapons do I even have that are 6 energy? Blast RPG is OP. I mean, Embergon, Revoker. Those are options, I suppose. Do I have any, like, 12 energy weapons? I should just do it like this. 6 energy. I could do like Fragment Gun, I guess, but I have to upgrade it. Same as like Ember Gun. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any 12s except for like these two. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what I'd use on it. That's actually a really interesting question. I have no idea what I'd use on it. I may or may not. Maybe on some of my hanger presets, I just replace the Zephyr. Because I feel like the Zephyr is a thing that I don't really use a whole lot. Before the great update, Killshot meta was so unreal, bro. It was ridiculous. For the longest time, Killshot was so meta. It was so brain dead. I mean, it still is brain dead, but... You bought a lot of mechs early when you first started getting into the game? Now I have some great stuff, but now I'm not sure what to do or level. I mean, like, I guess my tier list, my mech tier list would be a good place to start for that. You know, like any of the ones that, like, if you see any of the ones that I placed really high, if you have any of those, then those would be obviously good ones to start with. Can Blockhorn Graviton be more? Yeah. Yeah, it's decent. Came up with another line to spam. Has this guy just been spamming every single question that he's had? I see it twice. I think he only said it twice. Never mind, he said it 3 times. Yeah, bro, don't spam anymore. Okay, look, I will time you out next time. I remember Brain did kill shot. Oh, Rocket Mortar, bro. The Mortar meta was something else entirely. Now that was a meta that I don't think anyone wants to revisit. Like, people have good memories of, I think, just about every meta except for that one. Probably that's the only one that everyone collectively agrees, no thanks, I will never advocate for that. If I had to guess. When's giveaway results? 21st. I mean, I mentioned it in the video, so if you were paying attention, you'd already know. You wasted 800 A-coins for minigun recoil. Doesn't it cost 600? I thought it's only 600. The epic one? Does damage boost abilities give tick damage and explosion, or just the tick damage? It's just the tick damage. So there's no reason to use the or hold on. Maybe it's both? I think maybe it's both. But like the Orion mark isn't I don't remember, bro. It's actually been a little bit. I actually don't remember. Um, I know it's not worth using on Orion, and I've simply because like a large part of the bonus from Orion is like the back damage thing, but that doesn't count. Like that doesn't count towards implosion damage. Then again, they also reworded the way that that works to where it's not. It doesn't say everything counts as back damage. It now says everything counts as front damage, but you get this extra amount of damage boost. Maybe Graviton Orion got a silent buff. That's worth looking into. Which meta did you hate more, mortar or EM rifle? The EM rifle meta where it was like auto aim and had 75% double damage chance, that one was probably worse. After they fixed the auto aim, I think it was fine. I still didn't like it, but it was better than the mortar meta at least. I didn't have mortars, so I had to scooch around trying to get to the mortar spammers. Well, that's honestly that's where my that's part of the reason that I became a shadow main back then. It's part of what birthed that demon. I think I did have mortars, but I never used it. I mean, like, I was the same back then as I am now, where it's like, if I had the meta stuff, I would very often opt to not use it, just because it was lame. And I found it more fun to try to figure out how to counter the meta rather than just using it myself. Nowadays, the Revoker meta is not really any way to counter it. Yeah, there's not really any way to counter it, so the current meta's it's pretty bad. I think it's more entertaining than certain other ones have been, but in terms of just like you can't really decide no, I'm not going to use close quarters scouts builds. Like you can't really decide that. Like, you just lose if you try that. You got Oracle 10, nice. But back damage is nullified? Are you talking about Orion? Yeah, I know. I know. And so you're thinking about Orion where it's like it has a 50% damage boost, but everything counts as a back hit as well? Yeah. Except here's the thing. If you hit, will apply a marked effect and a brief stasis effect. All weapon attacks against marks mechs count as back hits, but also... Bro, I saw a screenshot from somebody. What in the world? I saw a screenshot from somebody where it said that it marked mechs, it counts as a front hit. I swear I saw... maybe I don't think I read it wrong. I saw a screenshot from somebody. And I was like, whoa, okay, maybe I guess they reworded it. I don't know. I guess not. I always knew that that was the case. And that's why I was having that sudden revelation. I was like, wait a second, if they changed it, then maybe Graviton would actually work really well. But no, I mean, I guess not. I don't know. Perhaps it was a dream. Yeah, I mean, maybe. When you tested Stalker against Orion, the pre-grade update times, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are still some benefits of Stalker over Orion. And even when we're just considering, like, Tetra Rifle, for example, I actually think Tetra Rifle Stalker is probably better than Tetra Rifle Orion. Should you rank up your outlaw? You already have Eclipse. I mean, if you want to. It's not like a top meta thing. That's the thing is, like, I can't necessarily say, yes, you definitely should upgrade something. Or no, you definitely... Well, okay, there are certain things where I could definitely be like, no, you definitely shouldn't do that. But if it's like a... If it's like a somewhat meta thing, but not really a top meta thing, it's like, I can't exactly... Like, what do you want me to say? You just want me to... Obviously, you just want me to say something so that you can just do whatever and not have to worry about it being your own problem. You can just essentially just blame me if it doesn't work out. But the thing is, like, I can't legitimately say, yes, this is a good idea, because, like, I don't actually know. It's not top meta, but it is pretty good. It's the same thing with, like... It's the same thing with, like, Crayverse events, right? Like, you could be like, well, I don't have enough to guarantee this thing, but I really want it. Should I spin it? Like, I'm never gonna tell you yes. Because at that point, it's my own... at that point, it's my fault for telling you. Like, I'm never gonna personally endorse that decision, because it's not, like, a thing that you technically should do. You probably could get it. You know, if you have a certain amount, you probably could get it, even if you can't guarantee it. You probably get it anyway, but... you're not gonna get the personal endorsement from me, no. I'm not gonna personally endorse every decision. Reaver 8 Orion, but my Reavers are only rank 3, Ray. Stalker could kill multiple mechs with a damage boost. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a boost to your own weapons, which means you don't have to rely on a target lock in order to fire the mark. You don't have to rely on, like, a sight line or something to where you can actually hit the mark, and you don't have to rely on the mark transfer in order to deal that extra damage to multiple enemies. The downside, of course, is that you also get less of a damage boost, right? It's less of a damage boost, but it's a bit more versatile. And I think with Tetra Rifle, it's not bad. Overdriver, Tetra, or Podgun on Aegis? I'd say either Overdriver or Podgun, whichever one you prefer. You obliterate a bunch of mechs in split second with Reaver 8 Orion? That's crazy. Should you duplicate Strike 10 or 12? And rank up Outlaw once? Again, it's not a top meta thing, so it's a thing that you could do if you think that you want it, sure. But it's not like Stormrack. Okay, look. Revoker Surge, Revoker Eclipse, Revoker Nomad, maybe even Revoker... Probably not even Revoker Seeker. Seeker's a little bit more niched. Stormrack Deathwalker. Those are... Actually, let me rephrase. Revoker Surge, Revoker Nomad, Stormrack Deathwalker. Those are the only 3 things that I will always say, yes, absolutely, you should do it. Knowing nothing about what you have or what situation you're in or what it is that you like. I don't care what you like. I mean, you're asking me what's good, right? It's like, those are the only 3 things that, yes, regardless of what situation you're in, yes, you absolutely should do it. Those are the only 3 ones. Eclipse, you could decide to use Overdriver or Minigun or Revoker. That's up to you. It's not necessarily a one and done, yes, you do it. Again, there's a lot of things where it's like, certain things are cheaper. You can choose to go the cheaper route, or you could choose to go the more expensive, more meta route. If you're asking me which one's better, like, I don't know, it's up to you. And if you're asking me on a question of, like, even Lacewing, even Hemlock and Lacewing, Hemlock is a good mech to get, Lacewing is a good mech to get. It's like, should you 100% go for Stormrack Lacewing? That's up to you, because it really depends on the map. Right? It really, like, its effectiveness is very much dependent on the map. And Seeker's a little bit situational as well. So it's not the sort of thing where it's just like, I just say, yes, you should do that. 100% you should do that. That is a thing that you always should do. And you know, nothing else to be said. Like, I guess I hope that you realize it's good, but it's not top meta. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. When I say it's up to you, that essentially just means it's like it's good, but you know, it's not necessarily the top thing, but it's also not bad. Like it's not the best, but it's also not bad. It's essentially what I'm trying to say. You forgot Stormrack Lacewing? No, not Stormrack Lacewing is not even one that I would say yes every time. Everyone who has Lacewing should upgrade it for Stormracks. I wouldn't even say that. No, because Lacewing is extremely map dependent. I think Nomad, Revoker Nomad, is a bigger staple because people will use that a lot in like free for all, especially. Like Revoker Surge, Revoker Nomad, Stormrack Deathwalker. Those are the only 3 must-have builds. Like, those are the only 3 things where it's like, these are top mechs with top weapons, and you pretty much have to build them exactly that way. You can't use them with other weapons. Those are the only 3 ones, right? You could decide to use others. You could decide to use Podgun on Lacewing, and that's fine. It'll do okay. It's not the best build for it. Right? But it's like, you could do it if you were using your Stormrack on, like, Hemlock or something else, right? But it's like, the Deathwalker obviously takes precedence. You should always make sure that your Deathwalker has Stormrack, if possible. You should always make sure that your Surge has Revoker. Same thing with Nomad. Like, those are the ones where it's like, you don't, like, yes, absolutely, you should be doing that. Like, if you're asking me if it's good, Strike Rocket Outlaw, yeah, it's okay. I've personally started using it a lot less. I mean, I haven't really played competitive in a while, but like, even when I do, I've used it a little bit less. It's not bad, but it's not a top meta build, so it's like, it's not exactly so much of like an absolute yes, 100% go for it. If you want to, go ahead. If you want to, go ahead, but again, like, I mean, you're asking for like meta advice, so in terms of like what's the most meta option. And I understand that that's frustrating. I am sorry, but at the same time, if I'm left with a decision between things and I'm not really sure which, like, I can't guarantee that you're going to see legitimate value out of a certain thing, then I'm just gonna say, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, I'm never gonna personally endorse or gonna try to personally convince you to use a thing that I'm not actually sure is going to find value for you. Never gonna do that. I'd rather be annoying and just not answer. I'm probably dead here. Yeah, it's annoying. Still waiting for legendary discount. Yeah, same. Same. Hold on. Now that I think about it, isn't that like a really high SP count? Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I feel like that's might be tanking on. Find out. Nobody's really accomplishing anything with this though. Damn it. That shock effect actually kind of messed me up. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. You guys need to get them off the center. I haven't done anything, bro. Yeah, you're gone. I think I'm still up top. Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna be really aggro, probably. Ow. Okay. Legendary, rank 6 legendary, but that's crazy. What? Bro, that freaking lag. That was game lag, by the way. It's really irritating. It kept me from killing him. Nomad. I didn't even kill him. Nice center. I don't care. You're not gonna be able to hit me with that. Your travel time, projectile travel time is ridiculously high. Yeah, I'm just gonna take him off of it. It's not worth letting him get it white. Oop. I would, yeah, just wait. Never mind. That's fine. I don't think he can really hit me now. Please don't get me killed by that bot, bro. Oh my goodness. Who was it that got me with that? Oh, a Silverthorn with the fancy skin, too. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, I will admit. Ow. Oh, Eclipse. You guys got it? We're running out of mechs, bro. What happened to everybody? Don't tell me everybody died. Are we for real? Everybody died? Except for Ombra. I think he's the lowest SP out of all of us, too. Bro survived the longest. You have to jump every 2 seconds in modifier. Yeah, I know. If you win 10 matches in a row, you get a 5% discount on everything? That's a really random. That's really random. Yeah, nah, but yeah, see it. Did I or did I not call it? I called it. I mean, look, when people tank, they tank because they want to win easy. People don't tank unless they're specifically giving themselves an unfair advantage. I mean, bro's got a Revoker Eclipse, so, like, yeah, who would have thought, right? A Gemini, yeah, Gemini. It's actually really rare to see somebody tanking without Gemini at this point. I figured at least one of them were. I'm actually surprised more than one of them weren't. The rest of these guys, they're just normal strong. Oh, that's kind of wrong with that. Yeah. Hate to see it, but I mean, hey, you gotta win your matches somehow. What weapon do you think sounds the best? Reaver. Bro, it's gotta be top. It's gotta be at least top 5. No doubt. Isn't it technically more cost effective to buy rank 3 legendary than to buy rank 4? Yeah. Yeah. What about it? No, you're right. Buying legendary mechs rank 3 is like one of the most cost effective things you could possibly do. Don't need it to get wins. It's pretty low, though. It's pretty low, though. I don't expect anybody to be happy about it. That's for sure. Tier 4, 5, or 6 with 900,000 credits? I don't know. I don't know what you have. I'm thinking I'm doing the... thinking I'm doing that again, but no. Not really doing anything. Yeah, because it's just bots. I don't really care. I should have an achievement hanger. Railgun and fragment gun achievements? Only way to avoid mods. I mean, like, the bots don't really use that many mods, do they? I can get some really nice railgun. I can get some really nice railgun MVPs. Even at max level. I don't mean with Orion either. I'm talking like, you know, random stuff like freaking Scorpius. I mean, like, the game allows it. I'm not gonna, like... There's only so much anyone can say about it, right? Like, it is technically allowed by the game. So I'm not gonna, like, report you or anything. But I think everyone agrees that it's not something that anyone likes to see, so the fact that I'm complaining about it shouldn't be a surprise. Don't you have a Railgun 8? I have Railgun 8, yeah. What about it? Oh, no, he's talking to the other guy. I mean, like, if they're tanking, like, whatever. You could do your best to make it fair. You could not bother trying to make it fair. For the most part, it ends up the same way anyway. To his credit, at very least, I mean, I don't condone any tanking, and I never will. But to his credit, he did take off all of his mods, I think, except for maybe the Redeemer or something. I don't know. He didn't have any, like, he didn't leave the mods on his Eclipse or anything like that. That would have been really bad. A lot of people would do that. So, I mean, to his credit, sure. But I think everyone pretty much everyone agrees that tanking shouldn't be a thing, so yeah. It's not exactly something people enjoy. Comes down to personal preference. Yeah. I saw that the first time you said it, yeah. Tetra rifle or railgun better? Did you watch my video? I'm gonna guess not, because I did answer that. Achievement hangers aren't that helpful. I mean, like, I don't really care. You know, like, even what some people consider, like, fair tanking or whatever, like, there are ways to make it fair, and there are ways to make it where, like, legitimate, like, you're on a completely even playing field. I still think that that's kind of, like, I still think that I probably shouldn't exist. That's my own personal preference, or my own personal viewpoint on it, right? So I'm never gonna be like, and also, most of the reason for that, by the way, is because when you say fair, fair is completely subjective. Most people's version of fair is a version where they win 90% of matches and only lose 10. If you said, yeah, it's okay to tank, or if I said, yeah, it's okay to tank, but only if you make it fair, 90% of people who think that they're making a fair hanger are purposely making it not fair in their favor, because obviously they think that they should win most matches. I mean, everybody's like that. I'm like that. Like, I'll admit, I'm like that, yeah. So, like, I don't think anyone should do it for any reason. That's my own personal... But again, it's like, it's technically allowed by the game, so, like, I'm not gonna do anything about it. You know, if you could tank, you could do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to do anything about it. But I am going to disapprove, and that's one thing I can do. Tournament isn't a reliable way to grind. Bro, I have not played tournament in such a long time. And I still do fine. Honestly, like, I have not, like, back when I was playing tournament a bit versus now, where I've essentially stopped playing tournaments altogether, I have not seen a difference in the amount of A coins or whatever that I get per week. Legitimately, I cannot tell the difference. Like, it's nothing. Tournaments get you so much garbage, so much nothing. Unless you're tanking, or if you just happen to have all of the really OP stuff. Unless you're doing that, there's just no chance for you, right? Like, you're gonna get, like, maybe top 3 at best, and top 3 doesn't get you nothing, bro. You get, like, I don't know, maybe 50 A coins. Didn't you kind of gloss over Orion specifically? All I remember you saying about Tetras is that they're usable on non-Orion mechs without saying much about it on Orion. While I was using Orion during the match where I was using Orion specifically, I was saying, like, Railgun's better on Orion. Railgun's still the better one for Orion, but Tetra's better on anything that's not Orion. Yeah. This guy's taking a beating. I mean, you're the one that went straight for the middle, my guy. Okay. Tell me how you really feel. Oh, dang it, they got double domes. Yeah, fair enough. We ain't getting through that. We ain't getting through that. Olone. What kind of name is that even? Some of us have jobs, that's crazy. Couldn't be me. Your hanger is messed up. Can I help you fix it? I'm not doing hanger reviews today. But it's the next time I do, if you're there while I'm doing it, then probably, yeah. What if matchmaking is done with inventory power? I don't know. Like, they could do that. It would be kind of unfair in other ways, though, is the thing. I don't know. I don't think it would necessarily fix a whole lot. I think it would make certain people. It would definitely keep certain people from being able to tank, but it would allow other people to be able to tank. Like, because, like, I don't know if you know this, but, like, you can get a really high-level hanger with, like, 20k inventory power. And yet, a lot of these 20k inventory power guys that I run into, they're like 5k SP. They just bought a lot of stuff. Like, they just own a lot of stuff. It's not that they're tanking, they just own a lot of stuff. And so just by owning stuff that you're, not upgrading, that would make your matchmaking harder. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't think so. There's, like, I guess, I don't know, potential ways to deal with it. I think the best way to deal with it is, because, like, okay, look. I'm okay, again, like I said, I'm okay with tanking under the pretense that it's fair. But I don't think most people have the intention to make it fair. I think most people are fully intending to tank simply because they want to make sure that they can get more kills, or they can do XYZ. I think their goal is to make it unfair in their favor. Most of the time. Not everyone, but I think most of them. So if there was a way to allow tanking to the extent that you can use lower power stuff, but not to the extent that you could make it super unfair for yourself, I would be okay with that. Basing it off of like your highest SP build is probably a good start. I don't know what else could really be done, but I think that's a good start. Because very often what happens is, yeah, it's like somebody's got like a freaking, they got like a maxed Nomad with like a single Revoker 12, and then maxed mods or whatever the heck, and it's just like, yeah, it's GG, you're not gonna be able to do anything. So that's a thing that pretty often happens. So I don't know. What do you do about that? Not sure. But at the same time, just, the power system in general is also just like fundamentally flawed. Cause like, bro, this counts as so much power, 900. Whereas the Orion, not even 400. So according to the game, this is more than twice as strong as this. Which is like not actually true. It's not true. Like the power rating of the entire build, 727 versus 1200. Is that accurate? No, I don't think that's accurate. I think that they're similar in performance. I don't think this one's over 50% stronger though. So I think if they were going to change the matchmaking in any way that actually helped in any way, I think they just have to rerun. They have to rework the SP numbers, the SP calculations entirely. They have to rework all of the numbers that they currently have because it's really bad. It's really the way that they calculate the power of each build is so bad. It's not accurate at all. Oracle 16 worth buying now. Oracle's not even good weapon. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that people decide to tank, and like, all right, look, a lot of them are doing it because they just want they'll do it in tournaments because they want the rewards from tournaments, or they just want to get a bunch of easy matches, or they're grinding for the top 500 because they think having a number next to their name makes them look cool. But there are some people who do it simply because, and I'm being dead serious, there are no players at high SP in high SP matches, and sometimes people just want to be able to fight players. I don't play my other account almost exclusively because I know that I'm not going to fight any players. Like, I'm going to play 5 battles, and I'll get maybe 1 player, and the rest is just going to be full bot lobbies. And I sympathize with that, I really do. So the people who genuinely try their hardest to make it fair, I respect that. I don't, again, I'm not going to like specifically condone tanking, because if you say you can tank so long as it's fair, that then leaves it up to everybody to define for themselves what's fair or not, and I don't think that anything should be permissible based on how fair it is, because people's definitions of fair always go in their favor. Especially something like nuanced, like like a hanger, right? Like you could make a coin flip fair, like that's fair, sure, but like something as nuanced as like a hanger of mechs and weapons, like that's, how do you make it fair specifically, right? People always do it in their favor, most of the time anyway, or at very least you couldn't trust the majority of people to do it, to not do it in their favor. That's essentially what I'm saying, and because of that, I wouldn't specifically condone it. But I do sympathize with the people who specifically do it because they want to fight other people. I think it's a shame that there's basically no players in top level. Most players that reach endgame always resort to tanking. Well, yeah. Yeah. Because they either fight a bunch of people who are just as strong, and like, in tournaments or something like that, tanking is just a really, like, so long as you don't, like, if you don't have any moral thing stopping you from doing it, then you're gonna end up tanking. Because it's so easy to get so many wins in, like, tournaments, or playoffs, or top 500, whatever. It's so easy to get extra points. It's so easy to win those. So unless you take a hard stance against it, I think the majority of people will resort to doing it if they're high SP, because they'll just get bored and they'll just be like, yeah, you know what, I could do that. I don't know, I don't have any reason not to, so I may as well. But again, there's also a separate community of people who do it specifically because they just want to be able to fight other people and not bots 24/7. And like, again, I sympathize with that, but I think as an extension, I can't necessarily, I'm still not going to condone that just because it's a very it requires people to do it with good intention, and some people have good intention, but not everybody, that's for sure. Sad to face bots when you have too much max stuff, yeah. Well, that's the reason that almost every maxed player ends up being competitive. Is because, like, what are you going to do? Unless you're tanking, what are you going to do? You're going to, you know, your only other option in terms of fighting players is custom matches. And custom matches, regardless of how it starts, it will always devolve into a meta, like a meta custom match. Like, even if you join it with full intention of just messing around and having fun, it will always devolve into a meta fight. And like, I understand that. I did the exact same thing. Like, I'm not knocking those players either. Like, I did the exact same thing. Like, I started joining a lot more like competitive custom matches. It's better than fighting bots. I don't want to fight bots all the time. But yeah, so like, I understand why people do it, and I understand why people tank for the sake of fighting players. And I am okay with the people who actually take the time to make sure that their hanger is fair. I'm actually completely okay with people who do that. But you know, I will say, just overarchingly, tanking as a whole, I don't like it, and I'm never gonna like personally say that, like, yeah, this is fine. You've never been in the top 500? I've been, but only when the season reset. That's only when the season resets. Some people have a lot of time on their hands. Not me. I mean, I say that, but I've been streaming for, what, 5 hours? Most people can't spend huge amounts of money to get max hangers. Well, yeah. But that wasn't the question. I know why there's no players at max level. Like, nobody was disputing that, I don't think. And actually, if they did do a price reduction for legendary stuff, that would actually very largely help the endgame community. Because that would mean that there's a lot more people who are actually capable of reaching that level of squad power. And they'd be able to fight more people in those matches. That would be a lot better, honestly. And I'd probably play on my maxed account a lot more, if that were the case. Can you play those nights at Fredbear's? Bro, I have not played any Five Nights at Freddy's games. I've seen a lot of them. And maybe at some point I do. I don't know what I'd do with it. I definitely wouldn't upload it here, because it's like, it's such a different game. Like, it's such a weird game to upload on a channel like this, right? It would not fit in at all. But I don't know. I do kind of think... Ow! Sure, pal. Thanks. Yeah, I do kind of think, like, Mech Arena's not gonna last forever. At least not on my channel, right? Like, at some point, if I actually wanted to, like, really go down on YouTube, Mech Arena's not the place for it. He's gonna hit that. Orion's gonna hit me, isn't he? Am I cooked? No. I'm alive. Ow! Okay. It's a fan game? Yeah. I mean, I assumed as much. Bro, my mouse is not clicking. That's ridiculous. Can you send a friend invite not to play but just be friends? If it's on Plarium play, then sure, go for it. We'll accept anybody. If it's in-game, then no. I have very limited space in-game, and I'm definitely not willing to fill that with people who don't intend on actually playing battles. The rewards and hangers shouldn't help, but I've stated my problems with it. Yeah, I mean, like, the league problem, like, the matchmaking in terms of League 1 is really bad. Yeah. Say ouch with you this time. Bro, I don't even know what you're trying to say. With the price reduction, they need to fix some weapons and matchmaking. Well, the matchmaking, I'm not sure what's gonna happen with that. The balance in terms of like weapons and mechs and whatever, the balance is a separate issue that they're gonna deal with. Yeah. I mean, I made a video. I was talking to Pasha, one of the game developers, and we covered some of really, honestly, really important stuff that's going to be happening in the next year or two. I think that's a video that everybody, if you play, like, if you're even like moderately into this game, I think everybody needs to watch that, because that's really important stuff that's going to be happening. The reality is just only so much you can say on a topic, and eventually Maker and his devs won't be able to keep things creative. Well, I mean, ultimately, like, what you do with a certain thing is like what the game does is up to them, right? There's not a whole lot I can say, and yeah, and the, like, certain things, it's like it sucks. Like, what am I gonna say outside of just like, yeah, it sucks, but it's like, whatever. I'm like, am I gonna spend every video complaining about different stuff in the game? I could, but I don't think anybody really wants to. I don't think anybody really wants to deal with that. Like, when I made a short on the event for on these events, and I mentioned, like, yeah, there's also this thing that's only for PC players, and I mentioned that, like, yeah, it's unfair. I know it's unfair, and then and I got a comment which is like, and I don't necessarily disagree with them. He was like, yeah, finally he's mentioning the fact that it's unfair, but it's like, everyone knows it's unfair. Like, I don't know what I'm expected to say, you know? Like, I could call out every little thing every time I see it, but I feel like I'd spend way too much time. Like, there's it gets to a point where it's like certain things everybody knows is unfair. And I don't know, I feel like mentioning every tiny little thing every time it comes up is not really great. Like, I don't think anybody wants to listen to me complain about different stuff for 5 minutes every video I make. Can't wait to see how they'll make those changes. Sounds very interesting. It sounds very interesting. Will they mess it up? In some way, probably, yeah. I don't trust them to do it perfectly, that's for sure. But, I mean, cross our fingers, we'll hope it's at least better than what we have. When are you going to upgrade Stalker? Not on stream, but probably in a couple days. I'll probably make its own video on that. Yeah. Cybertron, pretty late for you. Alright, bye-bye. What did you miss? You haven't been playing the past few days? Well, you should start playing right now, because there's a bunch of free tokens that you can get. 70... I did not get this, by the way. I don't know why it's grayed out. I didn't get that. This event, you're going to be able to get all of the tokens, all 70 of the tokens, if you keep up with events. There's one event that's ending today, so you need to... This one, yeah. You just gotta do cool stuff with guided weapons, that's essentially it. I would recommend, if you can, I'd recommend at least logging on today and finishing that. If you can't, then there's a very good chance that you don't end up getting the pilot, and that would be sad. Do you have any tips for saving Acorns and credits? Yeah. It's actually really simple. Just don't spend them. Don't spend them on anything. You see a crate rush event. Oh, I could spend. Don't. No, just don't. See another crate rush event. Oh, this is slightly. No, just don't. That's it. You see this crate rush event. This is a 5 points. No, just don't. That's simple as that. Just don't. Just don't spend it. That's it. You just restraint. You just gotta exercise restraint. That's it. Do your best to get as much as you can, and make sure that you don't spend any unnecessary resources for any reason. That's how you save up a lot. And this has been the case for a long time. I actually, I get kind of triggered by the videos that are like, here's how you get a lot of acorns, and then their top 5 things are weekly tasks, daily tasks, freaking opening, these are not things that you even have a choice. You literally don't have the choice. You have to collect that. You would literally nobody doesn't know about those. Let's be real, right? Let's be real. Everybody knows how to get the resources. The problem is knowing when not to spend them. Rule of thumb, it's not worth spending pretty much ever. A couple, if you're progressing, certain things are worth buying, but, don't gamble on crate rush events. Don't upgrade your stuff. I mean, you might notice all of my stuff is level 1 just because I don't bother upgrading it. It's a waste of credits. Joke's on them, I already have the pilot. Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, it really is just as simple as that. Yeah. I find it's sort of insulting to your intelligence to be here's the top 5 ways to get acorns, and one of them's just do your weekly tasks. Oh, yeah, who would have thought, right? Sure. Yeah. I don't think anyone's that dumb. I think everyone knows how to get them for the most part. They just don't know. They just don't realize how much they're spending unnecessarily. That's the thing. Because that's the game's goal, right? The game's goal is literally just to nickel and dime you to death. There are some expenses that are really... There's some things that are really expensive, like Surge or Eclipse or whatever, right? Like that, sure, right? But, I mean, their goal is just to, get you to spend as much as you can, as much as they can. Because they want you to be broke. That means... Because if you're broke, then that means you're more likely to spend money on acorns. They want you to spend as many acorns as they can get you to spend, obviously. You just gotta not fall for it. Oh, the playoff event? Yeah, don't even look at this, bro. Just don't even look at it. Don't even try. If you think that by upgrading a couple things a couple times you have a chance, no, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah, you look at these, you look at it, you see, it's kind of pay to win. You're guaranteed to not win, and that's fine. I've never won a single one of these a day of my life. Not even on my other account where I have max level pretty much everything. Never won. Doesn't matter. I've never won one of these on this account, and I probably never will. That's fine. I don't care. Just treat it like it's not there, essentially. I actually like these playoffs, though, because what they do give is, this one's just a bunch of crates. It's free blueprints, sure. These, though, fortune keys are actually really nice. I love it when they give fortune keys in these. I essentially just treat this as it's just free stuff, I just get some free stuff, and that's it. You don't even pay attention to the other stuff. It's just there to try to make you spend money. You're not gonna win. It's a trap, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Everything's designed to try to convince you to spend more credits, to spend more acorns. You gotta spend, spend your resources here, there, everywhere. I don't even open my crates, bro, and just this triggers so many people. I bet you 70% of people are so triggered by the fact that I actually own more than one crate that's unopened. But it's just just don't. Like, there's no reason to. The game's it's designed to try to make you spend as much as it can manage. Because again, if it can make you spend, it makes you more likely to spend real money, right? If you're broke on A-coins, how are you gonna get A-coins? You just buy it with real money. A lot of people can't, but some people can, and that's how they get people to spend money. You just gotta say hard no, hard pass, no thanks, mom, I'm full. That's what you gotta say. Dreadnought on I have everything, bro. Everything on my other account. They have to make money some. Oh, I mean, sure. I don't blame them for making money. I think that there's certain things that they do that's like kind of scummy, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, it's the same thing with anything, right? Like, their goal is to make money, and you shouldn't be surprised by that. The game wouldn't exist if they didn't think they could be profitable from it. Tetra rifle 8, podgun 8, overdriver 8, viper 8, stormer 10. Depends on what your hanger looks like, to be honest. Stormer 10 is definitely one that you're going to want to get at some point, though. Omnivores. It's not omniverse, guys. It's omnivores. Very interesting. Oh, shit. Poke. Poke. When's that gonna go down? There you go. Ah! Missed. Poke. Where's Omnivores? Hello? Did he quit already? That's crazy. It's poor soul. Ow! Okay, look. Hold on, can I see him in the back there? I don't think I can. I mean, it would appear as though you did, right? Because I don't see him. He's none of these guys. His Hemlock died, he decided life wasn't worth living, though. He's like, nope, forget it. Forget it. Omnivore's out. Unless, you know what? I think if he quit, you'd see another mech in the back. I think, so I think what actually happened is he only had one mech. He literally only had one mech. He only had Hemlock in his hangar. He thought he could do cool stuff with it. Instead, he got absolutely bodied literally in the first 5 seconds. And maybe he was trying to do like some kind of challenge thing, and it's like, it's fine. But it is pretty funny, yeah. You have to admit, it's pretty funny. You could be like, oh, I'm gonna try to do a challenge, guys. I'm trying to play a whole match with Hemlock. 5 seconds in, bro gets destroyed. Yeah. See, I told you. Yeah. If he had more, then the game would have forced him to spawn. Even if he left, it would have forced him to spawn at least one other mech. That's crazy. That's pretty funny, though. You got Oracle for a spin? Nice. What's my go-to on my free-to-play account? Obviously, if you don't know it's this by now, then that's crazy. You haven't been watching my videos at all. At least not in the past, like, 2 weeks. It's been insane how much this thing's been carrying. He was SP dropping? Probably. Yeah, 7K. I've fought a 7K guy before, like, legit. His full 7K hanger as well. So, like, I don't know. Because here's the thing is, like, yeah, he doesn't have his other mechs in there, but let's say, for example, if I had a preset that was, like, that had one mech in it, So long as my other higher SP presets are active, like there's this check mark on them, so long as they're active, then it's going to do the matchmaking for the highest SP one that I have, right? So, like, technically I could do a challenge like that, and it would be perfectly valid so long as I keep these checked. It would actually be perfectly valid. It wouldn't be, like, tanking, or it wouldn't be unfair at all. It would do matchmaking as normal. So that actually would happen. So, and maybe that is what happened with him. I almost kind of feel like he was trying to get some cool clip or something. I don't necessarily think he was trying to tank, but maybe. So you could SP drop? I mean, what do you mean? Like, you could use a low SP hanger, but if you keep these active, then it'll just do the matchmaking like normal, right? So I'd get the same enemies as I always do, even if I only had one mech in this hanger. Because, like, obviously, right? If it's active, then they just take whichever one's the highest SP out of all of them. They use the strongest mech for matchmaking? I don't think they do. I don't think they do, because a lot of the time there's like freaking. I mean, like this guy, he was doing achievements, he says, but even still, it's like pretty obviously. He's got a max dreadnought. I don't think they use the best mech for matchmaking. Do you? I don't think they do. I think they use the strongest preset, the highest SP preset. I think that's what they do for matchmaking. I mean, they have to. That's literally what they have to do. The highest active preset is what they have to use, because otherwise you could just make one really low SP and then just use the one that's really high SP. What are they gonna do? Change the players in the match like 2 seconds in? No, of course not. Like you already got those players, so they have to do the matchmaking that way. You got Aegis rank 3 from a crate rush event, and you finally got it to rank 4. That's sad. That's a downside of getting stuff low rank, huh? But I guess it's pretty cheap with the thing. They need to fix SP dropping. Oh yeah, I agree. For sure. For sure, I agree. Customs? No. Dream hangers when? I don't know. Like, the problem is, like, I don't really fight players. There's, like, almost exclusively bots on my main account. It would take a long time just to get a match with a player to where I could show, a decent thing. I feel like those videos did pretty well, though, and they weren't really that difficult. I don't really know why I stopped doing them. I feel like I just kind of forgot about it. Just did other stuff. I don't know. I feel like I will go back to it at some point. I don't know when. Outlaw's ability to go through shields. Yeah, as long as you can see them, yeah. Alright, well, what do you guys think? I think I could probably call it here. It's been 5 hours. 5 hours, 15 minutes. I think it's fine. We're done, pretty much. Like, I finished these events. I got the tokens. I got nothing good from the Galvin one, obviously. This one I'm not going to be able to finish. I still got to do other stuff. This one I did get these 3 tokens. And I did get Disc Launcher 16, by the way. I actually did, bro. Look at that. 1 spin, I freaking got it with -1. I'm in debt. And I got it. It's crazy. Which is nice, because that means I don't have to get the 8s now. At least not for a long time. So that's helpful. I can save my credits for that. And then everything else is like, yeah, I don't really have anything else to do. Watch the interview. Let me make a poll. I'm gonna take, like, 2-minute bathroom break, and then I'll be back, and we'll see what you guys say. Should we want the there? I'll be right back. I'll be right back, and yeah, and then we'll see what's going on then. Okay. Let's see. 22 votes. That's crazy. Hold on. Bro, where did my viewer count thing go? Why is that not showing? That's strange. Yeah, I just realized I don't have the viewer count thing up anywhere. I don't know why it's happening. Oh well. Yeah, whatever. Most people are saying yes. Okay. Sure. 47. Yeah, it sounds about right. Considering I haven't played a match in a little bit. People always leave when I'm not playing battles. It's okay though. Let's go with open this. Ah. Excuse me. Why are you doing bad things? There's not going to be any audio. Hold on. Hold on. Just a dang second. Should be, this. There we go. You're here to listen to me talk. That's crazy. Alright. Let's, well, hold on. Real quick, I guess. I could put the video link in here. Let me pin that. Doesn't really matter because it's my own video anyway. You're not gonna sleep today because I need to wake up early and I can't do that, so it's better if your stream goes longer. That's crazy. Fair enough, though. I've been there. Reviewing your own video, cool. Yeah, well, there's some things that I kind of want to say about certain topics. Some things that I think people glossed over. But let's see. Let's see. Okay, so I'm back with Pasha. Hello.
Hello, guys.
And this is like attempt number 3 or something like that, because the last one didn't work out so well. Real quick, I suppose you can just... Yeah, we recorded the whole thing, and... We recorded the whole thing and it ended up, not... It was the video, not... The audio, I think, was fine, but the video aspect was all choppy and messed up. So we chose different questions. And a lot of the questions in this video... I actually... Well, some of them I already knew the answer to. Because they're the same questions. But I was not expecting him to say a lot of the things he ended up saying. Sleep? You can watch it tomorrow? It's 3 p.m., my guy. Oh, you're talking to that guy that said he can't sleep. Gotta wake up early. Yeah, but if you can't wake up early... You left hours ago? Well, I mean, welcome to RuFFles streams. Is Redeemer the most skill-based mech in the game? It could be if you used it a specific way, but I think almost 0% of people actually use it the way that it could be. Like, the way that it would be skill-based is if you use the backtrack to precisely position yourself in specific locations to where you specifically backtrack to a specific spot and use that spot as like a, you know, to gain an advantage on people. But I think almost nobody does that. They simply go into a situation and then use the backtrack to get out of said situation, and that's not very skill-based, no. Oh, so. Myself included, by the way. I don't use it in the potentially super skill-based way. Introduce yourself, like explain what you do generally.
Sure. As you know, my name's Pasha. I'm working as a game designer on Mech, and I specifically do content. Yeah, weapons and mechs. I'm not the only one who does it, but one of the couple of guys who does content.
Yeah, so he creates the mechs and the weapons. He doesn't like design the renders or like the models or anything like that. But he's one of the people one of like the 2 or 3 people who decides like what stats it gets, like what the weapon essentially looks like. He's the one that thinks about the concept, and then he kind of figures out the stats and stuff like that. So that's what he does. So like creating and balancing mechs, weapons.
Yeah. From the idea.
So you can blame him for things? You can blame him for unbalanced mechs and weapons, yes. You can't blame him for matchmaking or anything like that. You could blame him for unbalanced mechs and weapons. The reason that they're unbalanced is because he doesn't want to buff or nerf anything. It's his own... I think he should. I think they should. But they don't want to. I don't necessarily think that's specifically his choice. Also, you gotta keep in mind that, like, he's not the only person responsible for deciding what gets buffed and nerfed. Like, that's like a, you know, game developer as a whole, like, the developers as a whole, not just him. So, like I know that there are certain things that he would like to do, but like it's just not a thing that he's able to do.
from scratch
Did
and
he make Revoker? I need to talk
up
to him
until it
personally.
ends up on your smartphones in the game. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you. Hopefully, I can give some answers.
Well, you can definitely
Rob?
give some answers, but let's hope that people actually are okay with them.
I'm not responsible.
People are gonna be mad. I'm gonna be honest here. I haven't been reading the comments under this video. I haven't. I'm be fully honest. I haven't been reading the comments because I know a lot of people are just gonna be speaking out of anger. They're just gonna be saying like, "Oh, I'm so mad at this, that, and the other thing." Gonna be blaming him, blaming me for certain things, blaming Pasha for certain things. I'm not responsible for anything that they do, and as far as I know, they're going to be taking a look at the comments, right? Sure. Um, they'll be looking at the comments and seeing what you guys have to say, but yeah, it's not really, it's not really anything I can do anything about. So I've just been saving my sanity, to be honest.
It was them, but I will give
No, that makes me responsible. You should do it. Since you are responsible essentially for like balancing stuff, what do you think of the current balance in the game? What would you rebalance if you could, or do you plan to rebalance anything?
As for the current balance in the game, I feel like it leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah.
It needs some work to be done, and we know what needs to be fixed. Revokers, I'm looking at you.
Right. So they and this is a thing. I'm not sure if he's mentioned it. I don't think so. But they have the numbers on all this stuff, right? So they know how many they know how like what the MVP rate of everything is. They know how many people own this stuff. They know how often it ends up in people's hangars. They know how many kills it gets. They know how many MVPs it gets. They have all the data on everything. So it's just a matter of like, what are they going to do about it? And I guess, and I'm not saying that this is the better way to do it. It's up to them to do whatever they want with it, right? They could decide to do nothing. But what I suppose what they've opted to do is instead of buffing things that are obviously too strong or nerfing or sorry buffing things that are obviously too weak, nerfing things that are obviously too strong. Instead of that, they want to essentially create like a system that would make that a little bit more of a regular thing. I like a thing to kind of help them, rebalance things easier. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. The He'll get into some details later, but that I want to talk about, and I have some misgivings with potential changes that's gonna be happening. I don't care if they make strong weapons or things, as long as it's fun, which it is, because you need to make a strategy to kill your opponents. Well, I mean, like, there's always going to be a meta, right? Like, I don't think anybody cares that a meta exists. It's just that when there's one thing that's way stronger than everything else to the point where it's impossible to play the game without using it, then that's kind of a problem. That's kind of a problem. And, especially, if one thing remains meta for a really, really long time, it becomes not only a problem, but also really boring for people who actually enjoy playing meta competitively, whatever. It becomes really boring and stale. So there are definitely issues with it. There are definitely issues. I don't think anybody cares that there's a meta. There's always gonna be a meta. Like even the most balanced games you can think about have some type of meta. Zack Attack. Hello, how's it going? These ads, you need to keep going back. That's not bad, dude. Yeah, hold on. Let me change that. Where is that setting? Oh, probably this, huh? Wait, can I hold on? Can I change the? Can I just change which ones appear? No, I can just make it like. I'll just turn it off. That's fine. Yeah, I turned it off. That's my bad. I forgot I had that on even. Like it's a nice way to get me a little bit of extra revenue, but at the end of the day, it's like $2 or whatever from the entire streams. It's like whatever. I don't care that much.
Because they're the outliers. I mean, like, probably it's not the only thing that needs changes, but it's definitely the first one that comes to mind. And I think that both players and we're a little bit tired of its dominance. So if I'd have to do this, that would be our first candidate to like for the upcoming changes. As for the are we
So he's essentially saying like, yeah, they know that Revoker's too strong. They know that people like they don't they're a little bit tired of it being OP, and they know players are also a little bit tired of it being OP. So yeah, they plan on dealing with that at some point in the near
planning
future.
to
Hopefully.
do it? We are currently working on the thing to influence the meta in some way, and it would be something closer to a process or the system, not the like direct changes to this or that weapon. And
So what he's saying here, and this is we're getting to the point that I think a lot of people glossed over, and a really important note, and some potential misgivings that I have. So what he's saying here is that essentially they don't plan on like nerfing and buffing things necessarily, right? They're not just gonna like oh they're gonna nerf Revoker or they're gonna buff whatever. They're not going to. It's not going to be just a rebalance, but they're working on a thing, something that's more like a system. He says that would essentially dictate the meta, and we'll get into a
that's
little
it.
bit more of that.
We're thinking of can we create a system that will like be floating the weapons up and down from season to season probably, and
Here it is. This is a thing that a lot of people missed. They want to create a system that would fluctuate the meta every season, or potentially every season. Seasonal meta, 30 days. Your top meta stuff has a lifespan of 30 days. I don't necessarily think that's long enough. I don't think that's very good. Now, maybe that's not necessarily to say, because another thing that he says later on, we'll kind of expand on this. It's not necessarily to say that, let's say Railgun's really strong this season. That doesn't sound, that doesn't necessarily mean that the next season it won't be. It could still be strong. It'll be shifted. It won't necessarily be completely different. But it will be different. Potentially, again, might be every 2 seasons. I don't know what they'll end up on. I kind of hope that it's every 2 or 3 seasons, personally, because I think every season's a little much. But the goal is to make sounds like monthly modifiers, it sounds like. Yeah, and that's essentially what he ends up explaining. So
I think that it would be more interesting, more challenging, probably. I mean, challenging, not hard, but to think of what to choose. The wider will be the meta. Imagine that not the reworkers are not the only one dominant weapon in the game, but if you have 15 weapons like that, so you'll need to choose to change your hangers, and the next season the situation.
So he's saying that the ideal is a lot of different weapons, as opposed to the current meta, which is almost exclusively Revoker Stormrack. And then you could throw in maybe like 2 or 3 other weapons. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find 5 different really strong weapons that are almost equally as strong. Like, you'd be very, very hard-pressed. And the meta is mostly defined by the weapons and not the mechs. So what he's saying is, like, ideally that would be a lot bigger, and there'd be a lot more weapons that are more around the same lines. So it would essentially saying that, things would be more balanced, as opposed to like one weapon, or like Revoker and Stormrack being like the obvious super outliers, the ones that outperform everything, and then everything else essentially trying to struggle to keep up. As opposed to that happening, you'd have like, maybe 10, 15 different things that all perform on a relatively similar level. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything else would suck. It would just mean that those are like the top meta things at the time. And that's fine, right? Like, obviously that's better. The more things that are in the top meta, the better. The more options you have, the better. That's great. But again, this is a thing that potentially would be changing every month, every season. And that's the aspect that I think nobody really caught. I don't think anybody else really caught that. Which, like, I don't know, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. But at the same time, so long as the meta's balanced enough, it might not really matter that much either, He's saying, like, he gonna buff other legendary. Well, it's essentially gonna be a fluctuating thing, where there's, like, it's essentially monthly rebalances, yeah. That's essentially what it is, yeah. Hopefully it'll just make bad things usable, not good things useless. Well, it'll fluctuate, right? So, like, at some point in the future, there probably will be another Revoker meta. If the goal is to fluctuate it on a regular interval, then at some point there will be another Railgun meta, there will be another EM rifle meta, there'll be another Disc Launcher meta, there'll be another Revoker meta, probably, right? Probably at some point those metas will return, if not just for one, for another month. But what it also does mean is that anything that you have that's bad, you just wait a bit and it'll become meta again. And as long as it's legendary, most likely at some point it'll become meta again. And that's not bad, but at the same time, it's like, what do you get? What do you spend your hard-earned resources on if every single month the meta is changing? It depends on how much they do it by. If it's fairly balanced, then I don't think it matters. But if the meta stuff is, like, way outperforming, and if they nerf certain things way too much, I don't necessarily trust them to balance things in a really great way. Because, I mean, we have to keep in mind the fact that they nerfed Disc Launcher and Arc Torrent, and both of those nerfs were completely unnecessary. Like, there was no reason for them. So I don't necessarily think that we can or should trust them to make super fair balance changes. But at the same time, if it's really often, it's kind of like a pro-con situation. It's bad in the sense that you don't really know what you're going for, but it's also good in the sense that you could kind of get whatever you want, and at some point it's going to be meta. And so you can kind of just, like, every so often have fun with different things that you enjoy. People who really like Disc Launcher, at some point there's probably going to be another Disc Launcher meta. Probably. So, they can have their time at some point. But I still feel, and I don't necessarily dislike that aspect. I think the thing that I dislike is the fact that he said every season, probably. Not necessarily. It might not be specifically every season, but if it is, then that's, I think, too frequent. That's a bit too frequent. They can maybe add negative modifiers too. I don't know what it's gonna be. So
Situation might change in these 15 weapons.
I'll just let this play out.
Let's say, I know, probably there like be more to the existing ones, or some will drop back. So we're thinking of how to organize this thing, and it is not yet like completely approved. So we'll see if we manage to pull it off.
So what essentially he's saying is like they have a thing that they're working on, and they think that it's going to work this way. The system that he's talking about, they're thinking that that's the way they're going to do it, but they don't actually know. It's not set in stone yet. They don't know if they're actually going to use it.
Then
So
I guess it will be a really nice thing to have.
So-
yeah, we're basically thinking of it not like of the let's nerf rewalkers or let's up miniguns, but of something like more wide. That's why we call it the wide meta.
So like, it's not like a nerf or a buff, not like an actual rebalance, but more of like a feature change similar to like mods, where it's like something that you add to the game that.
No, not exactly. It would not be a feature. It would more likely look like a systematic rebalance, probably. The system that will like include the changes, probably connected to the seasons. So when the new season comes out, you'll see that some weapons change their positions in the meta. Probably something like that.
So,
Let's see.
well,
I'm not really sure what that would entail.
Pretty much
I mean, obviously,
everything.
you can only say so much, so I'm not gonna like hard press you on that. But it sounds kind of like modifiers, to be honest.
Yeah. So it's similar to modifiers, and I don't necessarily know if I like this either. But here's the thing: is like essentially, I guess the idea, and I don't know if it's going to be modifiers. I actually don't necessarily think it will be, but I think it will be similar. It'll be a system similar to modifiers, where it just on a regular interval for a certain amount of time, certain things do better and certain things do worse. So the guy who said like, so that maybe they'll add negative modifiers. I don't necessarily think the modifiers themselves will be the system that they use, but it might be. It might be. I don't know. Or maybe they change the modifier system and make that thing. If it is modifiers, then yeah, essentially every new season, whatever that happens, whenever they change it, you take a look, right? You just go to the modifiers. Essentially, you take a look at what's being modified. You check the modifiers in the thing, and you're just like, oh, okay, this is what the meta is. Essentially, you just take a look, and it shows you what's being buffed, and you can just take a guess as to what the meta would be from that. I hope it's not modifiers, because I kind of don't think that's enough. You know, like railgun damage. 50% railgun damage is not enough to make railgun meta. It's just not. They could do that to the. They currently have it for the 8, but they could do that for the 12, the 16, whatever. Like, it's not enough to make it meta, even if they did 100%. I don't think a modifier, I don't think just a strict, simple damage modifier on certain weapons is enough to make them meta, ever. You need to, like, specifically rework certain things. I think. So, which they might be reworking mods as well. But yeah, so in that case, if it's something as simple as modifiers, and they're literally that's just the modifiers is essentially what they're planning on doing, I don't think it's a great idea. I don't think it's going to work. I think very little is going to change. And yeah, I don't know. Every month is also, again, a little bit too much. They got to reduce legendary costs if they're going to have a changing meta. Yeah. Well, especially if it's going to be every month. Like, a changing meta is fine. The meta's always been changing meta, technically. But, like, you know, we're talking, like, once a year or something like that. But if we're talking, you know, if we're talking once a month, then that's ridiculous. Systematic rebalancing sounds like a complete and utter disaster. It could be, right? It could be. There's a very good chance that you get a lot of metas that you don't like, but at the same time, like, you also know that whatever bad meta that you don't really enjoy, you also know that that's not going to last very long. So, like, there's benefits to it. There's downsides to it, and there's benefits to it, but I really hope that they're taking a look at, like, stuff that is doing well or poorly or whatever, and they're not just like, because, like, think about it like the modifiers, right? The modifiers are, like, to the best of my estimations, literally random. Like, why does Podgun 8 get a 50% damage modifier and none of the other Podgun? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Oracle 12, 50%. Beats me. But, so that's, like, as far as I can tell, it's just completely random. And if that's essentially what they're going to do, where it's just like, oh yeah, here's a random list of weapons that get a damage buff this season, that's pretty stupid. That's not going to work. That's really bad. That's dumb. Yeah, I don't like that. But as long as they, I mean, they at very least need to tone down Revoker, right? But as long as they're like actually, paying attention to what works and what doesn't work, and then adjusting things based on that, then I think that could be okay. And again, yeah, I agree. Every month is definitely way too often. But the benefit of that, once again, is like, if there's a meta that you don't like or a meta that you don't have the weapons for, you could just choose to not get it because you know that then it's literally going to change in a month. I think 50% buff is just crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, for certain things, yeah. The 6 and 8, I feel like it's not as bad, but I don't know. I definitely think that it should just be for a full class of weapons, like 30% for a full class of weapons. Like, all of the railguns get 30%, as opposed to just the railgun 8 getting 50%. Doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I think that the closer a system that's like similar to modifiers in the sense that it's just a list of things that are being changed, that's fine. That's not necessarily inherently bad. But modifiers the way that they currently are, I think, no, definitely not. Like, the closer it is to the current modifier system, the worse it's gonna be.
Let's say
I'm pretty close.
Pod 60 with 50%. Yeah.
We'll leave it at that then.
Yeah, well, let's leave it at that.
But one thing that I've been curious about, and it's like I understand why you don't, let's say, nerf Revoker. I understand why you don't want to nerf it, because it just makes people upset, and if you can avoid it, then it's nice to avoid it. But one thing I guess I've never really understood too much is, like, why not buff the things that you know that are doing really bad?
Can we just appreciate the fact that I spent like a full minute trying to avoid that stupid Tengu, and then I go around the corner,
like,
I'm looking at the gameplay in the back. I go around the corner, immediately get absolutely bodied by some random stupid Panther. That was so upsetting. I remember playing that match. That was very upsetting, actually. I didn't enjoy that a lot. But essentially, TLDR, what we're talking about here, let me see, where the chapters, yeah, it's the whole game balance thing. So essentially, I'm asking, like, why not just buff the stuff that's really bad? Like, at least start with that. You don't have to nerf Revoke or whatever. Like, if you don't want to, go, like, whatever. I get it. People always get really mad when they nerf stuff. But, like, I think they should, and I still think this, by the way, I think they should just buff the stuff that does really bad and just see what happens, at very least. That Panther bot was on comms for sure, bro. It was such unfortunate timing. I was trying my absolute best to freaking finesse that dang Tengu, and then that Panther just comes out of nowhere.
Some things that don't do really well, legendary items even, that don't do well in any stage of the game.
Exactly, but as long as we didn't touch, like, the balance after the release, like, for such a long time, it was also, like, a question. So, I mean, we can just buff everything up to the Revoker's level, because the time to kill will, like, change significantly, and that will be, like, completely different game.
Well, Revoker's not the standard. Revoker is the outlier, the exception.
The outlier, right? Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think making more... I think part of the thing is, like, well, a lot of the reason that, like, you get the current Revoker and Stormrack meta, those are the two weapons that everybody uses. But, like, the reason that you get, like, such a dominance with those is largely, I would say, because there's no decent options to combat them in the form of, like, mechs and...
Yeah, and I mean, think about it. Look, this is my whole point. Why don't you use Repeater instead of Revoker? Simple, because it's really terrible. if they buffed it, if they like doubled the mag size or doubled the probably not doubled the damage, but if they maybe even doubled the damage, if they buffed it by a bit, it could actually be decent, and maybe you would legitimately maybe you would use Repeater instead of Revoker. On certain things, probably could potentially do better. I don't know. But the same goes with almost anything. Like Blast RPG versus Stormrack. Like every weapon has a different mechanic, and that different mechanic offers it a potential benefit. But if it's just really bad, it's not the mechanic necessarily that makes it bad. Sometimes it is. Sometimes the mechanics are just really bad. But a lot of the time it's just like, you know, the general damage performance or the reload time or the mag size or whatever. It's just general performance issues that cause it to be really bad. And so, like, why not buff it at that point? Why not? I don't understand. And I still hold this viewpoint. Because it's like things... The meta could be a lot wider than it currently is. There could be a lot more meta items. The meta could be a lot more balanced if they actually were staying on top of buffing these things that are really bad. If they actually attempted to make any of the new stuff, they attempted to make it actually strong, but they don't. Freaking look at Quasher, bro. Quasher is the most underwhelming thing I've ever seen a day in my life. That thing is so bad. The damage is just sad. It causes me physical pain. And why don't they make it better? I don't know. His excuse is essentially just like, well, we haven't changed it in a while, so why start now? What do you mean? Why start now? Well, you start now because that'll make the meta wider, which is exactly what you claim to want. I don't know.
Other mechs.
A million
weapons.
damage.
So
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
definitely
like,
how much
That's
deals.
true as
It
well.
definitely
even
deals
just
a million
like something like a Bastion, if it was a little bit stronger, could actually be extremely viable. It wouldn't be like the best mech in the game, absolutely not.
Bastion's
But it
actually
would
so
be
close to being
extremely
meta, dude.
valuable. But I
Mhm.
think, like, you know, a little bit of a buff could make it.
It's the
you know,
true
it still
almost
shifts
meta.
the meta, right? You're not buffing Bastion up to
You
surge
should be using that
level,
mech in every single one of those.
but
Exactly. That.
you're adding more things to the pool of things that are reasonably viable, and that just by default changes up the meta because you have more options and there's more like natural.
Yeah,
counters
this is
to things.
exactly what we're thinking of when designing this like wide meta thing. Some of
So essentially what he's saying is like, okay, instead of actually taking the time to rebalance any of the stuff that we know is like really good or really bad, instead of taking the time to rebalance any of that, we're just going to create a new system that's going to essentially automatically, maybe not automatically, but essentially just like regularly rebalances things on a regular basis, as opposed to them trying their best to make sure that the meta remains relatively even. And like some very obvious downsides with that, right? Changing the meta every month is almost guaranteed to create some really bad times. At the same time, I can sort of understand, because they're left with a situation where it's like, if they do their best to make sure everything is as equal as possible, there is going to be some things that are just generally meta, right? Sure, obviously. There's always going to be a meta. There's going to be some things that are just a little bit stronger, and they don't want to necessarily rebalance, keep nerfing things that are too strong all the time. So then they're left with something that's potentially way too strong for way too long. And, they want to create a thing that makes the meta go back and forth and change a lot more often than that. Look, the system that he's talking about would definitely do it. I just don't know if I necessarily agree with the frequency of meta shifting or the way that they're going to be doing it. I don't know how they're going to be doing it. Again, the closer it is to the way that modifiers currently work, the closer it is to modifiers, the worse it's going to be. If their goal for meta shift is essentially just a modifier schedule where they say, hey, we're gonna have freaking I don't know, bro, Viper 6 100% damage boost for the entire month. Viper 6 is gonna be OP, guys. Like, if that's essentially just like random throwing out random stuff, if that's essentially the way they're gonna do it, that's trash, bro. Because Viper's not bad because of the damage output. Viper's bad because of the mechanics. The mechanics make it completely useless against stealthed enemies, which is like Surge and Eclipse. Like, obviously everybody uses those, so that's a pretty big deal. The rockets are gonna miss. You could triple the damage, but it would still do really bad against stealthed enemies. So, what are you doing in that case? And I don't know if that's the plan, but if that is the plan, then that's a pretty bad plan.
Not so popular weapons will be buffed, probably.
Does disruptor radius increase the path, or just when it explodes? It's just when it explodes, no path.
It's always the thing that I figured like you should start with. You never know how the meta's going to change after you do that, and then from there you can decide to do whatever else after.
Yeah, so probably there's one more lesson ahead to learn for us, and I'm up to it, but let's see if it passes through all the approval stages. And
right. Not just your decision. Yeah, I got you.
yeah. Just for notice, I'm not owning Mech Arena, just a game designer.
Yeah, guys, everybody in the comments is gonna blame him for every single bad match you've ever had.
Yeah.
He's not responsible
comments,
for that.
but probably
Okay, so on the topic of like mechs and weapons, what does the creation process look like? Like, I guess, do you start with like an idea of like, this is what we want something to do, and this is like the function that we want it to serve, or like the unique purpose that we want it to have?
I don't think there's a lot going on in this section.
And the reason that the reason that I say
let's talk about Silverthorn.
Problem.
I don't think it's good.
Except Onyx, you can use
still talking about Silverthorn.
Ability as just incredibly weak, and I
still talking about Silverthorn.
Get use out of the ability is to purposely and consciously.
I was still talking about
it deserves more damage because of the
rather
significant.
Still talking about Silverthorn.
With like so much damage, and the whole idea was that you have
he's still talking about Silverthorn.
The weapon damage and the ability damage to finish off the mech if you hit.
He's still talking about Silverthorn.
I guess
get back to it later.
Yeah. My thought is like it works fine in theory, but it doesn't
still
really.
Talking about Silverthorn though. This entire section just me blabbing about Silverthorn.
Directions in which I think we might end up going. Which the first one is their like accessibility, like not so many.
Hold on. Let's keep that up, why not? Silverthorn's tier 10 mech. The only one, so it's alone the best mech in the game. True, it's the best mech in tier 10. It's the best mech in the highest tier. It's kind of true.
We're working on revising.
Whenever I get stormed with my hangers. Tengu Guardian Redeemer Ares, but I'm not giving hanger advice during this.
How the more mods work as well, and there are basically two directions in which I think we might end up going.
So he's saying there's like two different things that they might end up doing in terms of mods, because we're talking about mods. Mods is an issue. I mean, like almost, it's a pretty big thing, right? Like, mods is basically like pilots. Like, it's, if something does bad against mods, then it's just bad, right? Like, if a weapon does bad against mods, then it's just a bad weapon. That's just the reality of it. Pretty much hands down, pretty much no contest.
Which the first one is their like accessibility, like not so many players in the game have them, or have legendary ones, or even maxed out legendary mods. And this is the problem, because this is like a completely different game when you have mods and you don't have ones. It influences the weapon choice, it influences the way that we balance the weapons, like even from our side. So
he's saying like He's saying like they might just make it more accessible. They might just make it like one of the options that they have anyway. It's just making mods easier to get. My thinking though is like if the primary issue, or maybe not even the primary, if it's considered to be an issue that not everyone has maxed level whatever thing, then probably there's an issue with the whatever thing that you're talking about. Because no, obviously not everyone's going to have maxed level stuff. Not everyone's going to have legendary stuff. Otherwise, if everyone had legendary, then epics wouldn't exist. And if everyone had it maxed, then levels wouldn't exist. There wouldn't be a reason. So, very obviously, very clearly, if there's an inherent problem with people not with the fact that not everyone has max level legendary mods, then very clearly the problem is not the fact that people don't have it. People don't have them. The problem is the thing themselves, the mods themselves. Clearly, max level mods are an issue. Max level legendary mods pose too much of an issue. They limited the access for mods to newer players, and then they say they're not accessible. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I bring up later, though.
Designers of content, because as we already told, like take Gemini, it's super effective when you don't have mods, but when you put them up, it's
Less
not
so,
that
but it still has a
useful.
really short cooldown, so it's
Yeah,
decent.
it's okay, but less useful.
For sure, for sure.
And the second way is probably redesigning the gameplay aspects of the modules. I mean, the number of
The gameplay aspects of the modules, which could be anything.
flares, probably. I think that we probably need to see what happens with the meta.
That's a big thing. So he says one of the things that they're considering, reducing the number of layers, which is peak. Yes, please. That's what I think everyone pretty much mutually agrees. Mods are not inherently a problem. It is the number of multi-layered layers that is the problem. That's what the multi-layered, the excessive number of layers on maxed legendary multi-layer mods is specifically the reason Revoker is OP. I cannot stress this enough. Specifically, the reason Revoker is meta is because of maxed perimeter, is because of perimeter multi-layer, just in general. Revoker's a decent weapon, just all the way around. Obviously, really good damage output. But specifically, the reason it's top meta is because of perimeter multi-layered mod shields. It is one of... It gets through those layers faster than anything else can. Which makes it ridiculously OP. Along with the infinite ammo, whatever. Reducing the number of layers would make snipers a lot more viable. Like, let's say, you got railguns, you got somebody with, like, a multi-layered mod shield, you have to just ignore them. You do. Like, if you see somebody with a multi-layered mod shield and you have a railgun, you don't have it on Orion, let's say. Let's assume you don't have it on Orion. You just have to ignore them. You have to just be like, okay, yeah, whatever. I got potentially 6 shots out of both of my railguns, but they've got 9 layers. There's no way I'm even getting through it, let alone dealing damage to them. So if they reduce the layers to like 2 or 3, yeah, it's gonna really take a hit out of snipers, but it's still doable, right? Snipers still have value, and they're really long range weapons. Like, ranged weapons always have some type of inherent value, because they're really low risk weapons. Same thing with radius and guided, right? They inherently have good value, simply because of the lower risk associated with them, but the problem is that there's just way too many layers to make good use out of most sniper weapons. Even Tetra rifle, which has 4 shots and shield piercing, it doesn't have enough shield piercing, and it doesn't deal enough damage per shot. For the first 3 shots anyway, it doesn't deal enough damage per shot to actually get through layers effectively. And the shield piercing is relatively negligible, to be honest. Like 15% is not a lot. It's good damage for sure, but it's not a lot. So, yeah, like just reducing the layer count alone could solve a lot of problems, is essentially what I'm trying to say. Will they do it? I don't know. like he said, it's one of the things that they could do, and it's one of the things they're considering doing. And I made sure.
So with the snipers category
Watch
of
this.
weapons,
I
if
made
we
sure to
reduce
tell him,
the
like,
number
yes,
of
this is
players
a thing
from
that
10 to,
pretty
let's
much
say,
everyone
3,
agrees
I
with.
don't know, 4.
Yeah, maybe like
It's a thing that
5
pretty
at
much
most.
everyone
The
agrees
number of
with.
layers is definitely an issue. But I think another aspect is like the multi-layered shields. The concept behind them was to essentially be like an anti-sniper shield, right? To prevent you from being like 1 or 2 tapped, or something like
Keep
that,
people
right?
from, yeah.
And
the
that
one-shot
makes sense
meta.
to me. That made sense, especially given the egregious sniper meta at the time. The thing that I think I had the most problem with was the fact that the HP pool of each of those things was relatively similar, and
Yeah, like think about this is another possibility that I kind of posed to him. And what I really hope that happens is that they reduce the layers and they also reduce the HP. But essentially the thing that I'm posing to him is like another part of the problem, another part of the reason specifically perimeter multilayer is the only mod to get, essentially, is because it offers you quite a lot of HP protections, like 63%. That's a really good chunk of protection, right? That's similar to most of the other mod shields. It's very similar. It's not quite as much, but it's similar enough, and it offers a lot of layers. But like if they had, you could keep 9 layers on a maxed multi-layered mod shield, but if each one had like 10 HP, obviously, maybe not 10 HP exactly. It's like if you could like absolutely blitz through it in like half a second with something like minigun, then obviously it's like it would still be useful against certain things, but it would be significantly less useful against other certain things. So there would be cases to use it, but there would be also cases to not use it. And that's obviously, I think that's I think the ideal, right, is to create a situation where all of the mod shields are relatively equal in value, and some you'd use some of them sometimes, you'd use others of them sometimes.
The way that mods essentially balanced out all of the mech HP.
Mm-hmm.
Mechs with less HP by default get mods that have more higher percentages, and mechs with higher HP get the opposite. So tanks become less tanky by comparison when you.
And also the same thing happens with multi-layered shields and revokers, right? Is like it takes the same number of revoker shots to take down a maxed multi-layered mod shield on a Lancer as it does on a Bastion, which is literally the tankiest mech in the game. Bastion is, in terms of raw HP. The same number of revoker shots, right? The exact same number of revoker projectiles will take down number of multi-layered shields layers. So essentially what multi-layered mods did, specifically multi-layered ones, specifically what they did is they helped to, or they didn't really help in the sense that it was helpful. It wasn't helpful, but they worked to really close the gap in terms of how much time it took to kill each individual thing. Because let's say let's just take 2 theoretical mechs, right? There's one that's twice as tanky as the other. Let's say one is until the shield's gone. Yeah, exactly. But there's math involved in this, right? So let's say that you have 2 mechs. There's one that'll die in 2 revoker shots, right? And there's another that'll die in 4 revoker shots. So this one's twice as tanky, right? It takes twice as long to kill it. But now you introduce multi-layered mod shields, which in themselves take another 4 revoker shots to kill. Now all of a sudden, this one is not twice as tanky. Now instead of 2 shots, it's 6 shots for this one. And in this one, it's 8 shots. So now, comparatively, this one is actually way, way weaker. Comparatively, they're extremely similar in terms of kill speed. So when you take a multiple of one thing and then you simply add a number to it, it's like it really shallows like the difference. Like the difference between them is not nearly as much. It's still a 2 revoker shot difference, but now comparatively, instead of being twice as tanky, it's now only like 25% more tanky. 30%, whatever. But so that's essentially the point I'm trying to make, is that layered shields specifically, but this goes for all mods, by the way, because Eclipse gets, I believe, 57% from a hardened hull, and Bastion only gets 43%. Why is that the case? How is that fair? Why does a tank get less percentage? So all of the mods in entirety, as a feature, they worked to really squeeze together the kill time of everything. So instead of having some things that are really easy to kill, some things that are really hard to kill, everything became basically equally as quick to kill. Almost everything became equally as killable. And that's a big problem in terms of mech balance. It's a big problem, especially when, in order to achieve that, you have to be using Revoker. Because again, Revoker takes the mod layers down as quicker than anything else does. Not because of the RPM. The RPM actually has nothing to do with it. The reason Revoker takes down multi-layered mods so quickly is because it takes down 2 per shot. 1 on the way in, 1 on the way out. I actually think a lot of the Revoker problem could be solved by simply saying, if it hits a shield, it doesn't deal the back damage. Solved. Now guess what? Blockade's useful again. Because you could just block, so like you could use the blockade mod shield, and you wouldn't die from the back from Revoker. It'd block the front damage. Multi-layered mod shields. It would only take down 1 layer per shot as opposed to 2. It'd take twice as long to take down a multi-layered shield for Revoker. All of a sudden, even though it has infinite ammo, all kinds of crazy damage, all of a sudden it's actually not an issue. And honestly, that's what they could have done. It's probably what they should have done, but I don't know. Whatever. Tanks are squishy. Well, yeah, but that's because, by comparison, right? Again, like I said, like a tank, like, you realize Bastion has 4 times the HP, more than 4 times. It's closer to 5, actually. It has like 5 times the HP of Lancer. And yet, they're gonna die in pretty much the same number of Revoker hits. It's maybe a 1-hit difference. One dies in like 5 hits, whereas the other dies in like 6. That's not a big difference. It's not a big difference at all. And the culprit of that is not Revoker. The culprit of that is the mod layers and all the HP percents of like hardened hull, whatever. All the mod percentages that work to essentially narrow the gap between the tanky stuff and the not tanky stuff. I don't know why they did that. They shouldn't have done that. But whatever, right? I guess. I don't know. Now, before we go back, honestly, something I kind of wish that they did, to be honest, is I kind of wish that they gave... I wish that they allowed the mods to be a lot higher percentages on, like, really low tier stuff. Like, it could be, like, I don't know, 80%. Hardened hull could be, instead of like 40, 50%, it could be like 80% on like Paragon, right? To just kind of like make it so that, you know, at max level with maxed mods, the grades of stuff doesn't matter as much, to kind of like counteract some of the grade change that they did. I wish that they did that. I don't know if they're ever gonna do that. They probably won't, but I kind of wish that they did. If the mods are active, if mech HP is under 30%, it might be a bit balanced. That's like a random crapshoot, honestly. Like, yeah, you could change it that way, but it's like, what would happen? You don't know what would happen. I don't know what would happen. It's just a crapshoot. It's just like, yeah, it's different, and let's just hope it's better. That's essentially what they're doing here with their whatever rebalance system that's potentially going to be changing every single month. It's just I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even know if they know what's going to happen. It's just a crapshoot, and you're hoping that different means better. But it doesn't necessarily, does it? Right? There's a lot of ways to make mods different, but would that solve your problem? I don't know, or would it just create a new problem?
You include mods.
Exactly.
And I think that
this is
first off, that just shouldn't be the case. And second off, I think if you made multi-layered shields just by comparison to solid shields significantly lower in terms of like the percentage bonus that it gives. So it's like really easy to take it down with, let's say, minigun or overdrive or something like that. So like some of the shields do better against burst weapons.
Exactly, yeah. Let's say if you have a 10-layer shield, let it have like 1 HP or like 10 HP.
Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of the way that I was thinking about it, but less.
He's
layers,
on the same page as me for the most
part. Angle that a lot of people,
which has me kind of excited, because it seems like he really is considering making mods a lot more nuanced in terms of what weapons you're fighting, right?
And that's the thing too, is like, if everyone's using multi-layered shields to guard against something like Revoker, then you'd have more people using, like, let's say, minigun to be able to get through those multi-layered shields really easily if they reduce the HP per layer. You'd have a lot more people using stuff like that. And if there's more people using stuff like minigun, there'd be people using more solid mods, more like blockades, stuff like that, to counteract all the miniguns, which would in turn be counteracted by, all the Revoker spam and whatever. So it's like, there'd be a balance. There'd be a reason to use both. Each one would be weak against a certain thing, strong against another thing. And I think it would more or less balance out. But that's assuming they do it. It's assuming they do it.
I mean, like a lot of people would advocate for.
Yeah, that was I was about to say, even in terms of like balancing how modules balance the max HP by categories, I mean scouts, tanks, and so on. And again, this is just also a concept. It's just we're working on the concept. It's not that just for a reference. It's not that we're changing it tomorrow or changing it. I mean, this is like on the table.
It's just a thing that they're thinking about,
and we'll see. I think that the layer stuff or the balancing HP stuff might not come in the first iteration. Probably we'll see if we can go with, I don't know, more accessibility, probably like changes in prices or stuff like that to make them more accessible for the players.
So he thinks the first phase of them fixing the mods problem is just going to be them making them cheaper. I don't necessarily think that's going to solve a whole lot. I think what it would do, it would usher in the Revoker meta into the earlier stages of the game way quicker. And you'd have people like me on my 4,000 SP free-to-play account. You'd have people like me on my free-to-play account, and I'd be forced to use Revoker because everyone would have maxed perimeter multilayer on everything. It would usher in it would essentially just make the... I don't think it would fix anything. I actually think it'd make it worse. Which is annoying. So yeah, that's probably what they're gonna start with, but let's hope that, I don't know. I guess let's hope that they just change them quickly. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of reason to think that there's any. I don't think there's really any upsides to it. It would become a situation where it's like it's pretty much necessary for you to max out your mods, and it would be even more necessary to use like Revoker and stuff like that. And so that would usher in the Revoker meta quicker, which would also necessitate stuff like Surge and other really good close quarters mechs. It would necessitate those mechs even more. Like, you couldn't go without them, because those, what mechs can use Revoker? Well, guess what? Surge. If you don't have Surge, I guess you're cooked. And that doesn't sound great. If they did lower the HP per shield of multilayer, it doesn't make that difference. It only makes miniguns good. No, it makes all bullet spray weapons good. That's the thing. Is you have two different kinds of shields. Well, what's the point? And again, you're thinking of this from the perspective of someone who currently is using perimeter multilayer, and you've just accepted that perimeter multilayer is the shield to get. But, like, you have two different shields for a reason, right? You have two different kinds of shields for a reason.
There's multi-layered ones and there's regular ones. So what's the difference between them, right? Obviously, one of them's going to be one of them's going to have more HP in general. The other one's going to have less HP in general, but be but have like multiple layers, which means guaranteed protection against a certain number of hits. By definition, more projectiles would be better against, like bullet spray type weapons would be better against multi-layered shields and large burst, high damage weapons, regardless of, like quick high damage weapons like railgun or whatever would be better against single layered shields. So just definitionally, that would be the case. So reducing the HP per layer would make it so that like bullet spray weapons can get through them even more, even quicker. And I don't understand really what the problem is there. Like, yeah, it would include minigun, but it would also include overdrive or podgun, Viper, freaking anything that has a lot of projectiles, but not necessarily a ton of quick damage. It would make all of those types of weapons better. So I'm not really sure what that's essentially what the balance is, right? It's like the balance between slower gradual damage or higher like burst damage. That's essentially the balance there. Is essentially what the mods are like balancing out in theory. Jeff, hello. You still not convinced the mod and meta issue will be resolved without some sort of nerf to Revoker? I potentially agree with some things that I was talking about. So like, it seems like one of the things that I think, I'm not sure if you noticed, but one of the things that I think everybody essentially, I haven't personally seen anybody like mention it. One of the things I think everybody's essentially glossed over is the fact that he said that they want a modifier-like system, or they're thinking of anyway. It's not necessarily going to happen, but probably. They want a modifier-like system that would regularly shift the meta every season. So every month, there'd be a new list of weapons that are really strong, potentially mechs as well, I don't know. If they do it the way that modifiers currently are, then like we're cooked. It's not going to be any better. The problem with reducing the multi-layered shield per layer is that all the meta slaves will be upset over it and then whine about boycotting or whatever. Okay, well, sure. Yeah, you lower the effectiveness of anything and you're going to get somebody who's like, I bought this thing when it was OP and I demand that it always stay OP. It's not the promise that the game makes to you. When you made the purchase, you knew what you were doing. But, yeah. Reducing layers at least would help to make snipers viable again, besides Orion. Well, snipers would be... There'd be more cause to use the solid ones, which would in turn make snipers more viable. You could reduce the layers and get a similar performance. You'd end up having snipers more viable against the multi-layered ones as well, making snipers even more viable. But then, would there be too few layers, and would you just opt to never use those? That's the thing. I think the ideal situation is that there's good reason to use either one. Random meta every day, yeah, essentially. But yeah, the ideal situation is that there's good reason to use either one. I think both options would definitely help, reducing the layers or reducing the HP per layer. I think of either one could help. Both, honestly, you could do both. I wouldn't care. But like multiple layers is obviously objectively stronger than a single layer. So like that's not really the thing being discussed. Yeah, I mean, like I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I also don't think that either. I don't think that it's mutually exclusive, right? Like I don't think one idea is strictly better than the other. With the whole rebalance thing, my main concern is that it'll not be drastic enough. Plarium has been way too comfortable playing it safe with the weapon and mech releases so far. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And the thing is, like, the other concern is that their system is essentially a modifiers knockoff, where every month you're going to have a list of things in the modifier schedule, or maybe they update the like they change it a little bit. But essentially, you'll just have like a list of stuff where it's like, oh, guess what? Freaking Overdriver 8 is 70% more effective now. The way that the modifiers are currently is so random. It's the only way that I can describe it is just purely random. So if they do it the way that is, then I think we're cooked. Because, like I mentioned earlier, something like Viper, you could triple the damage of Viper, but it still wouldn't be good. The main downside of it, like in top meta anyway, it's really strong otherwise. But in top meta, it still wouldn't be a meta weapon because the rockets are almost unusable against anything in stealth. So that's a mechanical disadvantage that it has. It has nothing to do with the damage stats, really. Obviously, if you buff the damage enough, then anything could become meta. But I don't think that's like, if it's simply a matter of, oh, we're gonna nerf the damage of certain things and buff the damage of other things every month on like an interval, I don't think that's going to change enough stuff. And also the other thing we were talking about in terms of mods, like obviously mods are the main issue that Revokers meta, right? So they could do whatever they want, and probably Revoker would remain to be meta. The other issue is mods. And he said that, like, okay, sure. They're thinking of what's probably going to happen, and none of this is like guaranteed, obviously. But what's probably going to happen is they have 2 stages of mod changes where one of them they're going to rework mods in a general sense, or like reduce the HP per layer, or reduce the number of layers. I think reducing the number of layers, either one, really, like, or both, I don't care. Again. But reducing the number of layers is a thing that pretty much everyone agrees would be very, 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 very good for the game. But, so they might end up doing that. But what they'll probably lead with is just making them more accessible. But I don't think that's going to help. I think making mods more accessible would actually, it would force the Revoker meta even sooner. So, like, someone like me on my free-to-play account, 4,000 SP, I'd just be simply cooked. Because, like, in order to kill anything, you'd pretty much need Revoker, and in order to use Revoker, you pretty much need these stupidly OP Legendary Scouts. I don't have that, so I'm cooked, right? And if they did that, I don't necessarily think that would be better. I don't. But, I mean, it's probably going to happen either way, so we'll find out, I guess. Modifiers, as they are another example of the whole playing it safe. Modifiers have the ability to change practically any listed stat on the mecha weapon. Oh yeah, for sure. And I think they probably will mess with mech cooldowns specifically. Like, if they ended up deciding, like, hey, like, if they wanted to change the mech meta, now they might just work mostly with weapons because they decide that, the weapons mostly dictate the mechs, which is sort of true, but not really. I mean, not for the top 3 anyway. But if essentially, where was I going with this? Yeah, so like if they wanted to make a certain mech better, if they wanted to make a certain mech worse, they could increase the cooldown or reduce the cooldown. I think the cooldown is something that they'd probably change. And it does sound like that, right? Like, that is the thing. Is like, it really seems like if they go the modifiers route, is that it's mostly just going to be like straight up damage numbers and maybe cooldown numbers, and those are the only things that they're going to touch. I don't think that's going to be really enough. All the modifiers we have so far are just affecting the changing 1 or 2 stats, damage, reload, cooldown. I haven't seen a reload one. Has there been one? Since when was there a reload modifier? When is this supposed to happen? I don't know. In like a year or 2, I think. Yeah, I've seen, like, I mean, obviously damage modifiers are, oh, I mean, like, everybody's seen those. Those cooldown ones. There's a bunch of reload modifiers for weapons. Where? Like in the current schedule? Like, are upcoming? Or, like, there's ones that have already happened? Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not listed, that's for sure. Never noticed. Well, it's never existed. He's thinking of implants. I mean, in that case, there's a lot of things. I mean, technically, if you include that. I'm talking about, like, modifiers, like the system, the modifier system. There have been reload modifiers. You remember one for Viper a few days ago? Hold on, let me check, Mech Arena official announcements. They always say the modifier schedule. Implant drop rate, parasite cooldown, shield durability, storm rack, damage. This was since November. Since October 27th. There have been no reload ones. But that's not Viper either. Let me go back a week, or a couple weeks. Cooldown, shield durability, implants, all these weapons, damage. I've been paying attention to the modifiers quite a bit lately. They've actually been really helpful on my free-to-play account. I don't recall any reload modifiers. Hold on. Viper damage, 50%. This is the last Viper one, was September 29th. I don't think that's correct. I don't think there ever has been a reload one. I don't think that's correct. They're painted in a corner. They just sell things, and power creep is the typical way to do this. All the neat designs of this year fell short for being useful, and game balance is tough. Well, I mean, if it was a money thing, and this is the thing, it's like, I don't know. I've always felt like if it was a money thing, then they would just do what War Robots does and make every new release be broken as shit. Like, wouldn't they? That's the obvious thing. People even expect that. I mean, you know all these, like, 7-year-olds, but, I mean, like, they're obviously they don't know anything, but, like, you know, like, every time something new comes out, these, like, freaking 7-year-olds are being like, oh, it's pay to win. I don't have money, therefore I'm gonna die to this thing all the time. Like, nah, it's not even good, bro. But like every time anything comes out, people just assume that it's gonna be strong. It's just a typical thing, but it really almost never is. And I feel like that'd be like the obvious way to go. If money was the problem, obviously they want to make money, sure. But I think if money was the major what would you say, if money was the major factor, major deciding factor between, you know, in terms of like what makes them do certain things, if that was their main thing, their main priority, they just make every new weapon, every new mech, they just make it really super broken, right? Force people to spend $150 on a freaking crate rush event. That's what I would think they'd do. In a world without Revoker and Stormrock, a lot of stuff would be playable. That's very true. You're not wrong. You've never seen a reload modifier? Yeah, same thing. I think Silence probably thought he saw one, but he just saw something else. I don't think I've ever seen one.
This is the first one, and as for the second one, yeah, I mean, we also thought that probably we don't need to make like scouts that tanky with the modules. We'll see how it goes, but
So he's saying that potentially they tone down the percentages on scouts, especially. And I agree with this. I think at very least, all of the percentages should be equal. I think it's really dumb that the scouts get higher percentage buffs than the tanks do. Why is that the case? It's dumb. It's really dumb. It should at very least just be equal percentages. And if anything, the scouts, because they all have, like, not all of them, but pretty much all of them have really broken abilities, the scouts should get lower percentages than the tanks do. You guys gotta understand, like, tanks are just notoriously slow. Deathwalker's the only one that's really even meta, simply, well, Parasite kind of as well. But you realize how stupid of a broken ability a tank needs to have in order to even be good. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, all the buffs that Blockhorn gets with its ability, and it's still not even meta, just because it's slow. Only reload modifiers are for mech abilities? Yeah, well, it's cooldown. He mentioned that separately. He mentioned cooldown and reload separately. I think he thought he saw a reload modifier, but he just saw a damage one. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can show me a screenshot or something, bro. I don't know. It was a little insulting to hear we stopped focusing on pilots because they didn't sell when they made the original pilots so bad and boring. You can't sell a bad product by slapping on a new skin. It's true. No, you're right. You're right. And I pretty much told him that. I was like, well, yeah, obviously nobody cared about new stuff because it's literally the exact same thing, but with a different character associated. Like, and if a lot of time and effort's going into the character model, then, like, why not make them distinguishable, right? Yeah. And I've always thought that was the case. I think pilots should be a lot more unique and provide more unique buffs, like Neymar. Neymar's great. I like Neymar a lot. They don't all have to specialize in multiple weapon categories, but the special perk that Neymar gets, you could have 3 different close quarters pilots that each have 3 special perks. And then the pilot perk that you choose depends on what mech you're using and how you want to use it. That's what you call customization. Instead, what they created with pilots is this really boring, pathetic system of optimization rather than customization. There's no customization, it's all optimization. You have 3 weapon implants. Which ones do you choose? The legendary ones. Which implants do you choose? All of them, because you can fit all of them, and then you slap on ability cooldown for good measure. That's what pilots are, along with all just like objectively good buffs on like the legendary ones, like objectively better stats than the epics, for example. There's no reason to have one over another, and I've always said that. I think pilots they're very lame. I agree. I'll check the modifier schedules on Discord, and yeah, I gaslighted myself somewhere. That's crazy. Bro, I was kind of excited for a second. I was kind of hoping you'd show me a screenshot of a reload modifier. Would be interesting, though. And it's a thing that they could change, theoretically. I think we all understand that they could change any of this stuff. And it's fine. But, like, are they going to? My fear is that essentially they're going to just, like you said, just go the really lazy route and simply go with, like, certain weapons damage, certain mechs cooldown, and they're just going to leave it at that. Even though the problem is mechanical, it doesn't have anything to do with cooldown or damage output, really. Like, it's a mechanical thing. Like, you could buff the damage, like Graviton Beam as well, right? You could buff the damage output of Graviton Beam as much as you want. It still takes a single shield layer when you build up an implosion. It's never going to be good. Just strictly never going to be good. The way that it currently operates. And the way that the mods are. So, it's just not going to solve a whole lot.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we're like thinking of right now as well.
On the topic of accessibility, one of the major misgivings that I had was when the mods feature was restricted to only rank 6 stuff. I think I made like a whole stream tier list of Mech Arena updates, and that was the worst one. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah,
I think it doesn't make sense, and
Yep. Who was here for that stream, by the way? I ended up turning it into a video, so some of you probably saw it anyway, but I'm not even gonna lie, I'd say like maybe at least 20% of the reason that stream existed was so that I could dunk on that update specifically. So I just wanted to complain about it. The dumbest thing I've ever seen them do, there wasn't even a reason for it. I mean, they probably had a reason for it, obviously. My own personal opinion, though, is that I think they probably did it just because they thought it would appease the people who are really upset about mods. I think they did it to try to appease the people who are very anti-mod. And they're like, hey, sure. We'll get rid of them in these stages of the game, so you'll be fine. But I mean, that was the exact opposite stage of the game. The people who had a problem with it were mostly endgame players, let's be real. Your least favorite update is the redesign?
I think it partially
How? Yo, guy. Let's take a vote. Should we ban this guy? What? How is that your least... No. Look, how is that your least favorite? Objectively, nothing changed. Because guess what? Let's say... Let's assume you hated all the redesigned mechs, and you only ever wanted to use the old designs. Guess what? You can, because all the skins still existed. The original paint still existed. Literally nothing changed. You could decide, hey, I liked the old design, and you could continue to use the old design, and nothing was different for you. How is that your least favorite? That's like the least impactful update ever. I feel like it was objectively a good update, because it just gave people more visual options. That's a W update. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, maybe you didn't like the Mech Arena map update that they did. Made it all dark and spooky. I mean, it didn't even last for that long, though. Only update that didn't go horribly wrong. It's kind of true, actually. It's kind of true.
Created the problem that you have where you can't allow yourself to balance.
Right.
You can't allow yourself to balance weapons for multi-layered shields because some people, most people don't even have access to them.
Most people even, yeah.
Exactly. And I think the major accessibility issue isn't in the cost. I think it's just in the fact that you need to upgrade a mech to rank 6 in order to use it.
Exactly.
So bringing it back to rank 3, would that be on the table? Like, is that something you probably do?
Yes.
This is a straight yes, by the way. Like, let's go. W, yeah, finally. That stupidest, most pointless update entire freaking game. There was no reason to do it outside of... If there was a reason, it was a bad reason, right? So, like, straight up, what he's saying is, yeah, pretty much definitely, they're gonna bring mods back to where you can use them on rank 3 stuff. Cool. But again, let me remind you guys, if their goal, first and foremost, with the mods, if their first change to them is just accessibility, you can get them at lower rank. I could use mods on every single one of the mechs that I have, essentially, except for, like, I think my rank 2 MD or something like that. I could use mods on anything that I have. I wouldn't have to get it to rank 6. Anything that's rank 3 or higher, I could use mods on it. And they made the mods really cheap. They made them easier to buy, easier to upgrade, stuff like that. What would that do? It would just necessitate the Revoker meta even sooner than it already is, right? You'd end up with a situation where it's like, okay, well, now I have to use Revoker in order to even kill anything, because everyone's got a maxed legendary perimeter multi there. That's the problem. I don't necessarily think, and I know I think the making it only rank 6 was a stupid idea. Let's be real, like obviously. And so giving it to people who have rank 3 stuff, sure, I'm all for that. Obviously, I'll always be for that. But making them cheaper strictly to give everybody the easier access to max level whatever, does it solve any problems? I don't think so. Great minute, bro. I you don't need a paragraph to justify one opinion that you have. Look, it's fine. My opinion is that your opinion is bad. That's it. It's as simple as that. It is I get it. You have your own opinions. Nobody's saying that you shouldn't.
I think that one of them, it's just a definite yes without any,
right.
going...
Bro, that's the absolute worst update. I've complained about that update for so long.
It's true, man.
Well, if we come out with changing modules,
Celebratory monster.
this thing will definitely be there, I guess. That everyone's agree on that. So, I mean, currently when we're working on it, everyone's agree on that. So I think that it'll be coming.
On the other topic of potentially reducing the number of layers, the number of layers is specifically what makes...
They should just get rid of mods. That's what people said about pilots. Now everybody's okay with pilots. No, I don't really agree with that. I think mods actually added it added a level of survivability that was honestly very much needed in the previous sniper meta. Zach, you gotta go. Alright, much appreciated, sir. Thank you. If they got rid of mod, snipers would be meta again. There's a lot of other ways to make snipers meta. There's a lot of other ways to make snipers usable. I don't want necessarily... I'm not necessarily advocating for any one thing to be meta. I'm advocating for certain things to be... what my ideal, obviously, is that everything would be usable. Every legendary thing would be relatively equally valuable. That's never going to happen, obviously. I accept that. But, you know, the closer we get to that, the happier I'll be. But the thing is, like, you know... Yeah, I mean, the main reason mods were introduced was to sell mod parts for money. Yeah, I mean, the main reason the game exists, actually, the only reason the game exists, is to sell stuff for money. And if they weren't going to sell mods, they would have just went more money hungry on the mechs or the weapons or whatever. I think there's a certain amount of profit that they expect to receive from the game every month or every year or whatever, and if they're not meeting that in one way, they're going to have to do it in another way. And you could make the assumption, but it would be a very naive assumption, to say that if one monetized aspect of the game didn't exist, then then everything else would remain the exact same, but it wouldn't. It wouldn't. And I think we all intuitively know that.
It's Revoker OP. So by reducing the number of layers, you'd also, to a large extent...
Macarena catching up to Raid in popularity, I kind of doubt it. I really haven't seen any increases in popularity for Macarena, to be honest. As far as I know, it's kind of the same as it's been for the last, year. Mods should be limited on mechs that have a lot of health already, like Bastion. I don't necessarily agree with that, because that would make certain things a little too tanky. I think that the opposite is definitely not a good idea, right? Where they make it so that stuff like scouts have higher percentages than... Also glaring at me. Stuff like scouts have higher percentages than tanks do. I think that's a stupid idea, obviously. But I think, making it more balanced is essentially what needs to happen. A large part of the mods issue, well, the main problem with mods is the number of layers. And that is one of the things that Pasha has mentioned, is that one of the things that they might do is either A, reduce the number of layers, or B, reduce the HP per layer of multi-layered shields. And that's the thing. That's the main problem with mods, is that the multi-layered mods specifically necessitates Revoker, because Revoker can get through it the fastest, and everything else does worse. Which means you have to have perimeter multi-layer, and you have to have Revoker. It makes the meta really, really stale. I fully agree with anyone who says the current meta is really bland and boring. Yes, for sure. Was the sniper, railgun, whatever, was the sniper meta more entertaining? Yeah, probably. I actually would say that, yeah, probably. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to choose one or the other. We can choose something. I mean, ideally, we would go with something that's better than both. Depends if Mortar meta comes back. Well, that's the thing is, like, and that's the worry that I have as well, right? Is that depending on how closely they follow the current modifier system, right? So like what he said was essentially they're working on a system for creating a new meta every month or so, which I think is way too often. Should be like every 3 months at most, probably. Every 6 months I think is fine. A year is a while, but even then it's like, yeah, it's fine. Revoker's been meta for, I think, closing on 2 years, which is a big part of the reason people are getting really tired of it. But what was I gonna say? What was I saying? Bro, I don't know. Oh yeah. So they're working on a system that'll change the meta every so often, whatever time frame that ends up being. If that system, and it's going to be a system that's similar to the way that modifiers currently work, depending on how closely they follow that could be really bad. Because the modifier system I don't think is very good. It's really random, and I don't think straight damage buffs to stuff is enough. Most things will not be, like I said, you could triple the damage of EM Rifle, it's never going to be meta. So long as multi-layered mods exist the way that they do, EM Rifle's never going to be meta. I don't care how much damage it deals. Never. It's never. So, like, just straight up damage modifiers is never going to be enough to actually change the meta. And I really hope that they don't do it that way, but it's potentially the way that they're going to do it. We have to assume, and this is an unfortunate truth, but we have to assume that they're going to take a very simplistic approach, because very often they go the easy route and they don't balance things super well. And it's just it's sad, but it's true, right? I don't really trust them to rebalance things in a very good way. But, so long as it's better than what we currently have, then I'm not going to complain. You've been playing, cooking, and watching the stream all day. Let's go. Full day entertainment. This guy. So you're telling me there might be a time where Zephyr can have a 50% cooldown buff for a month? I'm telling you that if it is the way that they're saying, which is like a cycle of meta where different things become meta each month, almost everything will have its time. Especially legendary stuff, maybe not epic so much, but almost everything will have its time. There will be a repeater meta probably at some point. There will be another disc launcher meta. There will be another railgun meta. There will be another revoker meta, even. I'm saying that the way that it sounds, it seems like their goal is... And by the way, when I say meta, I don't mean that they're going to make this one thing, like they're gonna, freaking buff up Blast RPG at some point and make that perform just the same as Revoker currently does. No. They understand that Revoker's way, way, way too strong. And I don't think that they ever want anything to reach that level of ridiculousness. I don't think they ever want anything to outperform everything else to the extent that Revoker and Stormrack does. I don't think they want a super egregious meta. From what Posh is telling, and just because he says it and just because they want it doesn't mean that they're going to achieve it. Let's be real. They will almost certainly completely fail multiple months. Like, there's going to be some months where it's like, oh, these things have really good buffs, but they're probably still not going to be good, right? Let's just be real. It's going to happen a couple times. So, but I think when I say that there's going to be a certain meta, people assume that, like, oh, this thing is going to be super, super, super broken. But the goal for them, from what Pasha was telling me, the goal for them is to create a meta that's like 10 to 15 items wide, where instead of like Stormrack Revoker is what we currently have, and then you have like maybe 3 off weapons that you could choose from for your 5th build, because you're almost guaranteed to be using 2 Revoker, 2 Stormrack at very least. We're talking like max legendary, or like maxed meta, by the way. In lower SPs, it's a lot more. There's a lot more freedom, and I actually really, really like that. But in terms of like maxed meta, competitive, whatever, you're gonna have people with like 2 Revoke or 2 Stormrack at least, and then maybe they triple down on Revoker, maybe they triple down on Stormrack, or maybe they go with like one of the 3 off weapons. They don't want it to ever be that egregious again. They want you to have like 10 to 15 relatively equally viable options. And that is something I can fully get behind, right? That's something I can fully get behind. I think pretty much everybody can get behind that. Pasha dead staring us because we don't like the meta he created. Yeah, you better like it or he's gonna come to your house. Chungus meta? Honestly, yeah, probably. Probably. If they're messing with mechs, then at some point, Brickhouse will probably be meta. And that will be my time to freaking shine, bro. I will be farming content that month like you'd never freaking believe. That genuinely sounds like a reason for people to spend $5 on a meta mech, which isn't too bad, because $5 is easy money. Sure. It's a lot more money if you want to be like top level competitive. It's going to be very expensive for top level competitive people, and I can definitely see a lot of problems with that, which is also why, by the way, I think every month is way too often. Let's assume I have everything maxed out just because I like to have everything and I like to, upgrade everything. So like I personally wouldn't have a problem on my maxed account, but that's not the point. The point is that any random person who's spent their time and their resources and their money, more importantly, creating a hanger that is meta for the current game, if they change it every single month, they are cooked. It's going to take them so freaking long to ever build an inventory that's capable of harboring whatever current meta happens. Because again, by the time they buy and upgrade everything, the meta's going to change all over again. If it's every month, that's way too much. That's my own personal thought. Now, I mean, if you on the more positive end of that is like if you really dislike one of the metas, then you know it's going to be over pretty quickly. So like that's a bit of a positive note. But myself personally, I think like every 3 months, maybe even 6 months is probably a better cycle. But I mean, hey, bro, look. So long as it's interesting, it'll definitely be interesting. That's for sure. I don't know what's gonna happen. Some people are gonna really love it. Some people are gonna really hate it. I think both opinions are pretty valid, to be honest. But I don't even know how it's gonna work. I'm just making assumptions as of right now. Brickhouse damage, ability does 1,000% bonus damage. Yeah. That's cool. Can someone recap the conversation? I will, I'll probably upload this to the Clips channel so you can watch it then. Which, by the way, there's the video that I uploaded to the Clips channel recently. I thought I already uploaded that one. There's one other one. I had them. I edited them. I clipped them out. I edited them. I rendered it, and I thought I uploaded it, but I didn't, so I ended up deleting the files, and then I had to go clip it all over again. So what's the point of upgrading if it's just going to change? That's exactly the thing. That's kind of the double, it's a pro and con situation. You could decide to just, yeah, exactly, why bother? If you don't have something, you could just say, frick it, I'm just gonna not have a top meta hanger for a month, and then next month I'll see what's going on. Like, you could do that. It wouldn't be a problem. It's literally just like a month, so it's not... there's benefits to it, but yeah, I do definitely believe that I do definitely believe that a longer cycle period would definitely be in order. But yeah, no, essentially you're correct. I mean, the goal is to make sure that the meta doesn't stay the same for 7 years in a row. Because it's like, yeah, that's convenient for people to grind for meta stuff, but it's also really freaking boring. Like, who wants that? The point is that Plarium gets more dollars. I mean, maybe they probably will even. Yeah.
Solve a lot of the revoker problem.
Yeah,
So
because some of the other weapons will also have a chance to compete with them, like the Ember Guns, for example.
yeah, Ember Gun was actually like revoker existed before mods existed, and I keep telling people
Yeah.
this. I used it, and it was decent, but it was objectively before mods existed. It was not as good as Ember Gun. It just wasn't.
It's a thing that people don't really understand. They think that Revoker's the problem, but it's not. Mods the problem. Mods are what makes Revoker meta. Revoker existed before mods existed. It wasn't meta. It was usable. It was a balanced weapon, actually. It was a very balanced weapon. Total chaos meta. Yeah, and that'd be really great for people like me who just like to mess around with stuff. But I think it'd be very bad and potentially really harmful to the more competitive side of the game. And I'm not gonna say that I'm not gonna sit here and say that my preferences are more important than their preferences. So I think both, if people who are upset about it, I think it's totally justified. Yeah. Your hanger's always built for achievements anyway. Yeah, fair enough. Because it depends on how they buff involving all weapons. With mods, you'll see Podgun 50% damage buff, not that for Podgun 6. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like and that's what I was saying earlier. The closer they get to the current modifier system, the worse that system's going to be. Like, they can't just reuse modifiers and be like, okay, this is now this now dictates the meta. It's not going to work. Certain things could, sure, but like EM rifle, Viper, like those things will never be top meta, given the way that mods currently work, or given the way that Viper is just completely useless against anything in stealth. The rockets are 50% of your damage output, and they miss like almost 100% of the time against stealthed enemies. So it's just objectively never going to be meta. There are certain weapons that just have mechanical downsides that really can't be dealt with. And they could buff the damage all they want, but it's not really going to do anything. So, if they essentially do copy the modifier or the modifier system and just work with that, I don't. Yeah, it's not going to be good. I don't think it's going to be good. But I hope that they. I hope they know what they're doing. That's just they're going to do whatever they want to do anyway. So even the dog's complaining. Yeah, it's true. Just give everyone access to mods and make revokers not go through shields. Yeah, no, the revoker is doing the back damage through after it hits a shield. I think literally just removing the pullback damage from revoker after it hits a shield would solve half of the issue. I legitimately, yeah, that would be enough to solve it. I don't think they want to do that though. I don't think they really want to rework a whole lot of stuff. I don't know. We'll see what they do. It's not up to me. I think a lot of things. There's a lot of thoughts that I have to give. I think there's a lot of things that I don't like. There's a lot of things I think they should change, but are they going to do it? Probably not. You have any weapon ideas of your own? Oh, sure. I've got plenty of ideas. I don't think most of them.
I guess essentially what I'm getting at is if you're going to, because you're talking about also making not necessarily balance changes, but essentially balancing. I think probably what you should start with is the mods. It's probably what you should start with. Because as soon as you change the weapons and then you change the mods, the weapons are going to have to be changed all over again. and I don't think there's much reason to try to balance out Revoker if the main thing that caused its meta is the multi-layered mod shields. I think that should probably take priority and at least give you a better idea of what you're working with. And
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I do hope that both of these changes will happen, let's say in the nearest like year. We'll see which one goes
So
first.
that, he's
It's
saying like
just
maybe a
not,
year or so.
I mean,
Is when he hopes
logically,
it'll
I
happen.
agree with you, but it depends on lots of factors like the team size, capacity, stuff like that. So we'll just try to do it that way, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I agree with you on that.
fair enough. So one thing I guess I would ask is like, have you been able to like guess which mechs and weapons would be meta when you make them? Like obviously some things you make for the purpose of competing with meta things, but some of them just happen to be.
Not sure how much of this conversation
Like,
is,
do you
is
usually see
necessary.
that coming, or is it usually something that just kind of happens? I guess like how do you gauge the performance of something before you release it? When you release it's basically GG. Like if it happens to be weak, then it stays weak essentially.
For now, yes, but hopefully this changes with the wide meta system in the seasons. Let's hope for that. As for have I guessed what's becoming meta, in most of the times, probably yes, but sometimes there happens things like you think that something is really cool, but in
So, see, he's saying that like most of the time he knows what's going to be meta, and that's good, right? That means that he generally knows what's required in order to create a new meta, because we're essentially relying on him to be able to create a system, or him and other people. We're relying on them to be able to create a system that'll actually regularly change up the meta in a meaningful way. And so long as if they're able to predict what's going to become meta, then that's a very good indicator that they know how to change things. But that also, to an extent, can we just appreciate the fact that this also means that most of the time, they're releasing new mechs and weapons knowing full well that they're going to be garbage. Like, that kind of has to be true by extension, right? Like, what? There's so many things. There's so many mechs and weapons, they're so bad. Why are they so bad? I don't get it. And there was a whole section of this video where I was just complaining about Silverthorn, and it is actually even longer. There was I cut out probably like half of it. You guys don't even know. I was very disappointed. This was shortly after Silverthorn released, so it was pretty fresh on my mind. But the thing is, like, they have to understand what's good and what makes a good thing. So, like, it seems like he's not even trying to make stuff usable half the time. And that's like, what do you mean? Why not? I don't understand. Would we want a lot of bad items or a lot of OP items? I want a lot of good items that are usable. I don't want them to be OP. But I think, it's... Think about the Revoker and Stormwreck meta the way that it currently is. And even the mechs as well. How strong do you think you'd have to make something in order to make it the most OP thing in the game? I think making something meta is not necessarily a problem. Making it the absolute top pinnacle of meta is a bit of a problem. It extends the meta. It's a bit of like power creep, right? It's essentially pay to win. But if it's essentially worse than what you already have, but still usable, then that's fine. It's like Parasite. Parasite's great. Parasite's fantastic. I like it. It's usable. Really strong. But it's not top meta. You could very easily decide to go without it. In fact, most competitive players do. Very few people use Parasite, but some people do. And that's fine. A nice, strong, usable mech. Same thing goes with weapons. Like, that's all I want. It's not that difficult to make something strong without making it completely overpowered. I don't think so. The extent to which they'd have to mega buff anything to make it stronger than Revoker the way it currently is insane. And so I don't think it happened by accident very much. And again, he just said that he could predict what's going to become meta, which by extension means that he can predict what's not going to become meta. Not strong, it's the ability. Well, yeah, what do you think makes a mech good? Literally every mech is good because of the ability. There's no such thing as this mech is good because of its stats. It's not a thing. But making something more OP than Revoker, you essentially make the other stuff more useless. Well, yeah. But that's what I'm... But, like, how hard is it? Like, a bad thing is a bad thing, regardless of how many other things are worse than it, right? There's a lot of weapons that are worse than Disc Launcher. Does that make Disc Launcher better? No. It's still bad. You're still not going to use it. It just means that there's less things on top. There's less things above it that are actually viable options for you. It doesn't mean that it doesn't make Disc Launcher any better. It puts it further up the ladder technically. But like I've said before, the difference between the top 2 weapons and the top 3 weapons is really high. The top 2 weapons are obvious, Revoker, Stormwrack. What's the third weapon? What's the third best weapon? You don't know. You could tell me something that you think is probably it, but you don't know. And the very fact that you don't know for certain, it's like, yeah, it's maybe one thing, it's maybe another thing. You don't know. The very fact that you can't tell for certain is a good indicator that it's not nearly as good as the other 2. So there's a huge gap between Stormwrack and the next weapon down. So just because, I could list the top 5 weapons, but just because it's, something's a top 5 weapon doesn't mean it's just as good as Revoker. It's not really comparable to Revoker. Podgun is a strong weapon. I'd say it's probably a top 5. Is Podgun just as viable as Revoker is? No, I don't think so. I think Podgun versus Stormwrack, you'd choose Stormwrack every time, pretty much. The only reason you'd use it is because you don't have any more Stormwracks. So, like, that's my point. That's my point, is that just because there aren't as many things better does not mean that something is itself better. So, by making, if they were to make other stuff that's actually usable in the meta, it doesn't by extension make, I don't know, Overdriver worse. Like, Overdriver's not really a top weapon, but it's kind of usable. It doesn't make Overdriver any worse. If you make another weapon, it doesn't make Overdriver worse. It just, it just means that there's another option for you. And that's the whole thing. And I feel like it's not very difficult. Essentially, TLDR, my complaint is that he typically knows what's going to be strong and what's not, and he chooses to purposely not make stuff very strong most of the time, to the extent that it's, like, actually legitimately weak. Like, I don't want everything to be OP, obviously, because that's what you call power creep. If every new release, at least what Warrobots does. I don't want every new thing to be OP, but I just want it to be decent. Like, is that too much to ask? I guess. Like, freaking Berserker? That's pretty garbage. If they remove the multi-layered mods version, make a lot of other weapons much stronger. There's a lot of other ways they could do it, yeah. I think we can pretty much guarantee that removing something from the game, especially something that people paid money for, is probably never going to happen. They could nerf things. They could change the way this stuff works. They could nerf stuff. They could buff stuff. They could do whatever they want. But I think like, if we're actually being honest and realistic about it, I think there's pretty much 0% chance that anything just gets, Thanos snapped out of existence. I don't think it's going to happen.
In fact, like, it doesn't get its attention from the players, or something that we think is like, oh, it's okay, but all my bets on process designing and playtesting the Dreadnought to make it like as we thought viable, consistent.
This next section is actually really interesting.
Like,
and it ties into the devlog also.
Yeah.
Which
It's
was pretty fun.
In terms of like balancing, do you ever consider taking like
crap weapons are okay sometimes, but they scammed with Quasher? Okay, look, I don't necessarily mind if they release every now and again there's a weapon that's just not good. That's fine, whatever. If everyone's OP, then no one's OP. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah, that's the like the ideal, right? Like in an ideal game, everything would be equally OP, which would then make everything not OP at the same time. That, I mean, it's never going to happen. There's always going to be some kind of meta, but like, you know, it's fine. That's the ideal. But yeah, no. I mean, bad weapons every so often is completely fine. But when like 70% of new things are bad on purpose, and that's the thing. It's like it's not just the fact that they're bad; it's the fact that he knows they're going to be bad, and he purposely made them not good. Because he could predict what's going to be meta, and if he can predict what's going to be meta, he can probably predict what's going to be at least fairly good. There's a couple things that, like, obviously he's not going to be correct about everything. He's not going to be a 100% accurate predictor of everything. But I think, you know, we could make the assumption that he probably understands what makes a fairly decent weapon. If he knows what makes a meta weapon, he probably knows what makes a fairly decent weapon. Completionists will buy every weapon anyway and max it. Well, that's true, but I don't think everyone... I mean, should you force everyone to be like that? I don't know. That's why like the month-long meta cycle is a little too frequent for me. Not even from my own not even from the standpoint of like my own accounts, but from the standpoint of other people's accounts. You'd love if my stream goes another 2 hours, dang. Howler 12 are really nice with 50% increased damage. Yeah, fair enough.
Like feedback from content creators on like the test server for like balancing something after it releases.
Yes, not so long ago, the question with the test server things and probably even inviting the players, the content creators, moderators, I mean the experienced players on the stages before the production, it like appears more and more often in our minds, and I think that we don't have a solution right now, that's for sure. I can't say that or can't promise that it will be done, but what I do know is that this question starts raising more and more often, and I even have, like, let's say, a task to think of how it can be done, like to make a concept of this, let's say, feature, if we treat it like that.
So we're talking about... This is a thing that, like... I was talking more specifically for, like, content creators or whatever. But, I mean, even, like, an open test server, for example. It's a thing that I've advocated for. It would take away content from me, because then, like, anybody could make videos on whatever new thing when it comes out. Sure, it's whatever. Like, I don't care that much. But the thing is, like... In order to be able to figure out if something's going to be good, if they were to take the feedback from people who are actually testing this stuff before it goes into the main game, then they could have a better idea of how to change it. And so he's saying, yeah, they're thinking of doing something like that, where certain people could like offer feedback.
So let's imagine that when we like have the mechanic for the weapon that is ready, but it's not yet like have final, I don't know, 3D models or
Yes, they like
VFX
have an
or
idea, they
sound
have a
or.
concept.
But on these stages,
model
we
for
like
it yet or whatever.
invite players to play it, like closed beta test or stuff like that, and
Essentially an open test server for people. But here's the thing: what did they say in the last devlog? They said they're working on a feature that would allow players to test new content. Didn't they? So this is the thing that they were talking about. Essentially an open test server. A test mode to try weapons similar to Onslaught could work. No, I think it would be like literally just a test, essentially just a test server where you could play against other people. You could do whatever. Allow mobile player. I mean, probably anybody. It would probably be mobile, PC. I mean, the test server itself. I play it on PC because I play everything on PC because it's just easier to record and edit whatever that way. But I have it. I have it on my phone. Like I literally have the test server downloaded on my phone right now. So if it is essentially open test server, it's a thing probably everyone would be able to have access to. That is essentially what they mentioned. Didn't they? Like the devlog, they said something where everyone can test new stuff. Essentially, is what they said. Let me find it. Let me pull it up. Because that's what they're essentially teasing that they already have. And I recorded this like, I don't know, easily a month ago, probably. I recorded it kind of a while ago. So that, and the devlog came out a little bit more recently.
Hi everyone, I'm Fu from the Mech Arena community team. Wow, that
Recap, don't care. No mech, no weapon, maps, news. Probably those.
finally, we saved some exciting news for last. We are working on a new feature to enhance your arena experience. We can't disclose too much now, but all I can say is that soon you'll be able to test new content for free. Follow our official updates.
Soon you'll be able to test new content for free. They didn't say everybody specifically, but it was pretty heavily implied. And they specifically said new, which very heavily implies that it's exactly what Pasha's talking about here. So there's gonna be something of an open test server, I think. Not necessarily an open test server exactly. It's probably not gonna be something that you have to download because by the way, the test server that currently exists, I have to uninstall the game that I currently have and then install the test server and then uninstall the test server, reinstall the game when I'm doing it like on mobile. And then on PC, it's just like a separate app that I install. So it's like I have to install it every single time. And they're probably gonna get rid of that. At least, probably, hopefully. But essentially, that's what it sounds like is going to happen. So you're going to be able to, probably similar to the test server, have most likely pretty much infinite resources. You could try whatever you want. You can build whatever, you make whatever hangar you want. And you could just have fun with that at certain times. I don't know.
We actually like listen to their feedback and make some.
But like because like what I was gonna say is like Scape was saying that Scape theorized that like the test new stuff for free was something similar to like some other games did, which is like, you know, before you buy something, like if you get an offer for something, you can do like have this like a little test button or something, and you can, you know, do whatever with that. and just see how it works, essentially. See how it works. And but like this, and this was after I made this video, but then it kind of occurred to me, I was like, wait a second, Pasha's kind of talking about the same thing. Chef, I see what you said, new stuff might be in something like Onslaught, but I don't think so. Because if we assume that the thing that the devlog's talking about is the same thing that Pasha's talking about, then we're talking about a system that would help them gather feedback, performance feedback, which you can't do in something like Onslaught. That would be pointless. It would be pointless data, be pointless feedback. Nobody'd know what they're talking about. So I don't think so. Or I think it's at least very likely not. I think it's more likely to be like legitimately people contest legitimate stuff against legitimate other players. I don't know. Certainly it sounds like some people are going to be able to do that. Whether it's like, just content creators, approved users. Pasha was mentioning like the mods, the official moderators. And, that's fine. That's a start. But it sounds, from the devlog, it sounds kind of like everybody. So, I don't know. We'll find out. Sounds interesting.
Changes before the weapon release. This is what we'll probably think of in the nearest time, and we'll see if we can come up with the solution that will satisfy both ends, meet the goals of creating more balanced weapons, mechs, and in the same time to meet the production part, so that we can remake some processes for sure, because right now you receive the builds in the time that when we can't make any changes, so we need to put it from here to here.
So essentially what Pasha's saying is by the time we get test server access to it, it's kind of too late. They spent way too much time on it, and they're not going to change it. But if they want to make a thing that allows them to get actual feedback and actually make changes to the thing while they're developing it without it necessarily slowing them down a whole lot.
Somewhere, we'll see if we can do it. But yeah, this is something I would personally really like to happen, and I will try to push this idea, and I will think of how it will be done, and let's see if it can be approved and go.
So the most obvious solution to me, and I'm sure you've thought of this too, is just making an open test server. Just like an open test server weekend, for example, where it's it's open for maybe 6 hours on Saturday and Sundays or something like that. And anybody can access it. Anybody can they can use all the stuff and they can give their feedback on that, and you get as many people as possible in there giving feedback.
Yeah, we'll see. That is one of the options.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that might happen. The downside of that, by the way, which is the thing that I considered this after I said it. The downside potentially of a system like that, where it's essentially open test server, you have infinite resources, you can use whatever you want, is that pretty exclusively everything is going to be max level. Anyone with infinite resources is going to max everything. They're just going to, let's be real. So you'll get a lot of data in terms of how something performs at max level, but you're not going to get a lot of data to indicate how well something's going to perform at lower levels. And that's potentially a problem. It's potentially a pretty big problem. I'm not sure what would happen with that. Maybe the system that they're thinking of is something more, fixed rank, like everything is rank 4 or something like that. Maybe it's more of a fixed rank thing where you don't have infinite resources, you just have everything unlocked and you can use everything at base rank. That's not the worst idea, if they want to do it that way. And I don't know. Depending on how they do it. But if it is pretty much as simple as just prevent upgrade. Yeah, exactly. Just something. I don't know what they're gonna do. But if they implemented if they essentially just implemented it in a way that forces people to use stuff at lower levels and not necessarily to max it out, whatever it is, either preventing them from using resources or preventing them from upgrading anything, or just giving them 0 acorns and 0 credits, like when they download it or when they start. I don't know, but certainly something right would probably need to happen, because yeah, like I said, if it is just a test server thing, which by the way, the test server is just like they just give you like 10 million acorns and they're like, have fun, and that's essentially it. That's the same thing with like mod parts and whatever. I think the number is actually like legitimately it actually is 10 million. But yeah, so if they did that for everybody, everyone, pretty obviously everyone would immediately just max out everything. They just immediately max out everything and they'd use it at max level. And anyone who didn't would be forced to do that because they'd be running into other people who were. So I think that would end up with a very one-sided... You'd end up with feedback, for sure. You'd end up with pretty valuable feedback, but it'd be very one-sided feedback, and maybe not the kind that you necessarily need. But if they fix the mod system to where you can use it at any rank, then that wouldn't be an issue either. Because currently the problem with testing stuff at low rank is that you can't use mods on low rank stuff, and that's obviously an issue. So if they changed that, then that would also be a nice... it would probably be fine. I can't really think of any, like, major problems with it, but outside of, like, you know, you couldn't see how, like, a maxed Lancer performs, or for example, right? If you can't upgrade things. Almost sounds like Plarium needs better beta testers that understand gameplay better than the devs apparently do. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily go that far. It's a matter of just the number of people. I mean, like, even myself as a very experienced player, I am not going to be able to accurately predict how well something performs 10 out of 10 times on the test server. I'm not. And you could be like, oh, well, clearly you're not experienced enough. Name me somebody who could every single time accurately predict. You can't. It's not going to happen. So the problem I don't necessarily think is that there's not one person good enough for it. It's the fact that, like, you get the best data possible when you get a bunch of people to do it. 1,000 people is way more valuable feedback than one person with a lot of experience. Because you get feedback from a lot of people in a lot of different situations. 1,000 people can test something a lot faster than 10 people can. It doesn't matter what the experience gap is. So I think that's literally just the long and short of it. Do I think Pasha's necessarily super experienced and good at balancing things? No, not necessarily. I don't know. Maybe not. I won't go too far one way or the other. He does say he can predict what's going to be meta, so there's that. And it does seem like potentially a lot of the things that are really badly balanced is kind of on purpose. But I mean, yeah, it is essentially like, yeah. And I think he did mention in the video, I just skipped over it. It's like, you know, 10 people, they're like a team of like 10, 20 people. God can always predict everything. You know, that's true. That's true, but get them to download Mech, bro. We need some feedback in here. Nah, but... but essentially he did say, he's like, you know... It's hard to necessarily gauge exactly how well something does, and they get a lot more feedback from people once they actually release it, and they get it to, like, you know, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, whatever, however many people end up using it. And if it's something that everyone can do for free, you're talking like hundreds of thousands of people all giving their own feedback. That's a really valuable feedback. It's a lot better feedback than 10 good players would give. I don't know any 10 people that I would trust to give better feedback than 10,000. 100,000 other people, like regular players.
Mechs that you make are
So,
essentially like
yeah.
legendary versions of whatever. So I would say a lot of people typically like those, except they didn't really like Outlaw that much. I would say like the most common ones that people say that they want a legendary version of are like Tangled Stalker. Are there ideas for that? Do you have any concepts for that? Do you think you'd make like a legendary
He essentially
version of
said
Tangled, for
no.
example, like a I think we talked about it last time. One of the things that you also mentioned was like mythic, a grade rarity above legendary, which is
Essentially said that,
talks
like,
about.
probably
I
it's gonna
think you said
happen at
last
some
time
point.
that it's like
I'm gonna breeze through this, honestly.
what's
It's
rather
a lot of, like,
accessible. So, like, do you think you'd
no,
add
unnecessary
more of
stuff.
those at any point?
Well, basically, you named all the points, and I don't even know what to add. I mean, like, we're not probably focused on stuff that's lower than legendary for quite some time already, and this is in our priorities for the next some time. I don't know. I would say that personally, I would like to add some rare epic mech sometime in the game, just to, like, I don't know, just to
Fill out the gear hub a little more.
yeah, exactly. But for this, we firstly need, like, to cover some more sensitive stuff for us. If we
So essentially, his answer to that is essentially like, yeah, he wants to add more rare and epic stuff, especially, but he doesn't know when it's gonna happen or if it's gonna happen.
The other
saw it
thing
before
I
you went to
guess,
bed, now
would
you're
be
up.
more
Okay,
pilots,
let's go.
right? Especially, I guess, rare pilots for I guess barrage and heavy duty are two pretty common ones. But just
Shout
like
out to
more
Jeff, yeah,
pilots
for
in
real.
general, people have been mentioning like the Namor pilots. They want more of those like limited edition special pilots that have unique passive abilities or whatever. I believe we touched on this last video, which was a while ago. I seem to recall you essentially just said like there wasn't really a need to add anymore. So, but what is that? Is that still the case, or?
Yeah, first of all, this is still the case that we, like, have most of the things covered with the pilots. And secondly, the more we made them, the more we saw that they're, like, not meeting expectations in terms of the product. Like, they're very expensive for us in the production. It takes long time, it takes artists and stuff like that, and it didn't bring
RuFFles limited
any
edition
of
code?
the value that we expected
I'd
from
take it, but it's the same thing with. By the way, it's exactly what I thought was the case. With Neymar. So what I predicted, anticipated, guessed, whatever you want to call it, I was essentially like, probably they had a contract and their contract just expired, so that you're not legally allowed to sell Neymar pilots anymore. And yeah, that's exactly the case. That's exactly what happened. And that's the same thing with like anything, is like they have to. It's a ton of freaking paperwork, bro, and there's like potential issues with it. There's all kinds of things that could go wrong, and there's not a whole lot of benefit to it, when they could at the same time literally just be like, okay, here's a thing. It's just like a random character that we created with its own like perk whatever thing, and we'll just go crazy with that. Like, that's honestly a lot easier for them. So even though I would personally be okay with it, I think they're probably never gonna do it. I don't think they're ever gonna do it. You'd max it out on a release. Oh yeah.
And this is like the second and the practical part of this situation as well. So as you know, we stopped making pilots and we cut this part of the production stage, and we took these resources to create, let's say, more like interesting season hub thing and stuff that we think would be more cool. So yeah, these are basically the two reasons of why we currently stopped doing pilots. But I probably would say that if we come up with some like interesting new categories of the weapon, we'll definitely find these resources to make pilots to that.
Yeah, so essentially they used like the pilots weren't super profitable because people weren't really interested in them. And I mentioned this later in the video as well, but I'll just say like now, it's like, bro, yeah, obviously nobody cares because they're all the same. They're all the same. Why would anyone care about why does anybody care about which one was first, Neve or Galvin? I don't remember. Why would anyone care about Neve when bro, I don't remember the names now. I'm thinking Stefania. That's not what her name is. It's not Asami either. The other close quarters pilot is one of them, bro. There's three of them. Like, there's three legendary. They're all the same. Like, they're the exact same. It's just different, like, little character associated. Like, there's no difference between them. So, like, I think they should have, like, special perks of some kind. Pilots are a mechanic where if you're a few small tweaks could get me much more excited to spend real money on them. Yeah, exactly, bro. And this is something that somebody else mentioned earlier as well. Where it's like, they're like, yeah, they're, of course nobody cares about the pilot. Like, they're the exact same. And like, and I've been saying for a while as well, like, pilots and implants are not, they're not customization. There's very little customization in the game. Pilots and implants don't offer customization. Mina, that's the one I was thinking of, thank you. Yeah, but yeah, pilots and implants are not, those are not customization. There's no customization offered by pilots and implants. There's just optimization. So you're choosing between three different pilots. Which pilots do you choose? The legendary ones. The same thing goes with implants. Which implants do you choose? The legendary ones. You have three different implants for your weapon. Which ones do you choose? All of them. And then you throw on ability cooldown for good measure, because why not? You have room. There's no... It's literally just like a straight buff. There's no customization to it. There's extremely little nuance. There's only... There are a couple... Like, there are a couple small things where it's like, oh yeah, I prefer to use this over this. But in the grand scheme of things, almost everything is either objectively better or objectively worse. Very few things are even, like, nuanced or, you know, there's very little personal preference involved in that. It's either good or bad in terms of pilots and implants. And I think that shouldn't be the case. I think every single pilot should be slightly different. The way that, like, Neymar is. It has its own perk. It specializes in a certain weapon category, but it has a specific perk, right? And you could choose, you know, between the three different close quarters pilots, again, for example, you could choose between three different perks that you want to go on it, and the perk that you choose, that is customization. You choose that based on which one you prefer, so long as they're, you know, all of them are relatively equally valuable. You choose them based on which one you prefer, based on which one works better with the mech or the weapon that you have. And that's customization. But the way that it currently is just like they're all identical, bro. It's just another pilot. Nobody cares which one's on which mech. Do you think they will lower prices of legendary stuff? Yeah, I think they will. I don't think it's going to happen until after the holidays, though. Because if everyone's going to be people are going to be spending a lot of money on this game during the holidays, guaranteed, regardless of what they do with the prices. People are going to be spending a lot of money because that's what people do on the holidays. So they're going to make a lot of money from that. They may as well wait until after. I don't know why they would. I don't know why. I don't think there's any reason, like any good business related reason, for them to reduce the prices of stuff before the holidays. I think almost guaranteed it's going to happen after at some point. Is it going to be soon after? I don't know. I think it could be like January sometime, but it could be anytime. Could be never. Don't technically know for sure, but I think it will happen. How much do you think? I think 30%. I think most things 30%. Some things they'll reduce by 50. Some things they'll reduce by 10, maybe? 10 to 15. Yeah. I think they'll do like 30, 35% for almost everything. And then certain things that are really bad, they'll reduce by 50%. Other things that are really good, they'll reduce by 10 to 15%. That's what I think is probably going to happen. You would kill to see some lore videos of the characters. Okay, look, I can summarize the lore. I could summarize the lore in one phrase. It has something to do with Rosa. 'Cause everything does. That's all you need to know. Whatever it is that you're talking about, this building, something to do with Rosa, bro. This person, this character, something to do with Rosa, bro. So what's that weapon? What it look like? It had something to do with Rosa. That's 65-ish, 100 acorns for the mech, yeah. I mean, I don't, like, I'm not looking at the numbers, I'm looking at the percentages. It's not a good idea to look at the specific number cost of stuff. Like, you got to be looking at the percentages, because there's a pattern, there's a very clear pattern in the percentage reductions that they're doing here. But there's not a pattern in the, the specific, A-coin cost of each thing. People are looking at it as like, oh, they're each tier is like a couple hundred more A-coins than the last. No, that's not the way they're doing it. That's not the way they're doing it at all. It's still bad. Problem with prices, it takes so long to get one thing. If it's 30%, then it still takes too long. Oh man, it's better than nothing. But yeah, I know, I agree. I don't think anyone ever. I don't know. I don't think I ever implied that the price reduction would solve all the problems. No, there's a very general resource, like there's a resource problem in the game generally, where like everyone's expected to play tournament, and everyone's expected to win tournament to get what should be their daily or weekly resources. But not only can not everyone win, but a lot of people don't even bother playing because it's like the winners are always the people who tank, and that's a really big problem. Tournament just as a game mode is really awful, but that essentially equates to, like, I don't know, maybe half of what you'd normally earn. So, a large portion of what should be your regular earnings go toward tankers and what have you, because you're not reasonably capable of competing in tournaments. The tournament system exists to get you some form of somewhat regular resources, so long as you're active enough. But yeah, I don't think that's a good. I don't think it's a good system. If they lower the prices, do you think they'll do the legendary pilots too? They haven't been doing pilots at all. I don't know why they do legendary. I don't know why they do legendary pilots if they've specifically, every single time they do it, they specifically mention that they're not changing the pilots or the implants. The only thing I want from tournaments is the vault keys. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, at this point, why do you play it if not for the vault keys? You're not going to get any acorns. They should just double the weekly. I think having more acorns getting from somewhere else. I think making it so that the bulk of your earnings just come from random regular login type tasks is not quite so good, because you could finish most of the weekly tasks in literally one day, and then it's a matter of, like, just log in 3 days, and then when I was like the main limiter is finish a certain number of daily tasks. Those are easy. And I think if the bulk of your resources come from stuff that's like literally takes you 15 minutes, I don't know. It encourages people to not play the game. That's another problem. That's part of the reason that there's so few players. I think there's actually a good number of players, but there's literally zero incentive for people to play for a long time. That's the thing. Is that there are a lot of players that exist, I think, but each player's on for like 30 minutes and then they log off because the game just stops rewarding them after a while. That's a thing that I've complained about to I've mentioned that to them a lot of times. Are they going to do anything about it? I don't know. Probably not. Variation in the daily and weekly tasks? Yeah, I guess so, but then you'd have certain tasks that are objectively better than other tasks, and people would be complaining about, oh, this week I got this, why don't they just reduce? Yeah. So it's going to be somebody who doesn't like it. It lowers the complete 30 daily objective test to 4 days if it can be done. The watching ads. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I didn't even realize that was a thing. So people on mobile are actually getting acorns faster than people on PC, and then they complain about people on PC getting a couple free event tokens for crap items. How about that?
That category.
Like, is there like maybe a potential idea that you might be sort of thinking of?
I would really love to be even like the heavy duty categories for me is more like of an experimental weapons category.
Yeah. So someone was asking me earlier, like, what exactly, like, why are heavy duty weapons so weird? Pasha essentially just said it. It's like he essentially sees it just like as random experimental weapons, different things that he's just trying, just different weird whatever stuff. Which, like, I guess fair enough. Yeah, whatever. You don't have to follow that super strictly. I don't think the rest of this is like super important. He's talking about like potentially different weapon category, but it's probably not going to be added at any point.
Super smooth.
And then this was
Okay. Well, I mean, like, there's a couple other things.
Yeah, he was saying that like people should like give ability ideas or something in the comments. I'm actually surprised that he said that, because in the one that we recorded that didn't end up, that like the footage got corrupted. This was the second time we recorded it, but I asked him some different questions. In that one, he essentially straight up said that he's never used a weapon or mech concept strictly from a person ever. Like, he's always interested to see when people send them, but as far as like he's never actually used one that people have given him, because like pretty much all the time, by the time he sees it, he's already thought about it to some extent, because he's, you know, obviously he's a developer. He's creating this stuff, so he's constantly thinking about different things that he could be adding. But he essentially straight up said, "Is like, no, I've never used one of the concepts that people suggested." So it's surprising that he even told people or asked people to like share their suggestions. Maybe that's him saying that he's gonna try to consider one of them, or maybe it's just pointless. I don't know. Ads are only on iPad. I don't think that's true at all. I think it's just mobile in general. And it's only some people. No, because what happened was there was a period in time where they added ads to certain accounts, and it was only available for newer accounts on mobile, whatever mobile device you happen to be on. And then after a while, they decided, okay, we're not going to add these anymore. So they got rid of the ads on most people. They got rid of the ads on new accounts. And so new accounts didn't have ads anymore. But the people who had them still get them. Like, they changed the ads a little bit after the release. I think it did give Acoins. A couple Acoins. Then they changed it to only give credits, I think. But those people who got it still have it, even now. But they just changed it so like newer accounts that were created since then don't have them. Like, I think Scape, for example, one of his accounts has ads. And I don't think he plays on iPad. I think he just plays on his phone. The mech offer vanished, but it shouldn't have. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. An offer for Seeker. Bro is spamming. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen any like offers disappearing, unless it was like, I assume you've tried closing, reopening the game. You could try like deleting your cache and restarting that. You'd have to log in again. You could try that. But otherwise, what did you say? You have to rely on combo offers to buy Seeker. I don't know what offer you're talking about, because I don't think everybody gets the same offer. Or maybe they do, I don't know. Yours has ads? Well, yeah, some people have ads, is what I'm trying to say. Is that the people who got them still have them. It's the only reason you have the game installed on your Android. You know, it's totally fair. Escape said the same thing. He was like, he logs in on mobile, he gets his ads done, and then he plays just regularly. He plays on PC. But he'd log in on mobile too. And it's not bad, bro. It was a really. I've seen what ads give you, bro. It's pretty darn good. That's a decent chunk of credits right there. Even after they changed it to not give coins anymore, it's a decent chunk of credits. I'd definitely take that. But yeah. Brand related skins. I think it's mostly like probably a lot of paperwork involved in that. And I kind of doubt that they really want to deal with that. Like, like how much more would, I mean, think about it. How much more would a NASCAR skin sell than just like any other one of their just generic race car skins? How much would they get from that? Versus how much extra effort would it take for all the paperwork, and they'd probably have to I don't know, some kind of deal with the brand. They'd have to sell a certain amount, or they'd have to pay them a certain amount. Something, I don't know, bro. It just seems like totally not worth the effort. That's my guess. Probably just not worth the effort. Armory is more expensive, though. Yeah, no, it usually is. That's where I saw it. I had a Seeker offer in the Armory, and maybe you thought you had it somewhere else, but you didn't. I don't know. I saw one in the Armory, but that's it. Basically, every now and then there are combo offers, but they aren't reliable because they come less often than the regular one. Well, yeah, the combo offer. I know which one you're talking about. But it's gone for you, and there's one in the Armory. Maybe the Armory one replaced it. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be there, and they were like, "Oop, whoopsie, we better take that down." I have no idea, dude. Four-star in the main is 18, but Armory's 28. Oh no, I 100% get it, bro. It's like almost double as expensive. It's way better to get it from the regular shop. The Armory is not a good deal at all. I'm with you. But I'm just saying, like, I have no idea what would happen. I doubt that there's anything you can do about it. Realistically, I very much doubt it. But like I said, you could try deleting your cache, and which would essentially reset a lot of your data. So you'd have close the game, delete the cache, you reopen it, you'd have to log in again. Hopefully, maybe it sorts a couple things out that are bugged. I don't know. If you're desperate, then I would go for that. Otherwise, I guess you're just gonna have to wait. Like I don't think Plarium support is gonna be like, oh, okay, here you go. Here's a special offer just for you. Add product skins like the NASCAR cars have. That makes sense. That'd be actually kind of cool. So this is it's like stickers, right? Like decals. There's like a certain brand sticker decal thing. Like a lot of games have them, like charms or whatever. Like shooter games have the charms on the guns or the stickers on the guns. I feel like they could add those to mechs. I guess the problem is they'd have to add it a different way for every single skin, which is kind of a pain in the ass. So maybe not. Or maybe it's only applicable on base paint. That's an easy way to do it. I feel like they could do it, though. I think it'd be kind of cool. But I don't know. Maybe it's not really. Maybe they don't think it's worth their time. What if the ad feature gets removed if I reinstall? No, I think it's on a per account basis. And I don't think you have to reinstall. I think you just have to delete your cache. I don't think reinstalling is going to do a lot. Because a lot of the data, actually, when you uninstall a game, a lot of the data is actually kept. A lot of the data stays on your phone. What video am I doing next? None this stream. We're done. Get $5 search. Oh, but even better, $13 squash or 6. Oh, let's go. I need this. That's a thing that I need. Yeah. Garbage. Classic paint jobs. Yeah. There's ways to do it for sure. There's ways to do it. But like, are they gonna? Probably not. Probably not. We need to get back our classic skins. You literally have your classic skins, bro. If I want, I can use classic skin. There you go. How about them? Orion or the champion crate from Battle Pass. Orion is actually worth something. The champion crate is almost guaranteed to give you garbage blueprints for stuff you don't want. So I would... The champion crate, and this goes for any crate, by the way. Gold crate, silver crate, amateur crate, freaking prodigy crate, champion crate. You can assume that the entire value of this crate is the credits. Just assume that all of these blueprints are useless, because 90% of the time, they are. Actually, more than 90%. like 99% of the time, probably closer to. It essentially only has 80, 90,000 credit value, which is not much. You may as well go for the mech. For me, I'm gonna go for the skin. Cause it's fancy. Yay. It's also like the only legendary skin for Orion. You're still going? Yeah, but I won't be for long. I'm gonna be ending right now. I've been going for too long. It's 6 o'clock for me, bro. I started at like 10 in the morning. So it's been 8 hours. Just over. Once this guy comes in here, nah, I'm ready to go another 6 hours. Yeah. I have to go. I am gonna leave. I mean, it is a Saturday, so I had time, but... $8 hours, hell of a stunt. I mean, I used to, bro, I don't even know how I used to do it. I guess the game was more interesting back then. I used to go for like 12 hours, actually pretty regularly, to be honest. But 8 hours is a good run. 8 hours is a good run. Appreciate everybody for stopping by. I think... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. For anybody, like, the thing I was talking about, I was going over the video that I made. I'll upload that to the Clips channel probably, so, yeah, I'm not going to summarize it. You can just watch it from there. In terms of the events, I got nothing from this. I got nothing from this. And then I got the Disclauncher 16. Let's go. With -1 tokens. Let's go, bro. It's not good. I tried it. It's pretty bad. But it does keep me from having to buy the Disc Launcher 8, and I'll 100% take that. So, yeah. See you tomorrow if you're streaming, bro. Nah, I ain't streaming tomorrow. I have to cut down the number of... I have to cut down the number of streams that I do, to be honest, because, like, they're usually, like... My goal is to get 30,000 subs by the end of the year. I got some really big videos planned for this year, for the next 2 months. There's gonna be a lot of banger videos, okay? So you better get freaking ready. But yeah, so like, I kind of want to cut down on streams, because like, they're generally less profitable for me in terms of views, in terms of subscribers, in terms of revenue, everything like that. Except for this one, because Juggalo is an absolute gamer. Much appreciate that. But normally. Yeah, so like, I like to do streams every now and again, but I may or may not cut it down to like once a week or something like that. Instead of twice a week is what I usually did. 8-hour streams every day. I have considered trying a month and just doing like maybe like an hour stream like every day for a month. I don't know how good that would be. I don't know how I'd want to approach that. I'd want to do something very specific with it though. Juggalos the go, yeah, for sure, bro. New videos, yeah. Yeah, the videos are the big ones. The videos are usually the big ones. The streams, I like to do them. But yeah, I might cut it down to like once a month. More like. But yeah, there's like, for example, there will be, like, I'm not going to spoil all the videos that I got planned, but there will be another Gear Hub guide before the end of the year. Good stuff. Hour every day is good at a set time. Yeah, I just don't know if I could hold myself to that. That's the problem. I'm very bad with schedules. Very bad with schedules, bro. I can't hold myself to a schedule to save my life. And yeah, so guaranteeing that I could have an hour at the same time every like morning usually, because that's when I do most of my recording. So when I stream I'm usually taking time out of my usual recording time to stream. Because you know, during the afternoon or whatever. Which, I mean, I was streaming all afternoon as well, but I don't usually have time for that. I'm usually doing other stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could necessarily guarantee that every day. I'd have to think about something very specific that we do, like maybe I start a new account or something and I see how far we get with like a full month or something. I don't know, dude. But something probably, maybe, or I'll just not do it. Who knows? But yeah, maybe, depending on how much I can get done in the next month, maybe I will try to do that through December. But we'll see. We'll see. My goal, again, my goal is 30K. My official goal is 30K by the end of the year. My personal goal is like 50K by the end of the year. I think I can do it. I think we can do it. I just haven't gone full aggro on it yet. But will you do a live stream with BMP? It's a good question. He streams usually later though. He streams usually like 10 p.m. my time. It's 6 p.m. for me right now, so nah, probably not. Probably not for a while. So I might join his stream if I'm active at that time. But I don't know. I tend to wake up pretty early. But anyway, yeah. That's it for today. Yeah, expect some pretty regular videos. Expect a lot bigger videos in the next month or two. And yeah, let's freaking go, fellas. That's it. Appreciate y'all. Take care.